Hello, everyone, and welcome to Overtime. My name is Nicholas Lamar Soutter. With me today is Zandring, and we are covering the invasion of Ukraine, which has now started. We have at least two columns that are moving up into the disputed Donbas region. We don't know if they've crossed yet, and we have one column that about an hour ago, it was 4.3 miles long. We have some footage of it while it was in Crimea. All the cameras went down along the Crimea border. There was a massive cyber attack on all the government websites for Ukraine. The Ukrainians started sabotaging their own airport. This includes putting trucks in the landing area of the airport so planes can't land. They were just taking tractor trailers and just dropping them, parking them right on the runways. And then we got word about half an hour ago that the convoy that we last saw on, confirmed by Google traffic of all things, that we saw in Crimea making its way, had crossed the border and was engaging at a checkpoint town between Crimea and Ukraine. So at this point, that means they have crossed. It appears they've crossed from Crimea and it may already also have crossed from into the Donbas region. We also have with us Commander Lance McMillan, who has helped us out before. His CVs, we've discussed this before. We'll get into it in a minute. But thank you, Zandring, and thank you, Commander McMillan, for joining us.
Hopefully this is going to work out. I'm on a hokey setup because I'm at home and I forgot to bring my stuff with me.
That's all right. I think we can hear you, and we'll take hokey. Right now, we just you know more about this than any of us. So, what I'm going to do is we have a map up right now of. And let's see. I do want to make sure I'm not even really in the live chat right now. I do want to get into the live chat so that if we have any issues, somebody can let me know. But nobody's hit me up on DM, so I suspect. And okay, so we have, so there's a checkpoint. It's called the Kalach. I'd be able to read it easier in Russian. Checkpoint. It is in the Ukraine. Ukrainian soldiers and civilians have fled, and we have confirmed Russian soldiers there, and reports from closer in Ukraine that they hear explosions and that there is fighting occurring at that checkpoint. So it looks like this thing has started. So before we begin, and we've already brought up some questions that we really need to get into, which is why on earth would Putin really do this? This is, he's threatened this kind of thing all the time. What's the difference? What is he going to use? It appears if this is really happening in that checkpoint, which it appears to be, I think we have a strong confidence at this point that has happened. There's several emergency meetings. NATO has already given a statement. We're going to get into that. But a lot to cover. Let's start with Commander McMillan. If you can we'll get a little more into your CV a bit more, but if you could just give us 1 minute on who you are and what you know, what's your military experience?
Sure. I'm a retired U.S. Navy commander. I attended both Naval War College and the Armed Forces Staff and Command College. I was a accredited Joint Service Officer during my tours in the latter stages of my career. And I've worked with all the services at one point in my career. And additionally, I've been a student of military history since grade school.
All right. Well, frankly, I think you probably beat me. Maybe not as Zandring, but you beat me at grade school is what it sounds like. So, all right. So we're going to take a look at this map here, and this map is a live map. It's an interactive map. As more data comes in, what's going to happen is we're going to get a red dot as to any kind of report. Now, it's just giving reports, so they're not necessarily accurate. They're not confirmed, but they're reports as they come in, and we can check out those sources. We also have, like I said, some footage and some other reports. But right now what we have is, so this is the disputed region that I'm putting into the area right now, and we have two columns heading into each of the two separatist areas here. Now, those have been purportedly, they're, quote, humanitarian aid. They have declared independence, and Russia is saying we recognize that independence and we're going to protect them from Ukrainian aggression. Now, that's already sort of one defense for the invasion there. But there is no defense that I'm aware of, not even like a poor one, for crossing at Crimea. Why do you think they're crossing at Crimea, Commander?
That's a good question. I wonder if it's defensive rather than offensive, as bizarre as that sounds, because they want to ensure that they maintain control of the Crimea, since technically that was part of Ukraine.
Now, the last intelligence report that I'm aware of said that he actually intends to go all the way to Kiev. So he's not going to stop in the Donbas. He's going to take the western third all the way up to the river. So now, if he can capture the area between Crimea and Donbas, then that makes it pretty easy for him to. Now, they've been staging at Crimea for quite some time. That would make it pretty easy, I would think, to bring.
Yeah, but I would note one thing. Yeah. And it's that we know that the Russians have been staging forces into Belarus. And if you go to the upper portion of your map and look how close the border of Belarus is to Kiev, if he wants to take Kiev, it's like, mere hours to drive there.
It's so Kiev is hours from that look, and that's where the bulk of his forces. They're now almost 200,000, and more than half are in that northern area. So, and that's you can drive there in hours.
Oh, easily.
Okay.
The Germans used to say of the Ukraine is that it is perfect tank country. It's relatively flat, low hills. It's just, if you want to send armored forces across that area, it's zippity doo dah.
All right, that's not reassuring. All right, Zandring, any thoughts? I'm gonna take a sec right now to catch up on the live chat and catch up because we're getting a tremendous amount of information coming in on the Discord. Anyone wants to just sort of hang out and just see information as we're getting it, you can find it on the Discord, but I also need to catch up there. So, Zandring, any thoughts?
I think it's kind of interesting that he's decided that he's going to use essentially the UN's own playbook against them, as far as, there's unrest and, everybody believes that it's the Russian actors going in and creating all of the unrest for the Luhansk and the Donetsk areas to, essentially secede from Ukraine. And he's going to put in peacekeeping troops to keep the violence at a minimum and for human rights protections, which is what the UN does quite a lot. So I think it's interesting that that's the approach he's decided to take. I guess his false flag event didn't work. So,
he's playing primarily to a domestic audience. And he's backed himself into a corner with all the ratcheting up of tensions. He couldn't back out anymore. So he's trying to find a way to get out. And so he's saying, if I secure the areas that we basically already held and spank the Ukrainians so that they know that I'm in charge, he can back out, declare victory, and convinces people he's the greatest thing since Lenin.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting that the choice of because the UN does that a lot in order to get around. Well, you're invading Absolutely. Sovereign territory. Well, it's like Putin isn't stupid, and he's like, well, okay, if I do it under these pretenses, it's like the pot, hello kettle. It's like you can't really come against me for doing this.
Yeah, I see on the live chat. So there is a little background noise. I apologize. That will be, that will be ending reasonably soon. No worries about it. So let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of questions. We're going to catch up. I want to try to get caught up on what we know, and then bring some of the graphics that we have into the show so you guys can see what we're looking at. But and if you've been following, we'll cover how we got to where we are. But for the first 20 minutes of the show, we're going to assume that you've been following with us and that you're aware you're aware of the White House declarations from yesterday. We carried that live. You're aware of what Putin has been saying. We haven't covered the Ukrainian response, which aired just a few hours ago. We'll get into that. But so assuming you know all those, if you don't, keep watching. We will fill you in. But for now, just to get everybody up to date, we are aware of 3 columns, one into each of the areas in the Donbas region and one that has gone from Crimea and has now made contact at this border checkpoint on the Ukraine side. So he worked himself into. The big question is why would he do this? Now it struck me that he had some signs of paranoia. The saber rattling is usual for him, and that's how he sort of gets what he wants. He threatens some kind of war and then he backs down. In this case, he went forward. So the question is, what was different about this case? But I do know he did seem to show some signs of paranoia. He's getting older. People who are in positions like him often become paranoid, either of assassination or just dying in general. We know that at least intelligence was saying that he wasn't letting anyone, even if they had been tested negative repeatedly, to actually come into contact with him unless they'd quarantined for 2 weeks straight. And all the footage we've seen of him talking with anyone, he's been at the end of a 20-foot table between the two. So is he getting paranoid? Is there something psychological here? Is it just that he backed himself into a corner? So, Commander, I'd like to start with you. What are your thoughts?
I've seen some indications in news stories, particularly from foreign press sources, that suggest his popularity inside Russia is eroding, and not just with the oligarchic class who are concerned about what's going on, but also among the average man, Ivan in the street kind of thing, because they're kind of seeing through all the lies he's spreading, and they don't like the fact that this tension is occurring. And I think that's what led up to this whole thing, because he had backed himself into a corner by making all these threats and all these promises, had no way to get out, so he needs to find some way to declare victory. He has to fly the big mission accomplished flag at some point to prove that he's the man. And I think that may be what the proximate cause is here. The only question, to my thinking at present, is how far is he going to push this? Is he in fact going to try to take Kiev itself, or is he just going to secure the border areas and maybe put in a kind of a demilitarized buffer state between the Dnieper and the disputed regions?
All right, and before I do want to hear from Ms. Zandering, but what we've got now is, and we know that they have been asking for volunteers. We have a report that actually people, civilians who are expatriates of Ukraine, have been flying back to help fight and defend it. Russia, Putin is, I think, still live. Putin is live right now. We don't know what he's saying. I'm seeing it. What I'm seeing doesn't have captions, so I'm not sure. It does not have captions, so we have him live right now, but I'm not going to play that until we can get that captioned. But he's live. He is apparently calling on Ukraine to surrender. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know. We haven't seen it. Okay, so he is. Okay, we do not intend to occupy Ukraine. Our policy is based on freedom. He has already said that he does not believe that Ukraine actually exists. It's essentially a colony of the U.S., but he is calling on Ukrainian soldiers to lay down their arms or to turn their arms against the government of Ukraine. Quote, to anyone who would consider interfering from the outside, you will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. All relevant decisions have been taken. I hope you hear me. So that is what we have. So I would like to, hold on. I would like to hear, is Andring, yes.
Well, I guess one of the interesting things is going to see just exactly how far. I mean, if he doesn't really want to be doing this and he's kind of backed himself into a corner, I think that he'll probably stop with trying to secure the Donetsk and Donbas areas and just stay there. Still kind of needs to control Kiev. There's reports that Kiev's being bombed right now. Also, Russia launched several cyber attacks against all of the government websites. The last reports that I had paid attention to before I actually drove to my house was that the government of Ukraine is no longer in Ukraine. They've actually gone over to Poland. And so essentially Kiev has been abandoned. So, and all of the government services have been hit with cyber attacks and have been brought down. So you can't even get a hold of any of the government services anyway. So,
and let's just be clear for a second that now this is what you've heard, but this is not confirmed. So is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. These are from people who are monitoring, what's being said in, I don't know where they're just talking. These are the people like on Twitter or whatever they're talking about. These are people in Ukraine themselves, and then they're relaying to the rest of everybody else, because I guess it's kind of hard getting information out of Ukraine because Russia has hit a lot of the infrastructure. So they've taken down a hell of a lot.
They've turned off all the switches.
All right.
Yeah. They've taken pretty much everything down.
It's confirmed. So we have a legit news source now. There are explosions outside of Kiev. There's explosions in across Ukraine. 3. So we haven't. I'm going to try to update our live map and see that. But it looks like Kiev is actually, there is some kind of combat in Kiev or some kind of engagement. We now have footage. I will have that. There's some pretty significant explosions at that border area. Putin has now apparently declared war on Ukraine. Is I don't know if they mean that in a colloquial sense. So I don't know that he sat down and said, okay, this is BNO News, which is a reasonably credible news organization, and they're saying Putin has declared war, but I'm not sure if they mean that colloquially or not. So we'll get into that, but it's clear we have now multiple significant points of contact, including, it appears, quite significantly in Kiev. I apologize for interrupting you. Please finish.
So the interesting thing is going to be to see where exactly they go. Like I said, if he just hangs out in that Donetsk and Donbas area and doesn't push forward, because, I mean, if he's trying to take at least the important parts of Ukraine, then he would run his forces straight to the river and then occupy just slightly on the western side of the river, so he can control the river, because the river goes straight down into the peninsula, the Crimean Peninsula, and it's also a major water supply for irrigation for the large food production areas in the eastern part of Ukraine. And of Ukraine, the western or the eastern part of it is the most important. It's got all of the natural resources. That's their breadbasket. They make tremendous amounts of food. That was the food production center for the USSR. Ukraine was like the second most important part besides Moscow in the USSR. So, which is probably why Russia's had their eye on Ukraine for quite a while, because it is very resource rich. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how far he goes. Like I said, I think that if he's going to try and take it and hold it, he's going to push his forces all the way to the western side of the river. If he's just trying to appease and back, he's got himself backed into a corner and he has to do something, then I think he'll hang out in that Donetsk and Donbas area.
Concur.
Okay, we have we have now, it's through the BBC and CNN, is that there are explosions in Kiev. It looks like, and like I said, we do have some footage of that, but we're trying to process a few things, so it's going to take me a few minutes to get that up in here. So that brings me to two questions. There was a suggestion I had made, and it may have been completely unhinged, but one thing that I've been considering for a while is one of the reasons during the Cuban Missile Crisis that it was such a serious problem was because there were Soviet troops defending, or not, they weren't defending, but they were actually operating the missiles. So if we attacked, even if it was just to destroy missiles in Cuba, we would be killing Russian troops. Is there an argument to be made that we should have left at least advisors or other U.S. troops in harm's way? And I'm essentially saying this isn't interesting because, as Andrew had pointed out, that he's using the UN playbook, and I feel like I'm using Saddam's playbook. What if we had left, U.S. Advisors there, which are now essentially human shields? If they're still there, can he attack, and would he attack? This is to Commander McMillan first, please.
Okay. That's an excellent question. I don't know if he'd attack. I suspect he would perhaps hesitate slightly, but I don't think, to his mind, it's a deterrent, because I think he is convinced that the U.S. and the West in general are going to let him get away with this. This is the same mentality that Hitler had when he hit Poland. It's they'll back down. They did 2 times before. Why would they stop now? And the question is whether NATO is going to do anything or let this just happen and criticize and put sanctions in place. And who wants to have the unthinkable occur?
All right. We have a statement for immediate release from the White House, statement by President Biden on Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine. The prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine tonight as they suffer an unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction in this attack, and the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable. That is the statement in part. Everybody is confirming. All right, so we have, okay, I'll get to that. So, okay, so we have now explosions in Kiev, Mariupol. I'll get to that, but at least now looks like 6 or 7 cities where there appears to be explosions, and we have footage of these. We'll have that coming in just a minute. I would like to get Zandring's answer to that question, and then what I'd like to do is start to show some of this footage, and then I had a question, but I think I already lost my train of thought on it. I think it had something to do with appeasement in World War II, but I have a feeling we'll have time. Zandring, what's your thought?
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted trying to look back at some of the other people that were reporting on the stuff coming out of Ukraine itself. What was the question?
I had suggested possibly would U.S. or at least NATO people.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the human shields. Would that have? I don't think that it would have, because, he wouldn't have. I don't think that would have given him much pause, if any, because he can still make the claim that they shouldn't have been there to begin with.
All right, so
there's a bunch of rumors that are, and these are just rumors that are coming out of Ukraine itself, and that a hit list has been put out on the leaders and families of the leaders of the Ukrainian government by Russia, that they're to be killed on sight.
Do you know? Do you remember?
But there's a lot of rumors that are coming out.
Well, and I mean, we
4 different places.
Well, hold on. I don't know. Okay. No, I mean, it's worth noting as a rumor, and we already know that they actually had a hit list, not based on individuals, but on particular ideology or identity. They had a hit list saying that they would essentially kill homosexuals and any others. So we've got. It looks to me, I mean, that sounds reasonably credible at this point. What I'm about to show you now is footage from Jesus, it's been too long. Okay, I think this is the checkpoint area. This is, it looks like at least 10 miles inside the Ukraine. And that's what we got there. I don't know if we've got audio. I'll see if we can get that in. Yeah, we do. The word is at this point that at least some of these are missile strikes. Okay, that's Kharkiv That is a missile attack. That's the what we're being told is that is the result of a missile attack.
Yep.
Oil.
In all the major transportation hubs.
Yep. And we already know that all the government websites are down. There was a serious cyber attack. I mean, they've been doing cyber attacks that have crippled the systems before then, but this one was one. I really missed the overload interface. So normally we'd be doing this on overtime, which has an interface designed to maximize showing people all of these videos that we have. The in-time interface is down, so we're going to do it on the overtime interface, but it means that we're not optimized for filling all your senses with as many footage as we can get. But at any rate, there's that one. So yeah, it looks like and it looks like there's I don't know if there's airstrikes, but there's definitely missiles coming in, and we're gonna we have a couple more of that. But so can any guesses as to what the next 1 hour, 5 hours, and 12, or let's do 1, 6, and 12 hours are going to look like? Well, again, we'll start with Commander. Commander, you're the guest in general, unless I say otherwise. Questions will be thrown to you first. You're also the expert, so.
So could you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I was examining other things.
Based on what you've heard so far and your experience having seen multiple scenarios and processing this kind of thing, what would you be your guess that we're going to see over the next 1 hour, 6 hours, then 12 hours?
In the next 1 hour, I think we're going to see a lot of what we've got going on right now. There are going to be missile strikes, airstrikes, possibly Spetsnaz, which are their special forces guys, striking key targets to disrupt and block any movement of the Ukrainian military or even armed civilians to the threatened sectors. That will persist for another several hours, probably almost continuously through this whole thing. But I figure by the end of about 6 hours, we'll have something approaching a clear sense of just what they're doing in terms of, are they just going to move up to secure the border areas they already have, or are they going in deeper? Because I think the key is what's going to happen along the northern tier. If they go in through Belarus, if they strike south from Belgorod towards Kharkov, if they come in towards Dnipropetrovsk, getting to the key crossing points across the Dnieper River. And at 12 hours, that's when the main forces are going to get there. So if they do intend to cross the Dnieper in the next 6 to 12 hours, I think that's when we're going to get a clear indication that's happening, because they will have started helicopter, airborne, and special forces attempts to seize all the key crossing points.
All right.
Does that make sense?
That does. So this is basically what we're looking at here isn't even the real attack, is what it sounds like you're saying. This is softening them up before they send in the bulk of the forces.
If you remember when we invaded Iraq, there was that preliminary decapitation strike, they called it, with all the Tomahawk missiles and airstrikes going in to Baghdad itself, trying to take out the leadership in their palaces. And then that was followed up with, hitting airfields and assembly areas to disrupt their forces. That's what we're seeing right now. I think the actual attack is basically moving into place and starting to cross the borders now, but it's not the main body. That will materialize within about 6 hours, and we'll get a clear indication of what's going on.
All right, so he's got about just under 200,000 troops last I saw. The bulk, well, not the bulk, but the majority in the north. You said it's basically just an hour or two to Kiev. So we've covered then roughly 6 hours. So roughly 6 hours, then the bulk of the invasion force actually goes in. It sounds like they could have Kiev within that 12-hour window. Is that? How much
In
am I
theory.
speculating? Okay.
Yeah, now, in theory, it depends on how they want to do that. If they want to try a coup de main attack like they did when they invaded Afghanistan, you send in a bunch of special forces and airborne forces at the airports, and you seize the area, and they're an opening force for main column that comes behind them. So if that happens, then it's a pretty clear indication that he intends to basically destroy Ukraine as an independent country, and he may let it exist as an independent country, but it's basically going to be a Russian puppet state. He'll install his own leadership.
All right. Well, so Xandering, this is to you. I mean, if he takes Kiev and he's already got Donbas and everything west of the river, what do you think is left?
You mean east of the river?
Yes.
He's already taken everything east of the river?
You. Yes. Thank you. I'm already a little tired. Believe me, this is going to get worse. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the eastern part of the country is the kind of the critical part. The western half would be kind of as a buffer, and like I said, it's going to depend. If I'm not entirely sure that he would bother trying to take Western Ukraine. Maybe he would, but from everything that I've seen so far, and from the different reports from all the different people that have been paying attention, it looks like he's very, kind of like what we did. Again, like Commander McMillan said, it looks like he's trying to cut the head off of Ukraine and completely disable or destroy, preferably both, all of the command structures for Ukraine. And he's probably doing that so that there can be no organized resistance, no organized response.
Yeah.
And that it seems to me like that he's just based off of all of that. I can't imagine that he would go through that much trouble to try and completely disable all of the command structure throughout all of Ukraine if he didn't plan on at least taking the western half or the eastern half of Ukraine. So I have a feeling that over the next 24 hours, we're going to see Kiev fall, and we're going to see a lot of troop placements along the river to control access both across the river and up and down it. And I just have a feeling that he's going to take all of eastern Ukraine. And then I'm not sure that he would bother to take the western, or if he would just say, I'm securing this region. And then, of course, once he's got all of that secured, again, he can still leave, at least ostensibly leave Ukraine as a country, but he would become directly controlling who's, quote unquote, the leader of Ukraine at that point.
Yeah. I think the giveaway that we should look for as to whether or not he intends to take the whole country is whether or not there's some sort of amphibious landing in the vicinity of Odessa.
Why isn't an amphibious landing near Odessa gonna tell us that?
Well, it essentially cuts off their access to the sea. There are other ports, but that's the key one. It's also the single most lucrative trade point for the Ukraine for overseas trade, as opposed to rail lines going into Poland or wherever.
No, please continue. Sorry.
Yeah, if you take it, basically you're saying I'm taking this, and there's no logical way to look at that and say that it's part of the Russianized portion of the Ukraine. It isn't. So if Odessa falls, if that city goes, then it's to me it's a clear indication he intends to just sweep the whole country.
Now, all right, stand by one. So, now you said
if he wants to take
please.
If he wants to take the whole country, then if he wants to try and take the whole country, he's got to very quickly gain control of all of the key areas of the country. He doesn't have to take It's like he has to take a whole huge chunk of land. He has to take very specific parts.
Yeah.
And the major ports would be one of them. If he intends to take the whole country, he needs to secure those ports fairly quickly.
Now, and amphibious because it's just easiest to get people in there, and they can just come in from the water, and then they've got it without having to wait for the land forces to come. Is that roughly accurate?
Yeah, that's part of it. The other thing is if you actually look at a detailed map, Odessa kind of sits at the end of a long peninsula, which, as the Russians did in the Second World War, it's easy to just fortify that portion at the landward portion, and it becomes very difficult to take it. The only reason the Germans were able to take it is because the Russians evacuated it to stop them from taking, or try to stop them from taking, the Crimea.
There are explosions in Odessa right now. We don't know. Now
There you go.
Well, you said specifically amphibious. I don't know what they've done, but Odessa's been hit, and we don't know what's there. But they are definitely in Odessa. Putin says that
well, if
NATO
they're hitting Odessa right now,
they are.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
cut
please,
you off.
no,
If they're getting reports of explosions in Odessa, that would pretty much have to be an amphibious assault. And he's got a lot of, or at least a marine assault. He could be. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be amphibious yet because they can launch from quite a ways away, just like the U.S. does. So he's got enough naval forces in the area to secure the entire coastline. So that's probably where that's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The Black Sea Fleet has basically a full brigade of Marines with the lift capacity to transport them. So,
yeah, and securing the ports is because of the geography. It's kind of like if you wanted to secure ports in Norway and Finland and stuff with all the fjords. It's pretty easy to secure the ports because of the way that the geographic layout of how the ports work. They're pretty easy to secure by themselves without, and the fact that he's got his a large contingent of naval forces in that area, it's very easy to both resupply them and fortify them and offer covering support for anybody trying to take it back. So if you take the ports, you can just hold the ports, which would cripple Ukraine anyway, because the only other way to get any kind of supplies in is either across rail or airlifted in. And, I'm not sure. I can't say that any of these are confirmed because a lot of people that I'm watching are, like I said, they're giving reports that are coming out of Ukraine itself that the military has started sabotaging the airfields, the civilian airfields in Ukraine.
Yes.
Especially around Kiev.
All right, I'm going to wait till Commander McMillan comes back, but there's a question that Pat put in about Romania and Moldova, and that's one that I've been concerned about, and I appreciate him bringing that up because I think that we have to discuss because that's why this couldn't be allowed in the first place. That's why I was thinking about leave U.S. U.S. presence there as hopefully as deterrent because once this starts, it's sort of like I don't know how we stop it. But let's quickly, so I want to get to that in a second. But what we've got here is, so this is, I'm going to put up right now, this is a Ukrainian port, and it looks like it's daytime. No, that's not daytime. That's an explosion, and that is the port city of, maybe one of you knows better how to, Mariupol? I think is what?
Yeah.
Mariupol, okay. So this is Mariupol right here. I'm going to get audio. Can you guys hear that?
No, I can't.
I can't. Okay, it's the let me fine. Oh, it's gonna fight me on this tooth and nail, isn't it? It's just explosions really, but it sounds pretty significant. So let me turn that off actually, because right now it's distracting me. I'm trying to think, and I'm hearing gunfire and explosions. It makes it a little distracting. So that's okay. So they're all coming in on. That's why. All right. So you should be able to hear this now. Let's try this one again. That seems pretty significant. I mean, that sounds like thunder. I mean, that sounds like the worst thunderstorm you've ever heard.
Yeah.
we've heard that we have footage of rockets being fired, and I don't know. For a second, I thought it was anti-aircraft. I know very little about military, but I know that's not anti-aircraft. So we're going to put that up, and this is that. And
Mariupol's close enough that they could probably be using just long-range artillery for that. They don't need to use particularly long-range missiles or air power or anything.
That's a huge number of missiles just going off. That's why I thought it was anti-aircraft, but I'm told these are a special kind of rocket.
Yeah, no, those are like BM-21. They're the modernized version of what used to be called the Stalin's Oregon or Katyusha rocket from World War II. Yeah, you can. In fact, the way they're firing, that's exactly what it is.
All right. Okay. So, yeah, all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a rundown, and what we're going to do is we're going to cover what we know. I'll start with, if I can, 60 seconds for how we got here, another 60 seconds of, so 60 seconds for the last week, 60 seconds for the last hour, and then where we are. And then after that, so Pat put in a question, and he said something which has been on my mind okay. In my view, Putin has wanted to sort of reconstitute the old Soviet Union. He is absolutely a Soviet guy. My suspicion is he would not stop at Ukraine, so this is one of those things that can't be tolerated. We are really, it feels like 1938, so on and so forth. So the question is, what now? We've talked about why sanctions aren't necessarily going to be particularly helpful. The reality is he is largely sanction-proofed his economy. Let me bring that down. So, what's going to stop him from going into, Romania and Moldova? So that's going to be my next question. But a quick rundown for those of you just joining us. About a month ago, maybe a little more, Putin started amassing troops outside of Ukraine, saying that it was just exercises. He has no intention of going in. The general consensus was he may well have an intention of going in, and he threatens going in all the time. The general consensus also was that he probably isn't going to, because this is just what he does. I think, going from memory, about 4 days ago, we got word that he, in fact, given orders to go in, but there was no strikes. We started initiating sanctions. He probably has several intentions. First is to take Donbas. Donbas has two breakaway groups that have declared independence. The U.S. has denied that independence, and we've issued sanctions against those groups, saying that no American bank or business and no Europe has, I think, matched. And none of them can or will do business with either of those breakaways, and that if you want to do business in that area, you have to go with the legitimate government, which is Ukraine. However, Putin recognized those as legitimate countries, which means, in at least, quote, his view, those countries are now under attack by a vicious Ukrainian government because they have declared independence, and Ukraine is trying to suppress them. So for freedom, he has invaded. And he is sending what he called a peacekeeping force to protect them against Ukraine. Now, Donbas is probably going to fall extremely easily, since now most of the civilians are gone, and you've got anybody who's aiming a gun east. If you're Russian, anybody who's aiming a gun in the easterly direction, you kill. Everybody else is on your side. So, but he has also come in from Ukraine, and they've now hit from Crimea. They've hit multiple targets. They're hitting everything of significance in Ukraine. We're going to talk in a few minutes about what they're hitting, what the consequences of that are, and why. All that notwithstanding, he has clearly gone well above his purported peacekeeping mission and humanitarian aid. He has essentially declared war on Ukraine and is attacking all of the major areas, including the capital, Kiev, which has undergone some form of significant attack. We don't know what that nature of the attack is, but we have multiple reports from every major news organization that there have been multiple explosions. We have some footage of areas around there, but nothing from Kiev yet. We've shown some footage of several ports that have been hit, and we've already covered some things. So what I'd like to do is talk about where we stand with everybody, but before we do that, we do have to talk about the big picture and why this matters, because the next The next question is, when's he going to stop? And the general consensus is at least he's going to take all the way through Kiev. Question is he going to stop after that? If he doesn't, he's going to go take, for all intents and purposes, all of Ukraine. Well, does he stop after that? Well, if and when is he going to go after other former Soviet satellite or just Eastern European countries, including Moldova and Romania? And what do we do at that point? Because this feels a tremendous amount at this point like late 1930s Germany rolling over European countries. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch things up a bit and start with you, Xander, please. I assume his Andring's muted because he figures he always gets asked second. So I'll actually kick that over to you, Commander.
Well, I think the giveaway of what's going to happen is after Ukraine is if he keeps pushing, the next thing he'll go for is Moldova. And that presents a problem for him because they're not an actual member, but they're like an associate member of NATO. Romania is a NATO member. So I think at least for the foreseeable future, he's not going to press hard against Romania, but Moldova could. And then that's going to be the Neville Chamberlain peace in our time moment for the West. If we don't stop him there, it's basically telling him we've green-lighted him extending his borders wherever the hell he damn well wants.
Commander, can you tell me what the what Article 5 is of NATO?
If I remember correctly, Article 5 is an attack on one member is considered to be an attack on every member. And so everybody in the alliance is compelled to come to the assistance of that member.
Okay, so to the best of your understanding, is it clear whether so Romania is in, Moldova is arguable. So, but ostensibly, if Moldova is ruled in and he attacks because of Article 5, an attack against Moldova, assuming that it's ruled that way based on their sort of stance. All right, thank you. Based on that, what we're looking at is it's essentially considered a Russian attack on the United States. Is that correct?
Against Romania, effectively, yes.
Okay.
There's a protocol. It's not technically not automatic, but it's reasonably close to it. Moldova, not being a member of NATO, does not have that benefit. It is, as an associate member, it's working its way towards membership, but it has not yet met the criteria for admission into the alliance.
Would we possibly accelerate that in order to offer presumably some protection?
Oh, sure. I mean, you could do that if you wanted. The other risk here is whether certain member states of NATO decide that this is a reasonable reason to say we're withdrawing.
Then, wait, I'm sorry, NATO would be withdrawing.
No, individual member states within the alliance can either decline to assist in the fight, which effectively means they're saying, I'm not a member anymore. Technically, they would be until they officially withdraw, but that's kind of what they would be doing. Or they could just outright say, nope, I'm backing out of the alliance. And one of the speculations, of course, is with regards to Turkey, because Erdogan is kind of making buddy-buddy smiles with Pooters.
Yeah. Now we know that he's been wanting to break up the alliance for a while. Is it possible that that's his part of his goal, at least, is to get some member states to leave to avoid that commitment? In which case, it's
would not surprise me in the least. Would not surprise me in the least. I have to take this. I'm sorry.
All right. All right. Thank you. We'll get into that. I appreciate that, Titan. All right, we will catch up with that. Let me double check and make sure that I actually have. Okay, so Zandring is Zandring. Whenever you're free, would love to. Oh, there you are. All right. So
I'm
I
back.
don't know if you've heard the last couple of questions. If you have, please feel free to answer. If not, I'll try to pretend I remember them.
Try to pretend you remember them.
All right. So a couple of things, and Commander McMillan has filled us in on Article 5, but I'd also like to get your take on Article 5. Now, if he takes Ukraine, is this really instead of just he's after Ukraine, the first in a larger step to basically capture most of Western Europe and or all the former Soviet satellite states? If so, Moldova and or Romania would ostensibly be next. Moldova is an associate member and I guess therefore not subject to Article 5. Romania would be subject to Article 5. So, A, what is Article 5 in your view? And we've got a brief synopsis of it from Commander McMillan, but I was hoping you might be able to expand on that. And or then, do you honestly think what do you think is the likelihood that he's actually considering and or even decided to do that? Keeping in mind that you're not psychic and this man's utterly insane.
Yeah. It's like asking you to predict what a psychopath will do.
Yes, sir.
So,
aren't you glad you're on this show? Let's start asking you the impossible questions.
Yeah, let's set the bar low to begin here. So what do you think a psychopath will do? As far as Article 5, I've got just a very generalized notion of that it's just the protector. I mean, Commander McMillan went over it in more detail than I actually know it. I just knew it as the Common Protection Clause.
Okay.
But as far as trying to take, I have a hard time believing that he would do that. Because I think that he's developing kind of a pattern of behavior. You know, it's like he took the peninsula, he took Crimea, then kind of waited, and then started building up. But who knows? I think a large portion of that's going to be what our response actually is to what he does to Ukraine. If there isn't anything beyond the sanctions, which we've put so many sanctions on Russia before that we've pretty much forced them to be able to work their economy so that the sanctions aren't particularly impactful and they can survive even when we put sanctions on them, which is the danger of overuse of sanctions.
Well, it's actually, by the way, that's kind of what caused World War II, was what we did to Germany in the punitive we basically made it so they couldn't build an economy.
Reparations.
Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. Please continue, Senator.
Yeah, but with Japan, it was definitely sanctions. It was because we were mad about what they were doing in China, and so we put a bunch of sanctions on them, and that's what basically compelled them almost to go to war.
Yeah, and we've put sanctions on Russia so many times, you know, that they've largely, I mean, it's forced them to have to figure out other options. So now they have those options available to them. So sanctions aren't nearly as effective today as they used to be because they've, in my opinion, been overused to try and push Russia around. But as far as, you know, going after, say, Moldova, I'm not sure that he would want to step into that, especially not now. I think that he would much more likely, if he actually takes all of Ukraine, that he would stop there and let things settle unless there's like little anybody else does. You know, kind of like what happened when he took Crimea. If that happens, taking all of Ukraine, he may decide, well, you guys aren't actually going to do anything to stop me. You're not willing to actually put forth the military effort to try and stop me. So I can pretty much do whatever I want. So, you know, I have a hard time. Well, I kind of had a hard time imagining that he would really go after all of Ukraine, and it seems like that's. I mean, he's setting up a pattern that seems to be consistent with a plan to take all of Ukraine. So, I have no idea what he's going to do next.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. He's been, unfortunately, very predictable. He's not a particularly stable man. He's also not a particularly pleasant man, and the reason that's actually important too is you can't count on him to, there's certain. I mean, again, I always say this. He's murdered people literally with his bare hands. Any human being capable of doing that and still sleeping at night, which he seems to sleep reasonably well. You're dealing with somebody phenomenally fucking dangerous when they're in power. So.
Yeah, I don't have any doubt that he's very likely a true sociopath.
Okay. All right, hold on a sec. I'm trying to get out the link to the green room, and it may be that I've missed, if we had somebody trying to get in. I want to see, it looks like Pat is trying to get in here, but I had the actual room. Okay, so Pat, if you can hear me, that's actually the same link that Commander McMillan came in on, so that should be up and working. If you still have an issue, there are other ways to get you in, and I can actually get you in. It'll be a bit of a laggy connection, but I can get you in just on vCall. So we have multiple ways. Give that one more shot. It's a full web address. That should get you in. All right. If it doesn't, though, we'd very much like to have you in, so let me know and just stay in touch. So where we stand now is we do have, so they've hit Odessa. They've hit multiple areas. I'm going to bring that map back up in a second, but it appears to be a full-scale invasion. It appears like they have intentions of going well past Donbas. They've already violated even their own claims of, which is out of curiosity, why make the claim that you're going in for humanitarian aid, which would, I mean, it's obviously a bullshit in the first place, but it would ostensibly limit you to hold on a sec. Okay, if that map is controlled areas, I think, oh dear Lord, that would ostensibly limit you in what you can credibly claim to be doing to the Donbas area, and his first move was well outside Donbas. So why do you think he made that claim in the first place? Either of you, whoever.
It's disinformation. That's part and parcel of Russian modus operandi and has been since Tsarist times.
Yeah, pure propaganda. Ability to put out there, hey, look, we're operating on humanitarian. We're trying to limit the casualties, and of course, one of the ways you limit casualties is to go in with overwhelming force and end it quickly, and take decisive control immediately. And generally speaking, that's the best way to limit the amount of casualties you end up sustaining on all sides. But I just think that it's pure propaganda.
There's warplanes hovering over the skies of Kramatorsk, which I'm not entirely sure where that is or what the significance of that is. So one of you will have to tell me. But before we get into that too, how much of this is also propaganda for his own people, right? Because he can control to some extent what gets through. So if he says, well, it's fake news that we're going anywhere else, and his own people think that this is just a humanitarian aid that cause it's reasonably limited, and or he can say, well, that's what it was intended to do, but things got so out of control that we just had to take the whole state. Is anyone going to believe that? Is that something that he's trying to push on his own people, or?
Sure, but the other part of that is what he really needs to come out of this and recover from his sagging popularity is to, oh, look, a brief and glorious war. Russia is back from the grave. All me, dudes.
Well, that's sort of one of the. So there's the what have you done for me lately, which we talked about last time you were here. So I think he really impressed all of the people at the oligarchy, everybody that he reports to. He really impressed them with the Trump victory. Okay, it's like, but okay, Trump's gone. And it's sort of like, okay, what are you going to do to top that? And so he's under a tremendous amount of pressure to keep delivering. So he's almost a victim of his own success, it sounds like there, which does segue. I'd like to hear your answer on that, and then that segues to sort of my next question.
Asking me?
Sorry, either.
Okay. I think victory fever may have set in here. He's rung up all these glorious wins before, and he needs to have something new. So yeah, this would make sense. It's like Napoleon used to say, I need another victory to slap up on the walls of Paris, because he wasn't as popular as a lot of people think with the French people at the time. But the fact that he could just keep slapping up, oh, another glorious victory by our armies against the counter-revolutionary mouth breathers. And I think that's where he's kind of at, is he just needs to keep telling people, look, I've never lost. I keep winning. How could you ever want anybody else as your glorious leader?
If I'm reading, I don't believe I can be reading this right, so I'm curious to know. So the red areas here are areas that are under Russian control, at least in part. So we've got Donbas, we've got the, okay, there's Donbas, there's Crimea. This is where we've talked about, so they've started at the checkpoint. They appear to be working their way up. But, and then here's the, all right, hold on one second. Okay, this is...
That's Odessa.
That's Odessa. But this area is highlighted as under Russian control, if I'm reading it correctly. That may mean something else, but that's all along...
Is that the border with Moldova?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, because there are Russian troops still in Moldova.
Okay, that explains it. Well, that's concerning. All right, so okay, I believe. Oh, right, we've got Pat here, so let me bring Pat in. And we will have Mr. Lowinger in here in just a second. All right, we now have Mr. Lowinger in here. I'm probably gonna. I'll drop him into I'll drop him into Isandring's window, since right now he just got his card up anyway. So, Mr. Lowinger, thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm glad to be here. I'm like Lance. Sorry, Commander Camillan. I look at it as this will be the most destabilizing incident in all of Eastern Europe since the collapse of the Berlin Wall. This will be decades of just sheer political and military angst in the region
and chaos.
Yeah, long term. I was alluding to it in the area, in an area known as Dobruja, which is northeastern Romania. There are NATO forces disposed in those regions. Romania is a member of NATO, but their military readiness is, I think the best way to describe it is marginal. Absent NATO personnel being in there, of which occasionally American personnel. I don't know if there's personnel currently in country or not. But Moldova is an entirely different question. For those that have ever been to Moldova, Moldova will not be able to offer any commensurate resistance against even a marginally aggressive military campaign against it. I think what will happen next is, given what we've seen in the last 30 years of what is the Putin regime, is a consolidation both with Moldova and all of Ukraine. I am not thinking that half of Ukraine will make Putin happy. He may claim the whole country and then later secede half of it back, but that'll be after several years of negotiation with Western powers, which will be nominally seen as a victory. But he's playing out in future as a nominal victory. And I would also, if I was military personnel in Georgia, I'd be marshaling their forces to the border, because I think as soon as he's done here, he's heading south upon the impetus that he's going to receive from this to reclaim territories in Georgia as well.
If he goes into oh, please. All right.
I just said wouldn't surprise me.
All right. So, yeah, it looks like we may have lost the NDI on this end, and so if I have, which I may have, we may have an issue getting the camera in. But okay. So that notwithstanding, yeah, it's not going to want to do that. What happens, Pat? Do you think if he actually moves against Moldova?
Nothing, unless there's a joint NATO response. I wouldn't be surprised if Moldova capitulated and surrendered just on threat of invasion. Knowing I've actually been to the country, I can tell you their disposition against Russia, although they want to maintain their independence, their economy wouldn't support even a marginal war effort or resistance. So just the threat of war would be enough to have Moldova capitulate. Absent some massive reinforcement by NATO or other European forces. And I do think people need to understand Commander McMillan's earlier comment. NATO is a voluntary treaty. It's an alliance that members can. It's much less rigid than I think a lot of people have portrayed it in the news. Member states can just say, "Nope, I'm not in," and they don't have to give military aid. This will be coming down to 5 key members in NATO deciding if they want to retaliate against Russian action in Ukraine and or Moldova. And those member states will be England, France, Germany, the United States, and nominally it will be those member NATO nations that are in Scandinavia, although Finland is not a NATO member. I would presume, or Sweden, correct. It's only Norway. But absent Germany, the United States, England, and France, those 4 key members plus a 5th member, either the Danes or the Norwegians, we wouldn't have a big enough coalition to even have NATO kind of rally their sabers. I do not see countries like Italy, Greece, Romania actually partaking in a combined military action against Russia in fear of retaliation.
Yeah, I think Poland is also a very key player here.
I could see Poland voting yes, but not necessarily having. They have the heart for. The Russian anxiety is high, and I see that. The other key player, and I don't think, and again, Commander Millen knows better than I actually think the unknown commodity right now, and it's a key factor, is Turkey. What does Turkey do in the next 12 to 24 hours? If Turkey sanctions and condones what is going on, I could see them removing their NATO status voluntarily and effectively giving the Black Sea to Russia for having control of the Hellespont. The alliance and friendship between Turkey and Russia in the last 20 years has gone beyond our ability to entice Turkey back towards NATO. For many years, Turkey's only been a member of NATO in name only, not in strategic overall strategy in the region.
All right, we have a live stream from Odessa. Right now, things actually appear reasonably calm there. Let me see what we've got. Okay, so we've got, and that's a little off. I apologize. I'll try to straighten that out. Right now, I'm not actually seeing anything, but I heard that this stream was pretty active just a few minutes ago. So we'll leave that up on the camera 3 right below me. We have some footage from there, which I'll be bringing up in a minute. Let's assume that he just threatens to take Moldova. They roll over. What does he do next? Pat.
He consolidates what he's gained. I don't think and I'll step back for Commander McMillan to make some analysis, but the loss of Ukraine and Moldova will cripple the European economy. And many people go, well, what do you mean, Pat? They're not really part even. Ukraine is a key player, is a buffer against Russian interests, and Belarus is all but a satellite state of Russia currently, politically anyway. So what you'll have is pressure on Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary that is just going to be incredible for those countries to resist. And, the control of various commercial, and like, for example, natural gas. I mean, this is a regional economic and coup as much as it is a military and political one.
Yep. I think if he does move in to take the whole of Ukraine and then goes for Moldova, I think we're going to see a return to the Cold War with all that entails. I think all the Western European countries are going to have to rearm back to Cold War levels.
Mhm.
I think that all the simulated friendliness between Russia and the free world is going to just evaporate. There's
All right.
there's no way you can not do that.
Zandering, DM, if you've got a minute. Statement from the Senate Intel Chair Mark R. Warner on Russia's attack on Ukraine. For more than 70 years, we have avoided large-scale war in Europe. With his illegal invasion of Ukraine, Vladimir Putin has tragically brought decades of general peace to an end. Now the U.S. and our NATO allies must stand united and resolute against Putin's efforts to renew the Russian Empire at the expense of the Ukrainian people. President Biden has already imposed an initial tranche of sanctions, and it is now time for us to up the pain level for the Russian government. We should also continue to, we should continue to bolster the defenses of our NATO allies while exploring how we can further to help the Ukrainian people in their time of need. While there is still opportunity for Russia to reverse course, we can no longer hold out hope that this standoff will be resolved peacefully. Therefore, we must all, on both sides of the aisle and both sides of the Atlantic, work together to demonstrate to Putin that this aggression will not be allowed or go unpunished. What is happening in Ukraine is a tragedy not only for Ukraine, but for the Russian people as well. They will pay a steep cost for Putin's reckless abandon in blood and in economic harm. All right, so that said, Zandering, I'm going to pass this on to you for a few minutes. What are your thoughts? I'm gonna stand by for a minute myself. I'm going to try to get some footage in here. So, Zandering.
Well, yeah, I mean, if he does take all of Ukraine and threatens Moldova, I don't see Europe having much of any choice. I don't see the United States having much choice either. They're going to have to respond, because it's not just us paying attention to what's going on there either. I mean, China's paying attention to this too, because China also wants Taiwan. So it's like we can't just sit back and do nothing. So, I mean, what do you think the U.S. is doing? Either one.
You broke up.
Oh, sorry. Like, what do you think Europe's going to kind of need to sit up and pay attention, because this can be very damaging to Europe. What do you think the U.S. needs to do? China is also itching to take Taiwan. Do you think that we're going to have to do something beyond just sanctions?
So I actually think that when we mention Taiwan and China, it's a little bit of a red herring. They're two very different issues. One is a European coalition versus our Pan-Pacific partners that have different military dispositions towards the support of Taiwan. A free and independent Taiwan in the region by democratic allies seems to be much more solid as a political reality. Both not only will the United States, but Australia and several other countries, the disposition of independent Taiwan is important. So I think to conflate those two things, that to be weak here will show weakness there, is something we should avoid in analysis. I do think, more importantly, though, we need to realize that part of the reason that the Ukrainian people are in this position is because we, many decades ago, requested they disarm their nuclear arsenal. At one time, Ukraine was a nuclear power with the ability to defend itself against Russian interests and aggression. We negotiated disarmament with the promise of military support and mutual protection against Russian military aggression. And it appears that Americans have forgot those earlier negotiations and agreements that were made with Ukraine as it was an emerging state out of the Soviet bloc.
So you don't think that we will fulfill that?
I
Or
do
you
not
think
believe-
we're just conveniently forgetting it?
I think we're conveniently forgetting it. I think the politicians who made those agreements made them so long ago that many Americans have forgot about them. But one thing is obvious today, without a doubt. If Ukraine had retained, if Ukrainian military forces had retained their nuclear arsenal, we would not be seeing what we saw today. I'll defer to Commander McMillan's analysis as well.
Yeah,
So what you're saying is being armed is a very good self-defense strategy.
I can still hear you, Isandering. I still know what you guys are talking about, and I appreciate you dumping in the Second Amendment into this. Don't think I don't know what you're doing there, but okay.
I
please
said
continue.
nothing about the Second Amendment. I was just clarifying a point that Pat had made. It did seem that had Ukraine retained its ability of self-defense, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah, all right. Please continue.
Depends
Yeah.
on what you mean by capability of self-defense. They do have conventional, and if they had retained some nukes, that would certainly have put things in a much different light for the Russians to be able to, flex their muscles all this way. But I also don't think that the Russians would have ever allowed them to retain them.
Well, and I have a hard time believing that even had they retained them, that there were the credible use of them, because anytime you talk about using nuclear weapons, it's a mutually assured destruction, and nobody wins. The only winning strategy is to not play the game. So I wonder if even retaining nuclear weapons would have prevented them from doing this anyway, because I believe that they would have not believed that Ukraine would have launched nuclear strike against Russia.
Again, we have to look at the history of Russia. Any American sitting in the audience watching this stream tonight who does not at least think it highly likely, if not a certitude, that Russians are going to engage, Russian military forces and ethnic Russians aren't going to engage in ethnic cleansing, particularly in eastern Ukraine, like they did in Georgia. You need to look back 30 years ago to what happened in Georgia. This will be regional genocide and ethnic cleansing in eastern Ukraine. Any ethnic Ukrainian caught behind enemy lines, there is no pass for civilians. Civilians will be targeted in this, and
deliberately.
Yeah. So when
and
we
that's
talk about
been done several times in the past.
Right, but so when we talk about nuclear deterrence, a soon-to-be ethnically cleansed Ukraine may be more predisposed to use nuclear weapons, which we may say mutually assured destruction. But when you're going to be ethnically cleansed anyway, it's already one-sided. A conventional ethnic cleansing with conventional weapons is no different in many ways than mutually assured destruction. At least you get to retaliate upon your attacker.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So now they've already spoken. I do want to get Commander McMillan's response in a second. I also want to add to that, and like I said, I'm going to stay out of the conversation a bit because I'm trying to process some a significant amount of information coming in. But they've already actually also said so there were the reports of the orders to basically ethnically cleanse based on sexuality and a couple of other markers, including suggestions that they're going to denazify the area, which was perceived as a veiled threat against Jews. Can anyone here comment on that?
No, I definitely think that's the case. Anybody, in fact, it would not surprise me if it extends to, do you speak Ukrainian as opposed to Russian as a primary language? Bang, you're dead. That's what's going to happen. Anyway,
Do you think we have a moral obligation then to step in to prevent this?
I would think so, but the question is, are we willing to pay the cost for doing so? Can't hear you,
What do you
Pat.
think?
I'm over 50 years old. My likelihood of me serving in a military theater of operations is basically zero. I will tell you, though, that we have a moral obligation to the Ukrainian people that goes back 40 years. I don't know how Commander McMillan sees it, but Ukraine has been, since their emergence out of the Soviet bloc, a fairly consistent, with some notable exceptions, but has been a fairly consistent ally in the region against Russian aggression, not only on their own border, but by making numerous handshakes with Western powers. Ukraine would already be a member of NATO if NATO itself was a more aggressive entity for membership. The joint military operations between Ukraine and the U.S. prior to the outbreak of Russian hostilities several years ago, Commander Camille can tell you, Ukraine was a good ally as far as their willingness to train. Now, their capabilities, I'll leave that for the military commentators.
Ukraine went the extra distance to try to comply and get everything in order to gain membership. We gave membership to other nations who never came even close to that level.
Right.
So you'll have to forgive me. I'm going to have to go. I've got medical appointments tomorrow that I need to prep for. So I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Lance. Good luck.
No problem. Bye-bye.
I missed him, but I do want to say thank you so much, Commander McMillan, for joining us. Thank you, Pat, for joining us. So we're going to bring up, like I said, unfortunately, the the overtime interface is down. This interface is designed to allow for people to chat and engage and see each other. It's not designed for huge amounts of information to come across in multiple streams and so on and so forth. We are going to start to switch over to one of our like a group chat windows, and then I'll just be dropping in some information into those as we go. But I'm gonna need to be disengaged from this conversation just for a few minutes as we process some of this stuff. So Pat and Isandring, please, and Isandring, I think you're take it, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
This means I have control. Ha ha ha. So do you think the U.S. is going to do anything, or what can the U.S. do?
I think if we don't, again, I'm sure that the various European powers and their counterparts in the United States are discussing what's going on. I do not know if there is I'm sure there's several plans in place with various contingencies, but is the U.S. disposed towards a conventional military action against Russia? I don't believe so. I believe particularly Putin has timed this because we are after 2 decades, we are a war-weary nation. He knows that. He needs a war. This is about his existential survival. He's 69 years old. He wants a legacy, and reconstituting, quote unquote, the Russian Empire is that legacy. Again, I'm not a military expert. I just have some knowledge of the region. The next 24 hours is really going to tell how far this goes. And I also think there will be a series of pushes and shoves too. If various regional powers, and if the Ukrainians are able to marshal something that is a stiff defense and blunts Russian aggression, that may cause Putin to slow military. I mean, there's a lot of factors going in this. If it looks like the Europeans may actually move against Russian aggression, then that may cause Putin to acquiesce. But I think that at minimum, what we'll see at this point is a occupied Ukraine that will be then subject to negotiation for the restoration of possibly a much reduced eastern and western Ukraine, one that is nominally a Russian former Soviet satellite type idea, and one that's a European and ethnically Ukrainian majority. And I think there'll be a lot of displacement of ethnic Ukrainians from eastern Ukraine into that region. So I think at minimum we'll see huge territorial advances by Russia, and whether or not there's a period of consolidation and quote unquote negotiation, that's what we'll see. But as far as the entire country, I expect it to be militarily controlled by Russia in the next 3 to 5 days.
What effects do you think that'll have on the world economy? There's already been reports of the price of oil spiking, and do you think that's going to prompt maybe Europe to do something?
No. I think Europe will wring its hands until whatever is happening in Ukraine has happened, and then attempt to leverage and negotiate. The fact that the government of Ukraine is already, quote unquote, in a NATO member country shows that at least how the Ukrainians have seen it, although the military is probably still offering resistance, the government being quote, effectively in exile now shows that the long-term reality is that Ukraine will likely fall to Russia, at least within the no more than, I don't expect this to go more than 5 days. For complete capitulation and surrender.
Wait, 5 days for the complete surrender of Ukraine.
All Ukrainian forces, yeah. I think in 3 days it will be largely over with some pockets of resistance.
All right. So, what I think is Andrew brought up an interesting point, and so so to dovetail what both of you have been saying, what would it take for European countries outside of NATO to consider getting involved?
Honestly, Nick, I don't see them getting involved absent the use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine. I think they will allow for the standard levels of Russian ethnic cleansing to occur, just like they did in Georgia and other places against the Tartars in Crimea. I think the fear of Russia and a nuclear-armed Russia with Putin at its helm terrifies Western European powers. The only country that I think, or two countries that I think may offer stiff resistance and want to commit militarily are one, Poland, but Poland's already a given. I think with France and possibly Germany, that's the only three countries that are probably right now mobilizing their military forces in a very proactive manner, with the very likelihood that they will be engaged militarily, but they're not going to do it alone. But they're probably the only ones on a serious war footing as we speak.
Yeah, and I guess I can't see any outside of NATO member countries stepping in at all, because they still they still have quite a lot of economic ties with Russia as well in the area. So I can't imagine that they're going to get involved, unless they see themselves specifically on the chopping block, and then they may just be planning on how are we going to surrender when they turn towards us.
The only non-NATO member that I could see, throwing in with European anti-Russian forces is Finland. Finland has been being encroached upon by Russia for the last 2 decades, and Finland has an existential threat already to Russian occupation. So if they see united effort against Russia, they may be one of the few non-NATO members willing to throw in with NATO.
Yeah, I always forget they're not a member of NATO.
Yeah,
they just always kind of group them in with everybody, and I always forget about that.
In many ways, they've participated in military exercises, and they've always been very friendly towards NATO members, but they themselves aren't.
Yeah, and I question the United States doing anything substantive beyond sanctions, just because of the kind of the way we got out of Afghanistan. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of desire to be in another war.
And Putin timed it that way. If you notice that the invasion of Crimea in many ways was at the height of our decreasing, national acceptance of what was going of our campaigns in Afghanistan and Iraq. So this is really Putin using our military campaigns in those regions and our declining levels of military readiness to really do this, because it would take a fully militarily capable and motivated American military to take on Russia. Russia's not, despite the differences in technology, Russia would be one of the hardest nuts for us to ever crack militarily. And if we could, and that's, there's no certitude that we'd even crack it. And the only player that we really have to worry about in Russia, is besides Russia, is China. And this is a three-way poker, with anomaly the fourth player being the EU.
Well, it's going to definitely be interesting to see what goes on over the next 72 hours or so. See just how far they're pushing and what part areas they're focusing on. So I think the areas that they start focusing on will be able to telegraph quite a bit what their end goal is.
Yeah.
If it's just to take over the areas that are supposedly seceding, it's like, well, we've already seen actions that aren't consistent with that. And if they actually do move in and take the capital, and if they start taking all of the ports, I mean, about the only thing you can surmise from that is that they plan on taking the whole country.
I agree.
And if then it's a question of, okay, are they going to stop there, or are they going to try and reach for more? And I have a feeling that that's going to be, at least in part, based upon what actions the NATO members, Europe, actually take. Which I agree. I don't really see a whole lot of, like, at least military involvement, because I don't think that the Western European powers are going to be able to, be able to do much, let alone have the will to do anything without significant U.S. involvement. I mean, that's tended to be their MO since World War II. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
I agree.
All right. So just a quick, just for our procedures, no, I'd like to keep even. So here's where we're having a bit of an issue, which is, and this always happens during our shows. Usually we can keep up with it. Today we're a little behind. What happens is when these things come up on social media, we snag it and pull it off of social media, and then we can get it into the show. Posts on social media about this are coming down in some cases within minutes of being posted, so we try to intercede at that time. We're going a little slower because, again, this is the in-time interface. It's not designed to do this. Each of the show interfaces, aside from being spectacular, I may add, actually had significantly different functionality based on the purpose, and the overtime interface is just down. We can't use it. So we're not quite keeping up with it, and we've had a number of social media posts that by the time we've been able to snag to get into the interface, we're down, but please keep them there. And because I want to see the posts, even if they're dead, I'll figure out they're dead and move on, but we need to keep the integrity of the news sharing. So that's not to be, I need to be able to see that in order. So if posts start vanishing, so we're not going to be doing that. We do have tanks have now entered the Ukraine, and we also have a report. Russian VDV forces are confirming that they are now in control of Kiev's airport. We have a live feed from Kiev. I'm not putting that up yet because aside from the occasional flash, you're just seeing a regular city. We've discussed what some of the rockets are and what you're seeing in these other windows. We're not going to cover that just yet, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to keep up on this. I'd like to do, if you guys can discuss the implications of this. And so Pat has said basically he's expecting the fall of Ukraine for all intents and purposes within 5 days. I will bring up the map of what we see so far and what Russian forces, where they are to the best of our knowledge, and we'll continue there. We did have one thing. Okay, so there's a surface-to-air missile that appears to have struck a target. We'll see if I can get that up. Meanwhile, two things. First of all, the time at which they attacked appears to be in the east. It was sunrise. They're coming out of the east. So how much does that help? We've all heard about that, like in air battles. Does that help on a land battle nearly as much? And then my next question is. Actually, well, I'll pause on my next question, hand it to his Andering, but that's the first thing I wanted to bring up.
I'm not entirely sure that as far as attacking with the sun at your back is particularly useful with the kinds of attacks that they're carrying out at the moment. I think it's more of that's just generally the least active time of day where people are the least ready. And you'll have the fewest civilians running around with phones in their pockets. And I don't doubt that there's a veritable brigade of cyber specialists working through Russia to try and take down information.
Yeah, and I also think that the use of, I think it was more important for any specialized, like the seizing of Kiev, specialized forces that are, helicoptered and or transported into the country rather than through conventional ground means. I also, without knowing where else, again, Russians are very good at using helicopters for insertion, just like we are. Where else specialized forces have been dropped in country, quote unquote, behind Ukrainian lines would be one of the most telling things to kind of see where this is going to be. I unfortunately have to run. I might try to come back later. But thanks for having me on. And this is, every person in the audience should just really take a moment and big breath of pause, because we're seeing the shaping of a new reality in Eastern Europe as we sit here watching.
We really appreciate you coming on, especially on such short notice. So thank you for that. We could be streaming for another 12 hours. You're always welcome on. You just hit the link. I may not hear it, so if I don't hear that you're waiting, hit me up. But thank you again for coming on.
You're very welcome. And, all I can say is that, it's very sobering for the Ukrainian people tonight and the rest of the world.
All right, I'm gonna try to get. We've got anti-aircraft artillery is attempting to repel. So we're gonna try to. Let me see if I can get that. Like I said, a lot of this is coming down very quickly. We usually have, as soon as we've got it, we've only got a minute or two to snag it, and this is not the interface for this, so that is just unfortunately slowing us down. But I'm catching up. So. We'll catch up. We'll get to what we've got, but we've got anti-aircraft fire. It's so for those of you who are just joining us, and really what we're looking at, and we're going to have to figure out. I think in a few minutes we're going to have to assess how we're going to go forward for the rest of the night. But it is essentially what appears to be a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Putin has come out and essentially declared war on Ukraine. Metadata on the video, which was released about 2 hours ago, if I've got that right in my head. Metadata from that actually shows that his declaration of war on Ukraine was recorded on the 21st, so 2 days ago. He, Commander Macmillan has called it. We now know that Russian troops have landed in Odessa. So they are taking Odessa, which he said if they attempt to take with some kind of infantry, that means they're planning on holding at least the western third of the country. So they're going to well exceed the Donbas area. In fact, actually, come to think of it, there's no real reason to invade from the south unless they're planning on doing that. Jesus, it's at this point it's a nightmare. I'm going to bring up the map in a minute. But we have significant multiple engagements. We don't know really what they're offering in terms of resistance. We know there's some resistance, but at this point, Kiev has been struck repeatedly. So that is a direct assault on the capital. According to Commander Macmillan, who has forgotten more about this kind of thing than any of us will ever know. He says he's anticipating full-scale land assault. This is just really to soften them up. Full-scale land assault in about 6 hours from when it started. So that'll be about 4 hours from now. Full-scale land assault. It looks like the goal will be to take Kiev as quickly as possible. Kiev is about 1 hour from the Russian forces. They can't go at that full rate and be safe. But on the flip side, they've already softened up a lot of this area. So, Zandrig, any thoughts?
Yeah, just from the reports that are coming in, it does appear that he's setting everything up to take all of Ukraine. He's not just going to, secure the quote unquote, seceded portions of Ukraine. Uh, I believe that probably the resistance that is being run to is probably not under any centralized command. It's probably individual unit or region commanders that are giving orders to try to resist. The reports were that the government essentially fled Kiev. First, there were a couple of saying that they were barricaded in Kiev, but I'm pretty sure I've seen more reports of them having fled to Poland. The fact that Russia brought down pretty much all of the internet and several key infrastructure in Kiev, and the fact that they're targeting Kiev at all is probably to disrupt coordinated response so that they can take key areas. And once they've got the hold of those and secure those key areas, they don't necessarily have to try and occupy large chunks of land if they've got the key ports. So it does seem that at this point that it looks like Russia's trying to take all of Ukraine.
All right. So I think here's what's going to be. Here's what I think we should do at this point. I'm going to go hit the live chat and we're going to ask questions. We are going to do a rundown of where we are and what we're looking at. But right now, it seems pretty clear we're looking at a full-scale invasion of Ukraine with, at a minimum, the intent of capturing at least 1/3 of Ukraine, the most important third. But at this point, I think the general prediction of people who seem to know what they're talking about is that the goal is going to be to capture the entire country, wiping Ukraine off the face of the map. This is also going to have staggering repercussions across Europe. It's going to have significant repercussions for the U.S. economically at first, but leading to what's next if they go to Moldova or Romania. Moldova they'll ostensibly take almost immediately. Romania is a NATO country, and so that would be an extraordinarily. This is already very serious, but if they hit a NATO country, which I don't think is at this point off the table, I think it's really quite staggering what we're looking at. So I'd like to get Xandering's opinion on my sort of basics of this. I'm going to prepare for a rundown. I'm going to take a look at the live chat, which for the most part I've been staying out of, and then we're going to talk about what we're seeing across the entire country. But basically, every port, it appears, has received some form of attack. But the ports that would be necessary to maintain the entire country, if you wanted to take it, are now under infantry attack and have either been taken or about to fall. So, Xandering, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it seems from these early reports that the plan seems to be to take all of Ukraine, and that in itself will be a pretty destabilizing, chaotic event to happen. And depending upon what Russia does after that, which I think will also be dependent upon what kind of pushback they get from NATO countries and even non-NATO aligned countries such as Finland, is going to play into probably what's they're going to keep doing. If they stop just taking Ukraine, we could just end up with quite a lot of disruptions going on. Taking Ukraine like that, and the sanctions put against Russia, if Germany follows through with a lot of things they're talking about and maintains suspending the pipeline and stops more or less buying so much energy from Russia, and you're going to see economic shocks throughout the world. You're going to have probably quite a lot of reports of human rights violations, different genocides going on in Ukraine. So it's going to be a interesting next couple of probably weeks while things get settled. If for some reason, I have such a hard time believing that Russia would be dumb enough to, they may push through to Moldova because it's a pushover. But I have a very hard time believing that they would seriously threaten Romania. Being a NATO member, you're risking a World War III. The question is whether NATO has any actual teeth in it, or if it's the old dog laying on the back porch that's just going to kind of shake its head a little and go back to sleep. So a lot of it's going to depend upon what the reactions of pretty much the rest of the area and NATO is. And I don't see a whole lot of support for more war, at least not in the U.S. side. And I don't think that most of the rest of NATO is going to do much without the U.S. support. So I think it's going to depend upon ultimately depend upon what the U.S. does. I mean, this is one of the things that you get when you spend this much money on your military and you kind of take over the military watch for all of your allied countries. So we'll see what happens.
All right. So, yeah. All right. What I think. So yeah. Let me hit the live chat. I'm sorry, I've been out of it. I've been sort of half listening to a Xandering and then half. I mean, Pat had said something.
Well,
I think this is
part.
Yeah, please.
Oh, the difficult part is we're looking at, okay, well, this is all very preliminary. So it's like we're trying to, based off of very early moves, what is the intent and what does that actually mean? And, and so much of it depends upon the response to a lot of these things. And, it might be, maybe he doesn't want to take all of Ukraine and he's doing it for some other reason. But, if he wants to take all of Ukraine, these are the parts that he would want to take immediately. And he's taking those things.
Yeah, I think it's telegraphed. I think Commander McMillan had it. I think it strikes me that at this point, and since he's planned so much of this ahead of time, I mean, like I said, the metadata on the declaration of war is several days old, so it looks to me like very much like this. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he knows exactly where he wants to go with it. So. All right, $10 secular rarity. Great analysis of a tense situation. Thank you. Please believe me when I tell you this isn't easy on anybody here. I think all of us do this because we want to help make sure that people are as informed as possible and contribute as much as possible to that. And so I think all of us sort of are sitting there going like, we appreciate when we can use our skills to do something like that. But all of us would rather be in bed right now, and I think that would be best for everybody. So thank you, Secularity, for your support, and we will continue to do our best on that front as long as we can. I think genocide we've talked about, and I think I'm going to have to, there's so much information at this point, I'm going to have to just start getting bullet points of what the biggest concerns are. But genocide, war crimes, we already have war crimes on, aside from the hit lists. And one of them we've already sort of confirmed. The other one that you had brought up, which I think is credible, but we have not confirmed. All that aside, according to the Kiev government, they've already received hundreds of losses. It looks like most of the command infrastructure is in fact gone. The government appears to be out of the country and in Poland, which is a NATO member state. So ostensibly that's going to offer them protection for at least a short period of time. This is not just taking the Donbas. This is, I think we can say with about as certain as we can be without actually being in his head, this is a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, probably with the goal of taking the entire country. So, and the map just keeps, so we've got the map up here, and we keep seeing throughout the entire country, and we know most of the internet and the infrastructure is now down in terms of communication. We know they have landed they've taken Odessa, or are very close to having taken Odessa. The reason that's important is Odessa is. I'll put the map up on the big. I want everyone to see everything, but the key here is Odessa is west of the river. There's no reason to take Odessa unless you plan on going west of the river. They have Crimea, and they're going to get. Well, Crimea is all they need east of the river. So they've got everything they need to be supplied as they want east of the river. If they're going to go west of the river, if they take Odessa, that makes that 100 times easier because they now have supplies coming in from the other side. And so Commander McMillan said, look, if you see any kind of amphibious assault or infantry in Odessa, if they're doing more than just obliterating it with rockets, in fact, if they're trying to avoid obliterating it with rockets and try to capture it, that's a very good sign. In fact, he said that's the ball game. He said that means they're moving past it. Since that's so close to the border with Moldova, I think that means they're going to go all the way to the border. So I think at this point, it's pretty clear it's going to be the whole thing. I still have not caught up with the live chat. I've got DMs coming in, but I would like to say thank you, by the way, because we do have sort of DM protocols for this, and so far everybody's been following them. That makes a crazy situation much easier. I'll bring the map up in a minute, and we'll do a rundown. And then, like I said, we're going to have to settle in on how. Yeah, I'll bring a link for that map. Actually, I think you guys should do that. I'm only going to drop the link once. Actually, I'm going to drop the link, but I'm also going to give a copy to Titan. He will be able to drop that link further. That is a live map. It's the map that we're going to be showing. It's extremely useful. It puts for each of those dots represents a reported event. It does not mean that the event is confirmed. It does not mean that the event we know happened. So far, that I've seen, the accuracy on this is really quite good. They're not just dropping in rumors. They're dropping in reliable sources. They list the sources. You can click on any of those, get the source. But that notwithstanding, none of these are confirmed events. So we have Vad.
Yeah, did you think a couple months ago?
Hold on, I need to do this. Vadmakam, Russian here. Unfortunately, lots of people here think that it's some sort of peacekeeping victorious march. They're brainwashed. That was one of the things that we had been concerned about. Если ты можешь быть, я хотел знать, откуда вы, пожалуйста, если ты можешь. But Russian or English for that one is perfectly fine, but the rest easier for everybody in English. That was one of the things that we've been talking about. Is a lot of this appears to be propaganda for him to say, yes, we're just going into Donbas. It's just a peacekeeping mission, but it got out of control when the crazy Ukrainians attacked us. So now we have to take the whole country. So is that what you're hearing? Xandering, just so you're aware, we have somebody in the live chat that is claiming to be from Russia, and so if you have any questions that you would like to ask about their perception of what's going on and what they know, I think we should use that resource now while we've got it. We do appreciate you being here. The standard procedure, it's been probably actually a year since we've actually had a full breaking news event like this. I'm going to reiterate our procedures for those of you who are new. You do not ping or involve anybody unless it's directly related to this, and even then, just whoever's directly above you. We have a procedure for maximizing our ability to deal with a very large amount of information accurately over time. Accuracy is important, so let's everybody remember those procedures. I'd appreciate it. So we do Vadamakom, Estás, wow, I jumped into Spanish. I must be a little tired. Если ты можешь слушать, я не знаю, если ты можешь понимать, но если ты можешь, пожалуйста, откуда вы, и по-английски, я думаю, чтобы Зенринг хочет разговаривать об этом, если ты можешь. Если ты можешь. Wow, that's the first time. I normally don't just like fluidly jump into different languages, but the Spanish dropped in there twice. So hopefully he understands what the hell I'm saying, because apparently I don't. So Xandring, on the assumption that he's still there, if you want to ask him questions, I would like to know where he's from. But at this point, I have a reasonable confidence he's Russian and he can. All right, perfect. Spasibo большое. So if you want to chat with him, I'm going to catch up on some stuff, but I imagine you have some interesting questions you'd like to ask him. And for now, He appeared. Thank you, spasiba. For now, he appears able to help us, and we do. Thank you, sir, very much for joining us, and we would appreciate any insight you could have. The rest of the world is really extraordinarily concerned right now, and one of the concerns that we've had is how is the average Russian seeing this, because that is going to influence Putin's actions going forward. Is Andrew, you're on.
Yeah, I guess kind of my interesting, what the perception in actual Russia is about all of this stuff. Whether it's, does Russia support taking Ukraine, or is it, it's like what I mean, the media is pretty much controlled by the government, so it makes me wonder. Use VPN if you have it. I never wanted to become an expert on Ukraine, and I'm starting to get a heck of a lot more information.
Yeah, and he's probably, I don't know what the lag is. I'll check the production clock versus the live clock, and I'll be able to tell you how much of a lag we've got between when you ask and when I'll hear the question. But yeah, I think that's a good, yeah, so start there. Thank you. Sorry, I'm going to try to stay out of it because juggling a few balls here.
Yeah, and I'm running through a bunch of stuff on this end too. So it's trying to keep everything going without just having a whole bunch of dead silence.
Well, to be fair, but normally this is why we have multiple interfaces. The in-time interface is the one you're looking at now. It's designed to make it easy for people to chat, hang out. We do debates, all that other stuff. It does not process huge amounts of data quickly. That's not what it's geared to do. We use a special software. It's called vMix. Unfortunately, it's extraordinarily complicated, but at times like this, it can do things you can't do anywhere else. But this version is designed to allow multiple people to enter through almost any platform and just bring them all in. They can come in, they can chat, we can merge Zoom, we can merge anything like that. The overtime interface can't do any of those things. If we're in the overtime interface and we're trying to have a debate, it becomes very difficult because the no one interface is able to do all those things, because when you gear it towards one, it does the other one less poorly. But right now, the overtime interface is unfortunately completely disabled. So we're stuck on this one, and this can do some of the stuff, but it's just slower, and we're all playing catch up. He's going to answer that question. So we're all dealing with kind of information overload. We do need to do for people who are just joining us. It's unfortunately an incredible evening, and I think the implications of this are more serious than most Americans are awake to. We've been talking about the invasion of Ukraine for a while. This, unfortunately, is roughly where we were in the late 30s as Hitler was running over Czechoslovakia. This is, and we try real hard not to use hyperbole here. The last time World War III was a trending hashtag, it was during the when Iran talked about Iraq, and we urged extreme caution and said, yes, all world wars have in fact started this way, but this kind of thing also happens a lot without starting a world war, and we were pretty confident that nobody needed to, and we were spending a lot of time tamping down because there's enough drama in this kind of thing already. We don't need to amp it up. This one is somewhat more concerning, and it's more concerning for a number of reasons. Yes, please, Andrew.
Well, and I wouldn't be concerned about a World War III type of scenario unless he doesn't stop and he actually tries to hit Romania or any other NATO country. If he stops it at just Ukraine, I think that I don't think there's going to be a whole bunch of military opposition. It's probably going to be a lot of negotiations, sanctions, things like that. Some people are on the west side, but I don't know that there's very much in the way of a whole lot of will to engage in another war. However, that changes if he doesn't stop and actually does hit a NATO-aligned country, because then we have to decide, is NATO still a thing? Or is it just like I said, a paper tiger? So until that happens, I'm not super concerned about it being a world war type of scenario. because
Okay,
right now it's just a regional conflict.
I think that's true. So here's why. I think he's going to stop no matter what. He's going to stop either right before Moldova, or he'll just take Moldova with momentum. I doubt he's going to do that. The original thinking was that he's going to break this up into 3 stages. And now it appears he's broken it up into no more than 2. He'll stop at the river. It's sort of the scenario that you had recommended that I think sounds likely, which is he'll make sure he's secured a couple miles west of the river, but wait there, gather his forces, and then just sort of take a breather. I forget what the technical. There is an actual military term for that, and then move on and take the rest. But at this point, either he's going to go for the rest in just a 5-day campaign, or he'll do that. Well, I think he's going to stop because he's going to have at least a guerrilla war. He's going to have a few things he's going to need to do, and if he plans on moving forward, stop there, take a breather. But that's right out of the Hitler conquering Europe playbook. He took a bit, then said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't really mean to, but there's a history here, and that's kind of why we needed to. Don't worry, it won't happen again." And then does it again, and does it again, does it again. We've seen that with Crimea. He said, "Oh, well, we kind of had to take Crimea because it really did belong to us." Then ostensibly it was going to be Donbas, but now it looks like it's going to be the entire Ukraine. I have no doubt he's going to stop. For now, the question is what happens after that, and I think he is going to hit Moldova, Romania. He's got time to think about, but I think you're right. That's but anyway. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's just going to roll into either of those. Moldova, maybe, but if I had to ballpark it, I'd say 30%. I think he'll stop. He'll take a breath and then hit Moldova and then figure it out. But I'm not talking 6 days. I'm talking right now 6 months before another country out of Moldova would be on the table. But I think it's going to be is sort of what I'm saying. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm going to. I would have a hard time believing that he's just going to try and roll through, because he does have to be able to keep some things secured, and he will end up with, the Ukrainian military isn't that it's that tiny. I mean, it's been effectively decapitated, and it's functioning without central command, it appears. And I think that the resistance that's being put up now is, like I said, regional commanders are trying to resist. But if things keep going this way, those military forces are essentially going to withdraw, and they're going to move into asymmetrical warfare, and he's going to have to be able to.
All right,
deal with that. I'm not sure that he can quell it very effectively.
Again, the interface here isn't designed to immediately go to just streams. That's the overtime interface. We can do it here, but it takes a lot longer. I'm going to set up. The White House is about to make a statement. I'm going to try to carry that live. If you have any more questions, because we still have the Russian guest, so if you could ask him some more questions. We also have Joseph H. Conley, a student at Villanova University and a son of an American diplomat, has been killed in a bomb blast in Kiev. The White House is preparing a statement on that particular death. He is the son of a diplomat, American civilian, ostensibly, as far as I understand it. We have an American casualty there. We also have an American journalist, Ayer Abram, that appears to have been killed. That is going to also presumably be included. So we have now at least 2 American deaths. We can't confirm them, but I have a high confidence, over 90%, that that's accurate. We haven't confirmed it yet. We have an apparent warning to the United States.
Yeah, that was my.
And then I want to address, because Brigwin's brought this up a couple times. I appreciate it. I saw it. I mentioned it briefly. I haven't stayed on it. But yes, Putin has said that anybody who interferes, there will be. I forget what he said, but it was he's saying if any country involves themselves in this, he will retaliate to the fullest extent of their abilities. Is essentially what he was saying, somewhat more menacingly. But anyways, please, is there anything? Why don't you take it for a minute? I'm going to see if I can get us into the White House feed.
Sweet. Yeah, it does appear that they've successfully, mostly completely cut down the internet there. There's been several cyber attacks against infrastructure, especially in and around Kiev. The reports are that the higher up government of Kiev has fled, is no longer there. There isn't much of any command and control going on of the military at all, which is a fairly standardized first attack as you try and take away command and control. You usually try and take down infrastructure as well. You try and take down power grids. The U.S. did this in Iraq, before they went in as well. So that's not very surprising. I wasn't entirely convinced that the presence of U.S. personnel would have stopped any of this from going on. Russia seems pretty keen on this as a regional affair that they should be handling, and they don't really care if you're in the way. So I'm just hopefully they got most everybody out of there, because I don't think that Russia's going to give a crap.
No, they're not.
They historically haven't.
No, I mean, it was, well, and I mean, a civilian is one thing, but if it was U.S. military advisors, my hope was that would give them pause. But at this point, it doesn't matter. We really do need to do a rundown, but it's just information's coming in faster than we can deal with it. Apparently, we'd heard before that Kiev has actually already fallen, but we're getting a thing now that there are reports of. It looks like paratroopers have landed also in Kharkov. Paratroopers appear to have, they've already taken, my understanding is Kiev. We have video coming in of paratroopers assaulting Kiev. That's one of the problems here is, we are collating social media, so you never know precisely what the timeline is of what you're getting, and we get this out of order. Yeah, there's attacks everywhere in Ukraine at this point. This is absolutely an all-out assault. There are a few attacks west of the river, which implies that they're going to go past it and they're going to take the west. But it's the east that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. 12, 14, Jesus, this is moving so fast, it gets scrolled out of the way. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23. Ostensibly 23 separate cities and or sites now have been attacked in Ukraine. This includes the capital Kiev. It includes Odessa. It includes 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 areas west of the river, meaning they're probably going to go. Well, no, it doesn't. I'm speaking quickly and I'm processing too quickly. Some of those are command and control, but Commander McMillan had pointed out, and I think he's obviously right. I feel odd saying I concur with him, because it's like, who the fuck am I to concur with him? He said if we see troops in Odessa, that means they're basically going for the whole country. We'll explain how and why in a minute, at least to the best of my ability to that. Air raid sirens. Okay, so there's a refugee convoy that looks like it looks like they're evacuating Kiev. And then we've got at least one other, so we're going to need and then what I think I'm going to need to do is we're gonna, like I said, I keep saying we're gonna have to settle in for what we're gonna do. So realistically speaking, for those of you who are joining us, it's an all-out assault on Ukraine. It looks like he's gonna take the whole country, and at this point, it doesn't look like anything can stop him. This is huge on a geopolitical scale. This is going to dramatically change how we have to look at the world going forward and what his intentions are. Commander Lance McMillan, who we've had on as a guest, he has participated at global war staging and preparations. He believes that we're looking at probably the start of another Cold War at some point down the line. This is the first step, but at some point it looks like this is aggression on a scale of they are intending on taking as much of Europe as they can. At some point we'll hit a standoff or stalemate, but at that point we're looking at a new Cold War. That's his assessment of this. We'll get into the how and why of that. I think we're going to have a lot of time to cover it. So it looks like the White House is not actually going to make a statement, at least not yet, but they have issued another statement saying, oh, well, no, okay, that's the first one. Okay, I'm going to have to sort those, so I will get to that in a second. And then I do have one more ping, and I'm trying to identify where that's coming from. let's see. We have all right. So, Xander, please do. While we still have that, I hope that we still have that guest. I certainly want to ask. Okay, so how willing do you think, sir? And this is to our Russian guest. I've forgotten his name. He's in the live chat. How, if Putin said that taking all of Ukraine was a necessary step, and let me rephrase this: do Russians, in your view, obviously just being one citizen, in your view, is the sentiment in Russia that Ukraine actually belongs in Russia and or wants to be in Russia? If they take Russia, is it your view that there'd be any if they take Ukraine, is it your view that there would be any justification to move forward? And what would it take, do you think, to convince yourself or other Russian citizens that perhaps taking Moldova or another country would be wise? So hopefully you're still there. We would be very interested in your views on that. In the meantime, the footage that we have, anyone who wants to see this footage, normally we get it into the show as quickly as possible. We're just not able to process this amount of information this quickly. So you can join our Discord. We have both the live news section and the Ukraine section being filled up with footage. We also do try to, all right, thank you. We do try to archive as much of this as possible, but a lot of it is being taken down as quickly as it goes up. Is Andrew any idea why they would be taking this down? Oh, for fuck's sake! Did Trump just come out and say that Putin's being really smart? Please tell me the date on that isn't today. The date on that's today. For fuck's sake! Oh, I'm sorry, Xander. Please.
Yeah, it's. You were talking about trying to take down information off the internet.
Yeah. Why is Twitter and YouTube taking this footage down, do you think?
I think that it's. Well, I don't think that Twitter and YouTube probably want to really get in the middle of all this. They're subject to Russian law in Russia, so Russia can absolutely take them down. So I think a lot of the Twitter issues are probably the information's coming down because Russia's actually blocking Twitter, especially in the Ukraine area. So it's not that Twitter's taking it down; it's that the Russian cyber teams are going after the servers themselves and are taking all of the information down from the users that are Ukrainian or Russian. I mean, the United States could do the same thing to its people too. I mean, it could take down Twitter in the U.S. and it would still be up in the rest of the world, and so people would start trying to post stuff, and then it's showing an IP originating in Ukraine, for example, and then the Russian team that's working on cyber issues, cyber attacks, taking down infrastructure in Ukraine, doing all that kind of stuff. They're going to see those IPs pop up, and they're just simply going to block those and take those down, and then it would disappear from Twitter unless somebody's able to save the image, and then it just goes dead, and you won't see it anymore, and unless they can find some other way to change their IP address. Doesn't surprise me at all.
All right, we're going to try to reload some of these, refresh some of these things we've got. I mean, we have at least 26 sites that have been hit. We have paratroopers in multiple areas. The Kiev airport appears to have fallen. Even if it hasn't, it is under assault from airborne. It was already struck by rockets. We have rocket fire just about everywhere that's at least important. And Kiev was struck almost immediately, which to be fair, I didn't cross my mind that they'd do that. I figured, oh, well, they'll do that as they get close. But first of all, they're closer than I had thought they were. And second of all, that notwithstanding, as Andrew and Commander McMillan and you, Andrew, you have spoken about this kind of thing before, of course, which is just, look, of course they're going to hit Kiev because they want to take down the command and control structure. The government has evacuated. It looks like the government's in Poland now, at least all the major members of government. And so it's all right. We have okay, that's from a convoy. All right. So what I actually think we're going to do And in general, this is probably not a wise thing, but I'm going to get some water, and I'm going to just take a break and collect myself, because this is a lot that's going on. As Andrew, I imagine you may want to break too. I don't know if we, okay, so we actually do have, I was going to switch to our standing by screen, but what I think I'm going to do is, so that people can at least see this footage, although we haven't changed anything in the last 20 minutes, newcomers who come and who want to at least see what we've been seeing. Anyone in the live chat wants to bring up anybody new up to date. I'm going to try to compose kind of a rundown of what we've seen over the last 20 minutes, over the last 2 or 3 hours, what we're expecting for the rest of the night. It is, in my view, worst case scenario. The general hoping was that he was just going to take the best case scenario. We knew he was going to go in. We thought maybe he'd just take Donbas. We were hoping he wouldn't go past the river. It looks like he's going for all of it. And I think, oh yeah, that was the other point I'd wanted to make that I did make earlier. Pat had brought something up. If you're going to get wiped out as a country or as a people, now the nuclear deterrent isn't as big a deal, because you're going to lose anyway. So the question is, do you want to avenge yourself on the people who did it? And if you've got nuclear weapons, okay. So we know there's going to be ethnic cleansing. There's already evidence of ethnic cleansing going on. So we're going to start to see some genocide. We're going to start to see things are. I think it's going to get ugly there, and we've already seen some of that. But Putin, I'm wondering how much Putin has to lose if the oligarchs are starting to give him a hard time. And this was a question that slipped through with Lance McMillan, but and I know what he meant, but I did want to hear from him what he meant when he said that Putin had worked himself into a corner here, and he basically had to do this. But all that notwithstanding, the question is, even if he knows he's risking World War III, he's getting up there in years. He wants to recover essentially the Soviet Union, and or at least take as much property as land as he can. We are talking about a sociopath. So once again, I'm going to ask you to get into the head of a sociopath. And then we're going to take, I think, a 5-minute break if you're good with that. I imagine you'd like a break too. Recompose ourselves, and then go forward. So, but do you? So my thinking is he's going to stop at Moldova, and then he's going to take that in reasonably short order, maybe a week or two after he takes Ukraine, or maybe just a couple days. And yeah, I'm not sure that the fact that Romania is in NATO is going to give him pause. What are your thoughts? I mean, especially if he's to the point now where he thinks he's at a risk of losing power. What do you think?
I think that if it's hard to tell what pressures he's facing from, especially some of the people in his own government. This is a government that probably wouldn't have any issues with assassinating somebody and replacing them. So it could be that he's being pressured to do more. It could also be that, like some of the propaganda that's coming out, they're taking, they're attacking the fascists, and there's been some reports of them also saying that that Ukraine has always been essentially a part of Russia. It was never its own state. So I do believe, just looking at the things that are going on initially, I do think he's probably going to try and take all of Ukraine. I'm not convinced he's going to take Moldova. I think it's possible that he leaves that as a buffer zone, something that he can take, because it wouldn't take any effort on his part to take Moldova. Maybe he just takes it because of that. But I think he might want to leave it as a buffer zone if he wants to try and consolidate first. Because he's going to have to consolidate. He may essentially effectively take the country, but he's going to still have a lot of resistance going on within the country. He's not going to be able to pacify the whole country, particularly quickly. So I think it's going to be a combination of, essentially, what is the U.S. actually going to do about it? Because where the U.S. goes, that's where, NATO's going to end up going, and I don't think NATO's going to move without the U.S. So if the U.S. says, no, we're not putting any troops in the area, I don't think NATO probably will either. They may move some forces into Romania. I don't see Putin going straight through Moldova into Romania, because that is treading, at least ostensibly treading, into World War territory, because now he's directly attacking a NATO country. So I'm not entirely sure. There would have to be some hellacious threats against him from his own government, that he ostensibly leads, for him to, try and push that hard and risk it that much. So I personally think that he's going to take all of Ukraine, and then he's going to try and consolidate his control over Ukraine. And then he could go a couple of different ways. He could say, I'm just here to restore peace, and then ostensibly, or at least in name, give Ukraine back, but without, but putting his people in control. So it's just a puppet government. So he's technically in control of everything, or Russia would be technically in control of Ukraine. And then he gets everything that he wants. It looks like he's backed off and restored peace. So there's a couple of different ways, and it's really hard to tell what pressures he's facing internally, because they work very hard to hide those kinds of things. But I just have of course, that's what people said about Hitler as well. It's like I have a really hard time believing he's really going to do all of that, and yet he went and did all of that.
That crossed my mind, yeah.
But it still makes it really, because it seems like a dumb thing to do. So
that's what. Okay, and here's an interesting theory, and then we're going to break. The reason Trump got away with so much shit is because everyone's like, he can't be that fucking stupid, and then he does it, and we're like, well, our mindset is how to catch people who are trying to get away with it. And when he sits there and says, I'm asking Russia to hack Hillary's emails, it's like, well, okay, you can sort of mean that like either colloquially but it's like, you really can't say that. And everybody's just so shocked. And like, is he literally asking on national, that doesn't, it's so bad. It's like your brain can't even function. Like, he can't be that stupid. And then it turns out, and I'm sorry for people who voted for him, but yes, he is. And I think there was a lot of that with Hitler, as he was just conducting what would later be called the Lightning War in. But even before that, he violated all the rules of war, and everyone's like, oh, he's going to get his ass handed to him, and he just took another country. And sometimes when people are behaving so recklessly, it actually catches everybody. It's sort of by shock. And they get away with a lot, at least for an extended period of time. That's actually why I keep thinking and saying I think Trump's going to get what's coming to him, because it always does have a tendency to run out after the charm of, oh, gee, how cute, he's breaking all the rules, wears off. But okay, I think. He's not so stupid as to do it. I have found far less. Again, Trump. Okay, would Trump really have a meeting with Russian agents known to be working for the Russian government at Trump Tower to talk about how to illegally obtain Russian intel on his competitor, the whoever he's running against for the? Yes, he's that stupid. I mean, there's easily a bridge from that to treason. You don't have to take that bridge, but it ain't hard. And yeah. So I don't know. I think here's what we're going to do. Xandri, are you up for a little break? And how long, ideally for you? 5, 10, 15, or hopefully you're coming back. But I also don't want to commit you to I don't know what your schedule's like.
Well, I'm in the middle of moving, so we're trying to sort through some stuff to figure out whether we're keeping it or not, and I've got very limited time at home. Big thing is
please
go ahead. Oh, I was just saying, I guess the big thing is we're not really going to know. I mean, apparently CNN's reporting that Belarus has actually allied itself with Russia and is assisting in the invasion. That could be start getting really dicey, because now he's getting apparently a coalition of countries to start taking over other countries. And if he can get enough support, like say, I know Turkey's supposed to be a NATO member, but I just have never seen the interests of Turkey aligning with those of NATO.
No.
But if we can get enough of people, if he can get enough other countries, of the area to kind of unify with him and say, okay, well, we're going to take, Ukraine and move straight up into, and say even take Romania. I mean, if a bunch of those were to come out within the next 24 hours, or come out that a bunch of other countries are helping as well, then you could be looking at essentially the beginning of a world war, and not planning on stopping at the borders of Ukraine. So I don't know. I have a hard time seeing it, but again, I'm sure everybody said the exact same thing, when Germany started invading people.
All right. So let's take a break.
But until
Yeah.
until everything, until we actually start getting a lot more information as far as, and that's just going to be how fast can the military move, on what areas are they actually striking. And once the main military comes in and actually starts taking things over, seeing how far they push. I mean, we're still just, it's like we can say, oh, okay, well, yeah, they're bombing more cities, but that we already know that they're going to do that for like the next 6 to 12 hours. That's pretty much all that's going to happen. I am kind of curious that the White House hasn't issued much more, or hasn't actually come out and given a press briefing, or that's a bit surprising.
All right. Let's do this. And you have other obligations, and you need to figure it out. So, I'm gonna call a minimum of 10 minutes, max of 15, at least for me. I'm gonna be out. Some of it's just gonna check on my family, make sure everything's going on. Okay, I need some water. Need to stand up and move a bit. I'll be back between 10 and 15 minutes from now. We're going to leave the interface pretty much the way it is so that people can look at it, but not much is going to change. I'll come back actually a little before that time and start to sort, because we're getting a lot of information. Please don't hesitate to join the Discord. We've got live information coming in there. The news sharing section is a very specific section right now. Anybody can post there, but that's not really the intent. If you don't know our procedures and what we're looking for, don't post there. So far, everybody who has posted there, to the best of my ability to see, has done so exactly the way it's intended to be used. They're veteran hands at this, so this isn't a shot at anybody per se. But please come down, check it out. We do have some procedures for this kind of event, and where everybody is really doing a good job following them, which I appreciate. Appreciate the super chats as well. This is going to be demonetized. It's already been demonetized. Actually, it was demonetized 5 minutes in, and that's just the shows we do. So thank you for the earlier super chat. Thank you for everybody's support. We're going to take about 10 or 15 minutes, and then we're going to figure out what our strategy is going to be for the rest of the night. We will be streaming. I can't imagine for anything less than another 6 hours. As we try to get our head around what's going on and what this means. I think the world has changed today. How much, we don't know yet, but the spectrum between what the minimum of what it could be and the worst is not as broad as I'd like, and I think some things have changed. So thank you, Xandering. I'll see you in about 15 minutes. And for everyone else, if anyone asks why we're not streaming, we are. But I think everybody needs a break, and we're gonna regroup and catch up with things, and then we'll do a proper rundown at the top of that. Sound good, Xandering?
Yep, that sounds good.
And then let me know. I mean, if you've only got, come on back at least after that. But if you've only got 5 minutes, give us your take in 5 minutes, and then bail. But figure out what works for you. And like I said, we'll be going at least another 6 hours, and we're going to make an effort to get a few of our other sort of regular correspondents on, and see who can help us out. Thank you. See you all in about 10 or 15 minutes.
I'll be back.
All right, we're not quite ready to be back yet, but I did want to give you guys a warning. I'm going to be putting some of the audio on. Hold on one second. We're going to put on some of the audio. It's mostly just explosions, but at a minimum, too, I want to keep the stream fresh, so we'll have that on. We're going to be getting a few things into the interface, and we're loading a few things now. Need a few more minutes. I've had a little bite to eat, and we'll get there. But so I didn't want anyone to be startled in case you had the sound off and all of a sudden hear explosions coming at you. So just wanted to warn everybody of that, and we'll be back in another minute or two. All right. Let's see here. We got a couple things going on, and we're actually not quite ready to really get back into this just yet. So we're still juggling a few things. I've gotten a little food, had some water. At this point, as I said, my suspicion is we're going to be going another 8 hours at a minimum. We do have, I don't know if we're in contact with Best Name, but she had a one or two alternates for mods. I think at this point, Titan, if at some point reasonably soon, start figuring out who's going to be relieving you and how. We'll be continuing, I think, at least six to 8 hours. So I think we're going to want to make sure that the mods have relief plans in place. We're going to Uniter and Vadamekum. Thank you so much for contributing so far, and I'm sorry that we haven't had a chance to talk to you because I think you're a valuable resource in this. It's been said that he's going to leave a trace in history as the great uniter. So between some of the comments that you're leaving, which is about the perception of Putin, which I really appreciate. The other thing is that we actually have another conversation that we were looking at, and it looks like, some of that background audio there is let's get that. That's somebody heavy breathing as he's running from fire. They're really seeing about or there's
I thought you were talking about me, and I'm like, I'm muted. Damn it!
No, I'm talking about. So there was a conversation that we saw because we're getting some feedback from some Russian people. I think it's one of those things that you have to realize on a bit. Just talking with them, you're getting a bit of a window into what the Russian mindset is and what they're thinking. But you also have to realize it's a single individual, so it can be hard to figure out what speaks to the culture and the view and what's individual. But we've had some assistance from several people. But the notion that the U.S. is responsible for Russia leaving in the first place in 2014, which we've discussed before, and we may need to get into the history of that, and that really it's the U.S. engineered the expulsion of their pro-Russian president for a pro-independent president, and that really they have every right to take it back. Since we have done things like that, and since that's not, we do understand. I can understand that view, but let's see. Russian economy is down 20% just on announcement of the sanctions. I'm not sure how we could measure that, but that does sound. That sounds. My concern is I don't think it's going to go more than that 20%. Let's see. Again, anyone who wants to get more information, the Discord is alive with everything. We're just finding what's credible on social media, and we're putting it into the proper news channels. Like I said, we're not ready to really begin full force streaming again. So, is Andrew, how are you doing? What's your schedule looking like?
I'm trying to listen to you while going through these stacks of things that I got to find out if I'm keeping or not.
All right, so hashtag World War III, hashtag on the move.
We're bugging out. That's what's happening. I'm grabbing all of my shit, I'm sorting through it, and we're bugging out to the hills because World War III is coming. It is the end of the world as we know it.
Okay. It was given the circumstances, actually, I just realized it's certainly my joke. Maybe I shouldn't have made that, so I'm going to dial that back a bit. Let's see. So go check in on the Discord, and I think. And why would we care what they think? I learned Russian in high school. I also learned Japanese and Spanish, but now I'd taken French before that. Forgot most of it by the time I graduated high school. But I was asked a lot why I was learning Russian. I said, well, one of two things is true. Either there are enemies, in which case, being able to understand the language and being able to understand their mindset is going to be extraordinarily helpful. I don't ever want to get into a fight with someone I don't understand. That's a sure way to lose. That notwithstanding, the other possibility is that they're actually our friends, and it's really the government that's the problem. And if that's the case, then I really want to speak the language. I remember vividly saying we needed to understand why Al-Qaeda wanted us dead, and being told that was giving sympathy or therapy to the terrorists, and then being told by commanders on the ground that we will never win militarily, and we need to understand what they want. And I was just like, well, the liberal terrorist sympathizers have been saying that for the last 10 years. I think we want to understand exactly what they think as best we can, and we'll never get completely in their heads. But and since Putin can't really do this unless he's got his disinformation campaigns around the people, and unless we understand what they're thinking, I don't see much point going forward. So, anyways, that's my my view on that going forward. So, like I said, so it sounds like we're making some progress on relief. I'm going to bring this up sort of for now to our standard screen, and then we'll figure out how we're going to process information going forward. And we'll bring everyone up to date on where we stand. The other thing is, I do believe that just because, so I'm going to need another minute. So I'm going to mute for a minute. If there's anything you want to opine on, go for it. If not, we'll just everyone can listen to machine gun sounds. So, but there's one or two sort of procedural things that haven't been done, and we need to catch up on. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to figure out the last of where we are. I've caught up to the live chat, which is great, and then we'll go from there. So if you have anything you wanted to add, feel free. Otherwise, I'll be back in about actually probably about 2 minutes. So stand by one, please.
It went really quiet.
All right, yeah, I'm just about wrapping this up. You and I have talked about it, and we'll talk just a little bit, talk shop for a minute. You had suggested switching to one interface, and I really like that idea, especially considering how badly we lost the overtime interface, and maintaining multiple interfaces that can do multiple things is always a pain in the neck. But and so I do think we'll switch to one interface, but this one is not designed for this load of work. I think we're doing good. And by the way, I think the mods are doing good. And what I'm gonna do is talk a little bit about where we're gonna go from here, what's going on. I think there's some also other chats on the Discord that I do want to catch up with. I try to stay in the Discord as much as possible and keep up with messages, but there's a tremendous amount going on, so it's sort of there's a lot of attention splitting. So all right. So we'll do a basic rundown. I will say, we've talked a little bit about the people who've been supporting this channel. A lot of it's volunteers, a lot of it have been patrons, and people who just become members on In Time. I appreciate you all. I would also like to add that one thing that I don't often talk about, and I think rightly so, because it's there's privacy. My family, none of them are streamers, and they're not interested in, and it's very hard to avoid drama when you're on YouTube, and it's very hard to keep people who are not interested in the drama, not participating in the drama, keep them out of it. And they do, unfortunately, do get sucked in from time to time. That's just sort of the nature of the beast. So when my family agreed to do In Time, which we decided to do several years ago now, and I remember covering with them sort of the basic concept and what we were going to do, and it included breaking news. And they're like, well, wait a minute, why would you do breaking news? I'm like, well, this is why. This is the concept of the show. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, you kind of do need to do that. And we included my children, and we all sat down and talked about it, even on vacation. And there have been on a couple occasions where, I'm on vacation. Some despot somewhere decides that they're gonna start a revolutionary war, and I send them a DM. I say, listen, I'm on vacation. I've kind of made it my job to cover when you do these things. Do you mind just waiting a bit? And usually they don't get back to me. I did say that to Putin. He got back to me and said, well, what is this blasted In Time, and who's in charge? And I said, it's a man named Zandering. This is his address. If you have any complaints, send them to this guy. So that's been taken care of. But my daughter is very proud of her father. Whether or not any of that's justified, I don't know, but I'm immensely pleased. So for those of you who haven't noticed, there's a tiny change, very tiny change to my background. She has wanted to be a part of In Time for a very long time, and she said, well, let's do a gaming show. I thought I was being clever because I said, we can't do a gaming show because, well, golly gee, we, everything has to be time, so overtime, nick of time, And she said, oh, that's easy. We'll call it playtime. We'll do a gaming stream. I was just like, fuck, she got me. We've actually done that. It's just all been privated, but we've done her and I playing Borderlands and various other things. But she really wanted to be part of the show and show her contribution. So she has created a stream seal. It's a little seal that's going to join us. I think maybe this isn't the time for a cutesy little seal, but then again, maybe it is. So during the break, she also installed Stream Seal right there. On top of it's her little pet seal who she wanted to have join us. So Stream Seal is here. I am a very lucky man to have both a daughter like that and a family that's so supportive, and to now have Stream Seal be part of the show. So that said, yeah. Where do we stand? For those of you who, President Sunday, who is somebody that is I think fast become a friend of the show, and we certainly appreciate talking to him, and I've always enjoyed his content. I will say this. I have a BA in philosophy, and I've studied philosophy outside of that BA. But one reason I don't like hanging out too much on his show is most of the people I spend time with know less about philosophy than I do. So I get to be the big fish. Not around him. So I show up, and Titan's new show, Hammer Time. Actually, well, no, Hammer Time wasn't his. It should be his new show, but I was just thinking Hard Time. But either way, that notwithstanding, Sunday is really knows his shit, and aside from bringing a profound, in-depth knowledge of philosophy and what he's talking about, he's actually really able to bring it into very large, real-world consequences and how things operate. So, but at any rate, Jesus, why did I bring up Sunday? I think I was bringing up Sunday. Oh yeah, Sunday had asked a question, which we had said last time we spoke. He said, I didn't even really realize that this was going on. How did I not realize this was going on? And the answer I gave him was this: Putin is always saber rattling, and he's always going to borders of Ukraine in particular and threatening to go in. Of course, he did with Crimea, and but that's part of how he amasses power on his in his country. He had, I'm going to take that off because that noise, I didn't even realize that was in the background. I'm starting to get tired, so I'm going to start making mistakes. I think we'll continue going so long as I can function. We'll take out the audio on that. There you go. That's a lot better. So the reason this is not, we're in a, I think you made a good point. I think a lot of people have been saying this. We're kind of war weary, and that's one reason why he did this now. And I think that we're dealing with COVID. We have COVID fatigue. We've got fatigue over all sorts of things going on in this world. And so, when he's amassing troops on Ukrainian border, every American's asking, well, what does this really mean to me? And it's unfortunate that they're asking that, because aside from the fact that Ukraine is another country that has people that are no more or less important than us and who don't love their kids any more or less than we do, and they're facing obliteration, or at the very least, going from a country that is reasonably free to being a part of Russia again. And I don't think anybody should cherish that thought. But all that notwithstanding, we should also care, because this is the playbook that Hitler used before World War II. And I'm not trying to use hyperbole. This is how it happened. And that's why we at least say we're taking it seriously, and I think we are, but we're in this sort of kick the can down the road mode, which is exactly what happened during World War II. Hitler just kept taking country after country after country, or parts of countries, carving them up. And that's what Putin's done, starting with Crimea. Oh, it's nice. And of supporters, any head mods that wish to withdraw their support and stop just being so helpful and friendly with the comments, you can go ahead and do that at any time. Anyways, so there are reasons that we really should be very concerned about this. But the hope was that he wasn't going to go in. U.S. intelligence started saying, yeah, he's already made up his mind to go in. We started covering this in earnest a bit more than a month ago and breaking down what we're looking at and how it's occurring. And the conclusion was, as of about a week ago, that he was probably going to go in. He was probably only going to take an area known as the Donbas. The Donbas has two separatist groups that have declared themselves independent of Ukraine and basically want to be part of Russia. All countries have, these kinds of rebels or separatist groups. Every now and then, somebody, some compound in Texas declares itself independent. The Texas authorities, FBI, and everybody else goes in to take them out, and they start issuing, an SOS. This is the independent country of Waco or Waco or whatever they call it. And we seek help from France and so on and so forth. So that's what's been happening in the Ukraine. Putin has, there was perfect excuse for Putin to go in and carve out the Donbas area, which was partly controlled by Russia anyway. They've been funding these rebels. They've been giving them weapons. So the expectation was if he goes in, he wouldn't go further than that. There's been a flurry of false flag events, attempts to go in, and I was about to say earlier today. By today, all I mean is in the last 24 hours, but earlier, about 4 or 5 hours ago, we got word of several armored columns, 3 going towards Ukraine. The most concerning was the one coming out of Crimea. It's the south. If he invades ostensibly to help the Donbas area, which is what he was saying, well, Donbas is really part of Russia, or at least its own country. We're going in to give them humanitarian aid against Ukraine. Then he could only go into the Donbas area under that warrant, and even that was obviously, really not particularly defensible. Nonetheless, as soon as he comes in from from Crimea, you can't do that without invading Ukraine specifically. That's what he did. So one of the columns has come up through Crimea. I should actually probably try to get that map up. And we now have what appears to be at least 26 different areas outside the Donbas that have been attacked. It is, for all intents and purposes that we can tell looking at it right now, a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which means he's going to take the whole country. This means those of you who went to bed tonight with, there being a country called Ukraine, the chances are when you wake up, it'll still be there, but we can measure how long it will be left on this planet, at most in days. And huge swaths of it in hours. At this point, we anticipate that within about 3 or 4 hours, he'll actually start a full ground invasion. Right now, they've sent in paratroopers. They have paratroopers, and it looks like armed forces in Kiev. They appear to have taken the Kiev airport. They have started to take, and looks like may have successfully taken, oh dear Lord! Odessa. Odessa is important because it's the single most important port on that they have. That's west of the river, and there's no reason to take that. You want to destroy it or damage it so that they can't really defend themselves easily or use that as a staging area for defense. But if you plan on going east of the river, I keep confusing those two. If you plan on going west of the river, you would want that as a staging area for yourself. So you would do as little damage to it as possible and just take it. And that appears to be what they've done. That is the best indicator that they're going to probably go for the entire country. And they have, it looks like, enough forces to do so. We are aware of orders that would tantamount to genocide. We've already heard some accusations of at least war crimes, including forced conscription of people to fight against their own government. We are aware he has now instructed, essentially, Ukraine to surrender and lay down all arms. We believe at this point most of the command and control is not functioning. We believe that the government is in Poland. They have escaped. All the main members of the government has escaped. All their websites are down. Anything that relies on internet has either been hacked or just taken out by denial of DOS attacks. So all of their power systems, everything that generates power for the country is automated at this point. They have evacuated all of their power plants. At least one of the power plants has come under attack. We have footage of that. That's in the Discord. I'm not going to try to get that out here at this point. This is not the interface to do that. update the server address. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, why don't I do that right now? Because that's that may be important, and so people are. So it looks like we have the wrong Discord address, and that's entirely my fault. And every now and then I don't always update those on time. So let me get a good Discord address for those of you who are trying to get it from the description. So it looks like they've now had, and the city of Kiev was hit almost instantly. That is the capital of Ukraine. So the capital of Ukraine has been attacked. The Ukrainian airport, or the Kiev airport, is ostensibly now fallen, and we have the beginnings of an invasion, and we're expecting a full-scale land assault to happen within about 4 hours. Is Andrew, am I missing anything? How does that sound to you for a rundown?
It sounds like you covered a incredibly complex, shifting, and dynamic situation as aptly as we can with what we know.
Thank you. That was the goal. Sort of the bare minimum goal right now is as much accuracy as possible without knowing a full hell of a lot. Yep, and so we do know too, and this is Putin has threatened the maximum. I think it was the maximum consequences they have never seen. Quote, for any country that attempts to interfere with this. That is obviously a direct threat to Russia. We also, to the United States or anyone outside of Russia. We know that they have tested and explained that they will be testing intercontinental ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, all capable of delivering a nuclear payload. They said that, these are just, standard tests. Yeah, no. What they're doing is they're showing to us that they remember that they've got nuclear weapons, and they want us to remember too. So that's the scale at which we are talking about right now. It looks like Ukraine is going to get wiped off the map within the next 4 or 5 days. And what's going to happen next is a good question. The general consensus is he can't be stupid enough to go further than that, but that was the consensus that stopped them. And as Andrew has pointed out more than once or twice, that was the sentiment that we had with Hitler, and we were not correct. So the Discord link has been updated. So the Discord link thank you, Titan, for dropping that. And we've also updated it in the description, so we should have an accurate one in the description if someone could just give that a shot and let me know. Let's see, that notwithstanding, which I've been saying a lot, they also appear to be at this point. I mean, they deny that Ukraine is even its own country. They believe that so Ukraine was not independent until 2014. There was a coup against the. Actually, it wasn't a coup. Well, was it a coup? I'm not going to get into the technicality of it. Actually, I think they legally elected another president. I think that's what happened. Yes. All right. Memory's starting to come back. They elected a anti-Russian president over a pro-Russian president, and the pro-Russian president was actually run out of the country after losing the election. He was run out of the country, and he ended up taking shelter in Russia, and Russia's been licking its wounds over that one. Since then, they are not pleased. So. Whether they actually try to install him again or what they're going to do, I don't know. But there has been promises, essentially, of ethnic cleansing, getting rid of anyone who is not pro-Russia. Pat had mentioned, I think this is actually quite likely, if Russian isn't your primary language, if you try to speak Ukrainian or anything like that, you're going to get shot. If you're gay, you're going to get shot. If you're anything outside of the norm in this culture, I think you're probably going to be killed. So, yeah, this is of all of the scenarios that we knew was on the table for today. This one was the one that we at least wanted to see. We knew there was almost certainly going to be an invasion. If we were lucky, it would just go to the Donbas. If we were unlucky, it would go to the river. It looks now like it's going to be for the whole country. So, is Andrew, what are your thoughts? Let's take a step back. I think to the 1,000-foot view. You've got kids and you want to talk to them. They're asking you questions, daddy, what's going on? I know I'm getting asked these questions. What do you think you would tell someone? What would you tell someone who was worried about this, and maybe you want to try to assuage those fears, or maybe you want to recognize that they're really rational and stuff? What do you tell someone who's sort of naive looking at this?
Get your bug out bag and head for the hills. Camp in a cave and eat your military rations. Clutch your AR-15 tightly to your chest.
Your AR-15. Here we go. Don't gaslight me.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Okay, there we go. Let's not pretend we don't both know exactly what you meant about Ukraine defending itself. That was clever. You get credit for being clever. But let's not put the gaslighting. We both know what that was.
If children weren't old enough to comprehend that there's a greater, wider world out there, which I think that parents should be sitting down with their children to kind of explain that, the rest of the world exists and is real, and if you try to ignore it, it will slap you in the face anyway. So, obviously depending upon age dependence, but if they're aware that there's the rest of the world and that, some of the rest of the world isn't like here, if they're before that age, then I would say there's some bad people in some other places in the world that are doing some bad things, and there's not a lot we can do about that. So we're watching to see what's going on, and it doesn't really affect you. You need to focus on your life and getting good grades in school, or whatever it is they're doing, eating your peas at night. If they're actually old enough to understand that there's countries and countries go to war, then I would just tell them exactly what's going on. Yeah. One country decided to invade another country. It's, on the other side of the world from us. We're just watching. And at this point, that's about all we can do until something else happens.
All right. I don't know if Laura is still here. Apparently, Laura's been attempting to get a hold of me. I have not gotten any DMs from anybody outside of the In Time family here. So if Laura is still there, which I think she may be, because at least she came up on the thing. I don't know what account you're trying to. It may be that you're trying to hit the In Time account. We have an admin account. I rarely use it. I log into that account every now and then. It's an admin account. It's deliberately separate from the main account that I use, which is under my name. So you have to actually, if you want to reach me, you have to go hit me, and it's easiest from the In Time Discord. You'll see me right there. If you're hitting the admin account, I'll get those messages in 3 or 4 weeks. As far as coming in right now, usually I think for the most part vetted experts in this situation is what we're looking for. Somebody who we know has for some reason and we usually have a whole host of correspondence that we know who we can call and who we can talk to bring in under certain circumstances. And unfortunately, 2 that I'd hope to get are not available right now. It's almost 2 a.m. in the morning, so one would wonder why. But we usually have their phone numbers, and we will actually call them in the middle of the night. If it's up, we'll bring them in. But that's why I'm not ignoring you. So I have not gotten a single DM, and I assume my guess is going to be that you're DMing the admin account as opposed to me personally, and that's you're not going to get anywhere. But if you want to hit me up, great. But in general, I think the people that are coming in are people who we specifically have pre-vetted, and we do that specifically for shows of this magnitude. And the magnitude is astonishing. Let me bring up the map. But it's we're watching another country get wiped out. Most of us aren't entirely impressed with that, because as much as we don't want to admit cynicism, we've seen countries wiped out across the world, especially in Africa, and this kind of thing is always unfortunately happening. It's what we do, and maybe at some point, not today, we'll talk about tribalism and how because I did like that argument that I'd heard earlier, and Andrew and I'll talk about that privately and then figure out how to do a show about it. but the actually increasing cultural awareness, or not cultural awareness, let me rephrase that, cultural sort of sensitivity can actually increase the chances of war, which I think is an interesting argument. All that to say that, Russia has its own identity. They want to project that identity as far as possible, and that's both militarily and culturally. And they are now very much in Ukraine. This map does not appear to have updated what's held, and I imagine that's because nothing's held, but the number of red dots on this map is growing rapidly. And then we're going to talk about what I'm going to do is, based on what we have from speaking with both Pat and Commander McMillan, I'm going to make my best guess as to where I think we're going to be 6, 12, and 24 hours from now. And based on what we're seeing now, this is all speculation, but I don't think it's going to be good. I think we're going to have. I think this is very bleak at this point for Ukraine in general, and the world is going to be limited in options after this. It obviously depends on what Putin wants to do. But let me try to bring up the map. Do you have anything else you wanted to bring up before I do that? Oh God, he's organizing. So the world is coming to an end. We're doing a great show. We're doing the best show we've ever done, and we're having. Let me ask Xandring a deep, profound question. And he's moving the garden gnome onto the moving truck. Glad you're taking this seriously.
Hey, I've got to have the proper. It is frightening what's going on in Ukraine because of the historical ethnic cleansing that has occurred, the famines that have occurred because of communist rule in that area has a huge history of very tragic things happening. So yeah, it's very concerning. It's very serious, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. The only thing I can do is carry on with my life at the moment and pay attention to what's going on. And I think everybody needs to be very aware of the tragedies that have occurred in the past under Russian rule or Soviet rule. And it's really going to depend upon, I think it's going to depend upon what the American people are going to pressure the government to do. And if the American people don't want to do anything, I don't think that this administration is going to go or put a great effort into stopping it. So I don't know. We'll see what goes on and how things develop. But I don't think there's good times ahead for the people of Ukraine, or for many of the people of Ukraine. I'm sure for some of them it will be just fine and they'll be happy and everything will be better. But I think there's a very large portion of the population that's probably living in terror right now. So we shouldn't forget that. It is serious. We have to try and make some levity on very long streams, but there's not a lot I can do about it. And so in the meantime, while we're trying to get more information, I have responsibilities to attend to as well.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a very important point to make, and I'll say this because you said that too. If you want to talk about the some of the most gallows humor you've ever seen, if you want to see the humor of EMTs, and people say, well, these are people's lives and you can't, and that is very true. But on the flip side, like when you've been dealing with a certain thing for a while, you end up sort of like you still have to be a human being. You're still going to have a sense of humor, and sometimes we have to break the tension because damn, there's a lot going on and we're all tired. What I am going to do here is I do want to make one minor change to the interface here that I think is going to ease some of what we're doing if I can get it out, and I think I can. All right. Okay, that's going to make things a little better. Imported a small piece of the overtime interface and infrastructure here, and that will, yep, it's in. That'll speed things up. So, or it'll infect the whole system and we'll be down. We'll figure it out. I may have just brought Skynet onto in time, in which case the show is about to change dramatically, but I don't think we're there. So, how are there only 25 people? Well, thank you for the, yeah. Well, it's also awfully late, and hey, I think the gravity of this situation, there is a tension there, right? There's nothing any of us can do on one level. We can become informed and then try to make informed political decisions off of that, but all you can really do is move the Overton window some, has been sort of my experience. That's still worthwhile. But, yeah. So I think, so what we're looking at, and I do want to, okay, so I'm going to start to implement this thing here. This is going to make everybody's life, by everybody, I mean our producer, who is one of the hardest working producers on YouTube. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge our producer and the hard work that he puts in, and obviously the overwhelming success he has, with the occasional microphone mute, aside. I think we have probably the best producer on YouTube, and I hope everybody will take time to thank our producer at some point later on.
Yes, our producer is paid. Our producer is paid exactly what he's worth.
Says the conservative who's saying he's going to run to the hills with his AR-27.
Well, am I incorrect? I believe in paying people what they're worth. I am absolutely an evil capitalist. They should be paid for the value they bring to the table. And I believe that we've come to a very accommodative and appropriate pay level for our producer, for the value he brings to the show.
Wow. Oh, harsh. I think the only oversight that our producer has ever done is not installing a separate mute button for the co-host. If it weren't slaved to all the other buttons, the quality of this show would have improved dramatically a long time ago. That's what I'm saying. All right. Yeah. So let me. What I'm doing now is I'm loading the footage into. We have a system here that works great on overtime and lets us manage larger numbers of footage reasonably effectively, and we've got the footage, but getting it into the interface has not been particularly easy. This is going to dramatically increase that. So it's just you can on vMix, you can port elements from one interface to another, and I was just like, hey, wait a minute. Why don't we bring some of the working elements from overtime? And believe me, that's not a lot. For those of you who've seen our last few shows, port them in to this, and we can bring it up. And it looks to me like it's been successful. So somebody out there likes us. So I'll get that running in a sec. We'll put that in the number 2 window. And we'll keep the map up on the 3rd. And like I said, we're going to talk about what I think we're looking at, what we're going to see in the future. But we are looking at a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. News media is starting to present it that way. And it looks like the general consensus is this is a full-scale invasion. And this is going to be with the intention of taking the entire Ukraine back to Russia. Now, keep in mind that's they took Crimea, so they are carving out pieces of Eastern Europe and taking them. The last time anybody did something like this in Europe was right prior to World War II. So I think if this is not concerning to you, I think you're not paying attention or understanding the gravity of this. So we're going to try to figure out, it's going to be a while. I think as Andrew said this, I think this is true. A lot of this is going to depend on what the U.S. response is going to be. It's hard to see it being anything other than we're going to kick the can down the road a bit more, but we'll hope. So what are we looking at? What I'm actually going to do, let me see if I'm going to, I should be able to do that. So I'm going to put the map window up, and then we can take a look at, we can see just what we're looking at here. So let me bring up, this is the window here. Now, that's a sort of an overall view of Ukraine. I'm gonna bring it down a little bit to the south, and I'm going to try. Please tell me that my mouse didn't just lose power. Nope. Okay. It'll lose it before the end of the night. So we're going to start down at southern Ukraine right here, and that's Crimea. That's the part that was carved out by Putin several years back, and he took for himself. Crimea had been returned to Ukraine, and they have now essentially taken it back. What you can see the appeal of this is it controls this area right here. So you've got access to, which, by the way, to the best of my understanding now, no ships have been seen coming through that since for the last 4 or 5 hours. So it looks like that's been shut down. But you can, this area right here allows you to control everything that goes up this waterway, and has multiple ports right down here and in the north areas that have been used for staging. Now, this part was taken by Putin, and it looks like now he's going for basically the rest of Crimea. The Donbas is this area right here. There has been rebel activity for a number of years, really since 2014. The rebels have been supported by Putin, and he's been funding them, he's been getting them weapons, and they have been trying to secede. They declared themselves independent yesterday. Putin has recognized that independence and said, well, they're being attacked by Ukraine. Now, Ukraine is saying, look, we're not attacking them. These are rebels. We have a right to quell a rebellion, which we acknowledged during our civil war. So it's not like, we don't know what they're talking about. But whether this is a rebellion or independence, this is going to be written by the victor, what this means in history. Anyways, we knew he was going to come in here and try to take this whole area. The reason this area is red, they don't actually have full control of this area. They only have partial control of this area. But for the moment, this is now really considered all Russian-controlled territory, and he is pushing forward. It's coming from the Donbas. This is where the line has been the ceasefire between the Donbas region, or the rebels, and the other Ukrainian forces has been, and they are what's going to happen is the Russian troops are going to come all the way up to this line. They're going to carve out that entire region. They also want to combine those two regions. So they can take their resources in Crimea, bring them to Donbas, and then they're going to go at least up to this river right here and all the way to Kiev, which you will find right at the top here. So that much we is almost completely certain right now. And then, okay. Oh, Jesus, I'll look into that. All right, so that's the overall map. You can see on the left they have a small piece of territory right there. That's right along the Moldovan border, and the rest is where we've seen some form of combat somewhere across Ukraine. There's been an assault, and it looks like now it is in fact an amphibious assault, is what I'm hearing, that has taken Odessa. It is this port right here. The reason this port is so necessary is because if you're going to go past the river, you're going to need a way to get supplies into your troops there, and they can just go straight from Crimea and ship everything over to this port right here. So if they take that port, they've been damaging and destroying facilities except for that port. They did a very small initial attack, and then they landed troops there, which means they're going to keep it. The only reason to keep it is if you're going to pass this river and continue heading west, west from this river, and then this can supply you actually from the front, and as you catch up to it, you'll have supplies and everything waiting for you right there. Xandering would know far better than me on that. And then just take the rest of the country. So it looks like, this really is a complete and full-scale invasion, and it looks like the intention is to take the entire port. Take the entire port. It looks like they've got that port. They've got the Kiev airport, from what we've understood, and they've been bombing and or attacking, capturing power plants. The power plants have been completely evacuated. Right now they're running completely on automated systems. All of the government websites are down. The government has been evacuated and is in Poland. It looks like, we believe, in the next 2 to 4 hours, we're going to see a massive ground invasion. This is actually just softening everything up before they send the bulk of the troops in. The bulk of the troops have not gone in. We know one column has gone in from Crimea. 2 other columns, we don't know. It's somewhere on the way to the Donbas area. But at some point, there's 170 to 185,000 troops that are going to come in. To the best of our understanding, what we can expect to see at this point is a beeline to Kiev from the north. Kiev is about an hour from that area, but tanks aren't going to be traveling at the speed to necessarily get there in an hour. But they are going to make a beeline for Kiev as soon as they do that. If they launch right now and go for Kiev, I would imagine 3 hours tops before they're there. They need to make sure that they're not, just blowing past. One of the things that we failed to do was secure our flank as we passed all of these sites in Iraq. They're not going to make that mistake, so they're going to go slow enough to secure everything behind them. But they're making a beeline for Kiev. So Kiev will be down. Does 3 hours sound fair to you, Zandring, on Kiev?
No, sir, I'm not in Kiev. I'm in my spare bedroom going through books.
Tonight's entertainment will not be provided, but we have a Zandring instead for anybody who's interested.
I'm sorry. I caught Kiev, and then you said, "What did you think?" I Zandring, and I'm like, "Oh crap! I was just." I was trying to listen, and then a squirrel ran by, and I got distracted for like the last 5 minutes. And then I caught my name. My wife distracted. Her fault.
The squirrels. Yep. I'll definitely. Well, I was going to say blame the wife, but I'm a little scared of your wife. So
I'm totally blaming it. It really was her fault. But I was trying. Since she's sitting right next to me, I can't really say it was her fault. So it was the squirrel that ran by. She's online ripping somebody up about Kyle Rittenhouse.
Say the squirrel is from the nest. The squirrel is from the nest. If it was her fault, we'll speak in code. Okay.
So what about Kiev?
How long? Kiev is an hour away. If you're just driving there, how long do you think? If once the forces. The full invasion force starts, which we're anticipating between 2 to 4 hours. Actually, I think from this point, how long before they take Kiev?
Well, it would take to get the heavy artillery and the tanks down there. It would probably be 2 hours to get to Kiev to get it, and then probably another hour to start setting stuff up. And as soon as everything's set up, I highly doubt Kiev would stand for very long. So I would say that when they leave for Kiev, you're looking at 4 hours, and it would probably be theirs.
All right. And is there any reason to think that that's not going to happen today? And by today, I mean in the next 6 hours?
No, it probably will happen in the next 6 hours. I mean, they're already bombing Kiev. They've already shut down most of the infrastructure. They've shut down all of the internet. They've shut down all of the government services. The government itself is reportedly fled Kiev, so there's no command structure there. There's no nothing going on there. So I don't think there will be much of a coordinated defense of the city. And I imagine that there will probably be sporadic mortar launches because they can hit it with mortars from where they're stationed right now. So they're probably because it's only like 60 something miles. So it's not difficult for it to hit with a long range mortar. They can hit it with missile fire, and they probably will sporadically do that. Plus, I think there's been reports that they've dropped people in, to take the airport. So they may end up just flying their force in instead of driving.
Okay, so we did know right before the start of this, the Ukrainians sabotaged their own airport, but it wasn't a serious sabotage. It was mostly just taking trucks or not tractor trailers. Sorry, what is it? Heavy excavator type equipment, and just dropping it right on just driving it right up to the runway and staying there. You can't land if there's a backhoe. On the runway.
Bunch of heavy equipment on the runway.
Yeah. I'm not a pilot, but my suspicion is a backhoe does dramatically reduce the success possibilities of a.
Won't stop rotary wing aircraft though.
That's why we have a military expert on board. That's a good point. That's a really good point. And then they land, and apparently they're there, and so they just, assuming that they just hotwire the thing or move it over. I mean, I'm really hoping they're not stupid enough to leave the keys like on the dash or something. But
yeah, but if it's just like heavy equipment, like backhoes, excavators, things like that, they all take pretty universal keys. So it's not like cars where they each
really,
piece of equipment. It's like, yeah. So it's like you when it comes to commercial equipment and stuff like that, there's usually just there's a very short series of keys. So most, like if you get a Bobcat brand skid steer, they almost all use the same key. So yeah, when it comes to equipment and stuff like that, there's not much variety in keys. So the military would have access to most of the heavy equipment types of keys that they would need. And of course they can just move crap with some of the helicopters. So if they can't drive it, they can jerk it out of the way. Or if they can get just one excavator running, they can just push everything else off the runway with that. They wouldn't even need to start anything else.
All right.
I mean, it wouldn't be difficult to clear a runway. If there's no damage, they could have it done in, half an hour.
It sounds like my understanding was there was no damage. It was sort of light, mild sabotage along the lines of something that could be easily reversed. I don't know if that's on the assumption that they'd be able to I don't know. Maybe they were hoping that they'd be able to, they didn't want to. There were reports of people attempting to fly to Ukraine to help defend the country, and maybe that they wanted these people to land in Kiev. But the Kiev airport appears to have fallen, and I don't think there's any.
It's worth it.
Well, and if you're going to try and sabotage, like your own stuff, especially if you're not a military force, you're just the civilians are trying to shut down the airport so it can't be used. That's what you would expect them to do. They don't have much. It's not like they have a bunch of C4 lying around to be able to destroy the runway itself. And they don't have time to actually get an excavator or the correct kind of equipment out there to break up concrete to land on. So it's like what can we do in the short amount of time that we have? Block the runways. That's really all you can do. So that's not surprising. That's what they tried to do.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. If that's number 6, all right. Okay. So what I'm actually going to do is see if I can switch us over. Yeah, I can do that. All right. So, which interface was that? That is, I don't even know why. Well, that's pretty silly. All right. Switching over. Boom. There we go. All right. So, yeah, let me get, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put our the center action here. We'll put that up on the main screen for you guys. And then, so let's see, that would probably be 7. Yeah, let me put that up on 7, I think. No, you know what? I'm just going to swap that out. Trying to figure out, we got, like I said, this is just not the interface to be doing this with, but everything, it's actually, I still am a little disappointed that you think our producer should be paid what he's worth. I mean, that's a low blow. I emotionally, I feel like our producer is just worth more than that. I'm just saying. All right, there we go. So, in terms of what we're looking at this point, I think to be serious for a moment, we got the map on the bottom left. I'll try to move that to one of the bigger ones. Again, this is why overtime works great, is because we have a specifically signed size windows that we can move information around in. This is like for people in debates and isn't designed to be moved rapidly. So, but. I am going to bring in that Ingram thing. That was, that's honestly really, that's more for lulz. I'm inordinately embarrassed that Trump did that, but what are you expecting? But I'll put that in. Thank you. That's worth bringing in, but holy smoke. Just when you thought Trump couldn't say something more fucking stupid. That's what we need is Trump's opinion on this. That's going to enlighten things. All right, so what we're looking at is Well, we're gonna do some wild speculation here. I don't think it's that wild. And Xandring is a much better expert on this than I am. Anyone in the live chat who wants to discuss it, you can. And I see people are coming into the Discord. Please feel free to come into the Discord. All the videos that we're citing and referencing, you can see where we got them from. That's on the Discord. And we're going to be discussing this, I think, for quite some time. And there's a lot of information up there that's coming up faster than I can get it from the Discord in here. But what we're looking at is a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. It looks to me very likely that the goal of this is to end Ukraine and reabsorb it back into Russia. At a minimum, it's easily that the Donbas is going to be lost. I don't see any way that we're not going to lose anything that isn't east of the river, and it looks like it's going to be a complete invasion of Ukraine. The timeline that I think we're looking at this for from several experts now who have opined on this is after sort of a destruction of, and this is, by the way, the same thing that we did. It feels kind of foreign because I don't know. I'm curious to know how other people feel, but first of all, I guess because the Russians are attacking them, I'm suddenly feeling kind of this empathy and connection with Ukraine, and I'm sitting there going like, I keep saying we, and it's not we, it's Ukraine. But on the flip side, it's a country that we're trying to bring into the Western fold. All that notwithstanding. What we're looking at, I think, is, and as Xandring knows far more, having been in the military, knows far more about this than I, but to try to collate what we've heard from several sources, including Commander Lance McMillan, what we're looking at is between 2 to 4 hours from now, a full land force going in. They haven't done that yet. They have dropped in paratroopers. It looks like amphibious troopers are on the ground. They have lost at least the Kiev airport. It appears they have lost Odessa, which is critical in all of this. It looks like they've lost all their basic communications between the military and the government and the military and itself. The government appears to have fled and is in Poland. What we have is probably a severe degradation in their ability to fight back. They are still attempting to fight back. They've been training in guerrilla tactics for the last 2 weeks. We talked about that. We've shown some footage of that. And it looks like it's going to turn into a guerrilla war very soon. The president of Ukraine says that they've already lost hundreds of lives. We know 2 Americans have been killed, including the son of a diplomat that were there and a journalist. We'll get into that. But 2 Americans, both I think in Kiev, if I recall, have been killed. Multiple bombs or missiles or explosions of some kind going on in Kiev. We have explosions now 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20, at least almost 30 different sites are under attack. This is from Kiev to any number of cities, electrical plants, everything's on. They've evacuated most of these areas, so it's on automatic, but anything that hasn't lost power is probably going to lose it reasonably soon. We're looking at a full invasion force, a ground force after they've lost power, after they've lost the ability to really resist. You're going to have a full invasion force coming in from the east and from the north. They'll have the Donbas in an hour, tops 2. As Xandring is saying, I think 2 to 4 for Kiev. So you're going to look at the fall of the capital about 2 to 4 hours after that. So we're talking 6 on the inside, 12 hours from now, I think, before Kiev falls. After Kiev falls, and right now, again, there's no government in there per se. It's just a straight line to the river. Any thoughts as to how long it would take them to get to the river, and then on the assumption that they'll just take a breather there, resupply, and get ready to go in for the rest of the country?
It really depends upon how thorough they want to be and how much they want to cover their flanks and their ass. If they just want to move their troops in to secure the river itself and the river crossings, they can just run straight across. And it would take them probably a day to get to the river and secure the crossings, but they wouldn't be shoring up their rear ends. There's way too much guerrilla fighting going on in that area, and if they wanted to try and, it'd be like, how fast can we take half of Afghanistan, for example? It's like, well, you can run through it really fast, but you're not going to be able to sweep up and clean up all of the guerrilla insurgencies that are stationed in that area. So they probably will push through and try and get to the river and secure the river, the crossings, because that'll be important for supply getting either up or down the river or across that river. Because it does completely bisect the country. So they'll probably try and run through there fairly quickly, I would imagine, if they're going to do that and get to the river and secure the river, and then they would work from their borders and the river through Crimea, bringing in supplies from the port and from the military base up the river, and then they would probably need to consolidate their hold and then try and work on the actual control of the population. I think they're going to hope that once they've taken control of all of the critical infrastructure and the capital, and they, more or less just start governing as though it's their country, they're hoping that any resistance will just die down and they won't have to actually fight the insurgency. So it really depends upon what tactic they take and whether or not there's significant guerrilla actions as they're trying to move through the area. But I would imagine that their goal would be to get through the area to the river and secure the river and then work from there.
All right. So now you said if they just go straight, it's a day. Do you think we're just going to make some blind guesses so we at least have something to work with and think about? Do you think saying maybe a day and a half to 2 days if they're trying to do it semi-right?
Well, that would depend upon how much. I mean, it would take a lot more than 2 days if they wanted to do it right, because they would actually need to go through and sweep up any military forces. And of course, we know that when you start getting into asymmetric warfare and guerrilla warfare tactics, they're just running around, and trying to pin them down can take months. So, if they don't have the troops and personnel available to occupy all of the largest cities. So I don't think that that's probably going to be much of the approach, unless they hit pockets of resistance, like maybe they hit some of them, a section of the military where they may have to engage. That will slow them down. If the Ukrainian military is smart, they won't try and force they won't engage enough to stop the Russians from moving. They'll just take pot shots at them as they're kind of going by and then disappear. Because right now they don't have the support structure. They don't have command and control. They're in a very bad position militarily. So Ukraine's smart move is to more or less conserve as many of its fighting forces as can, take pot shots at the military as it's moving through, and then disappear. Because you're not going to stop them from securing the river, and then you're just going to need, engage in asymmetric warfare tactics. And that can drag on for years, as we've seen in Afghanistan. It can last 20 years. So, but I think that the goal, because there are quite a lot of Russian sympathies within Ukraine. There's people in Ukraine that still consider themselves essentially Russian. Yes. So I think that their goal would be is if we can take control of everything, all of the important infrastructure, we secure the river, we've got all of the important ports, and we're just going to start governing, and we're going to hope that these insurgencies essentially just die out or go away, and we won't have to actually fight them. And then we control all the important stuff, and then we can worry about everything else later. So I don't know that they're really planning on a long-term, let's really fight the insurgency, and I don't know how much will there is to fight the Russian invasion from the general population. So that remains to be seen. But I don't think that they're going to try and take the time, to try and push out any insurgents that may be, or any remaining military forces that are in the western or the eastern part of Ukraine. I think they're just going to make a beeline as quickly as they can to the river, and they'll set up and fortify there, because they can be resupplied from the river. Out in the middle of eastern Ukraine, they're going to have a hard time getting resupplied, and their resupply can be attacked. Whereas if they move to the river and they set up there at all of the crossings, right from out Crimea, they've got the military base there. They can bring goods and services straight up the river, and they can secure it, so their lines of supply are secure. So that makes a lot more sense, and to secure all of the ports and operate and then take the capital, obviously, as a symbolic, and install their own leaders there, and start rebuilding the government. And I think the general hope is that they won't have to do a whole lot of fighting beyond this initial invasion to secure all of the parts that they need.
Now, we know Belarus has said that they are essentially entering the war, and they're entering the war on the side of Russia. Can you tell me what can you tell me about Belarus and that decision?
It's definitely kind of been a bit of a shift. We haven't seen. I mean, we've seen Russia working with other countries, but we haven't seen other countries actually participating with, let alone, actually supporting, openly and blatantly supporting Russia invading another sovereign nation. So that's a bit concerning, because now you're harkening back to kind of the days of the USSR. So it's a little that's concerning. Plus it gives an entire other side of support and possible resupply and logistics planning to Russia, and it puts Ukraine in a hell of a pinch, because now they're almost completely surrounded by hostile forces. It's like they got Moldavia, and they got some they don't have very much going for them then.
Yeah, and that's I just put that up on the map. So that basically leaves all but a tiny bit of the eastern side of the map open. So that's really staggering. The other thing I wanted to point out, I forgot to mention this. They've essentially said that they're going to commit war crimes. They've said that they're going to commit genocide. They're going to kill anybody who fits certain particular. They're gonna be targeting gays. They're gonna be targeting Nazis, which ironically it appears to be that's anyone who's associated with the United States, in particular, also anybody who has any Jewish ancestry, because reasons. And they've said that they're going to be targeting. Now, Pat had brought up that what he thinks is going to happen, and I suspect he's correct, is they're also going to start targeting people who don't speak Russian as a primary language. Now, you have to be a little careful with this technique, because that's how you make enemies faster than you can kill them. And unfortunately, we did engage in some activities that caused us far more problems than it solved when we were in I wanted to say Afghanistan, but I really was thinking Iraq. That's where Abu Ghraib and those kinds of things happened. You got to be careful when you're messing with war crimes. But all that notwithstanding, do you think that's credible that we're gonna see that kind of thing? And if so, what do you think that's going to have as an effect on insurgency?
Well, we're definitely going to fall victim to induction here, because these are things that have happened consistently throughout the past, especially in this region. There's been so many different miniature genocides that have gone on. There's been widespread famine because of mismanagement of the area. There's been a huge number of problems. We've already seen in Russia itself the persecution of especially LGBT community. This is one of the reasons why I am such a not a fan of the it's okay to punch a Nazi, because once you've decided that it's okay to just simply punch a Nazi because they're a Nazi, now everybody becomes a Nazi. And Russia's kind of utilizing this. They're down with the fascists, and we're going to take them out. And of course, they're pushing out a lot of propaganda to try and sway people's opinions. And we're talking about people that have lives and can't necessarily devote the kind of time and energy and mental thought processes to actually learning everything that would need to be learned to even have an idea of what the truth might be. So, there are definitely going to be plenty of people that are just going to buy the line, buy the propaganda, and that's obviously the goal of propaganda. So, I absolutely expect to see a lot of that going on, and I'm hoping that will galvanize, especially Europe, because this is really a European problem. But of course, I don't think that Europe's going to really do much without the U.S. So, I mean, we'll see what kind of resistance is put up, and it's going to boil down to, are we more or less kind of not just the U.S. but kind of NATO itself?
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to be the police of the world? Are they going to step in when there's being atrocities committed in a foreign country that isn't directly related to you don't have any treaties with, etc.? So we got to find out. We got to make that decision. Are we going to intervene and essentially be police for the world, or are we not? And we're just going to leave the area to figure its own self out. And if we do leave it to its own devices, I do have a feeling we're going to be seeing quite a few atrocities being committed, especially considering they've already been upfront with the fact that they're going to target certain groups anyway.
Yeah, they've given a list of these are the war crimes we plan on committing. Anyone who's interested in assisting us with these war crimes, please let us know. I'm about to put into the frontier. This is why I like having access to the overtime interface. What I'm going to put into the front right here is in the main window. This is paratroopers coming in. I forget the name of the city here, but you're about to see. Imagine this site. This is your home city. And you're going to see they're zooming in, and they're the paratroopers. Those are just a whole bunch of parachutes, people just coming down. Now we have had a number.
They told me that Red Dawn was a fictional movie, and that the Russians really weren't going to parachute down into my school, where I was going to have to flee into the mountains and then start a guerrilla campaign. They told me that was complete fiction. And yet we're watching it happen.
Listen,
it's Ukraine and not the U.S.
You're a Republican. This is what you've been interested in
not
seeing
a
forever. I do that. That would trigger you. I totally do that. Would I do it? I was waiting. Sorry, you're a rhino actually, and now by
yes, the Republican Party would call me a rhino,
yes,
and I would say that I'm a little R Republican and a true conservative, at least fiscally and governmentally. I'm incredibly socially liberal.
Well, if the new Republicans end up in charge again, it will be a pleasure serving a jail cell with you. We do have what?
I'll save you my little Debbies to trade, because somebody's going to take a keen liking to your sweet. I don't think I should finish that.
Yeah, let's not finish that sentence. Thank you. All right. So what we're going to do here is we have had some of the greatest, and people, I like to talk about Winston Churchill because he's somebody that Americans don't really understand very well, and is one of the most remarkable human beings ever to have lived, aside from shepherding the world through World War II, because he was the leader of the UK, but the UK was on the front lines in ways we were not. And, brilliant leadership. He was also a spectacular writer, won the Nobel Prize for Literature, and not just because, like, hey, we like him and so we'll. No, he oh my God. There have been some spectacular orators and thinkers in this world, and I'm not going to talk about any of them. Donald Trump was being interviewed earlier today, and let's see what this man had to say. So let's get this over here, and this is Donald Trump not that long ago on the Ingram angle, I guess. Let's just listen.
Trey, thank you. And joining me now is Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Glenn Greenwald. Glenn, we've heard a lot over the last year, just since Biden became president, of the rules-based international order. And the rules-based international order would keep the emerging nations in the world and those that were developed together to avoid unnecessary chaos. How are the rules-based international order folks thinking tonight, do you think?
Well, obviously, it calls into question the entire system on which you rely to avoid catastrophic wars. The idea, though, that simply abstract ideas of a rules-based international order can.
All right, sorry, I didn't catch this beforehand on where Trump is, and I'm going to pause it anyway because we get demonetized and struck, but it turns out that if you pause intermittently, so YouTube is less likely to even under fair use. I've had enough of those for 1 month. Hold on, so let's continue. Trump should be coming up here in a second.
Prevent countries from going to war when they perceive it in their need and their necessity to do so has always been a fantasy.
Glenn?
The way that war.
Glenn, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I wouldn't do this if it weren't for the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, who's joining us now. President Trump, thank
it looks like that clip may have ended there. I did not. Hold on, did that?
Trey.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so what did he say there? I was hoping we could get it from the orange's mouth, but apparently in this, the part that appears like the clip did not download completely. So the what he said when he went on the show, she said that she wanted to know what his thoughts were on the amphibious Russian forces that had landed and taken Odessa. His reply was that to suggest, I guess, that she was un-American. And doing a tremendous disservice by announcing on air the deployment of American troops. I'm not joking. Apparently, she corrected him and said that she had said that these were Russian troops. You would hope that he would understand the difference, but I'm not surprised. Oh, dear Lord. All right. So I think what we're going to do is I am going to catch up. Okay, here it is. Let me yeah, no, that was the Russians. She corrects him. Thank you. That's where I got it from. I don't know what happened. Let me try playing one more time. It may be that for some reason we didn't get the complete clip. That's rare, but that happens because Twitter's. Let me see. All right, I'm going to make one more attempt here to snag that. It may, well, okay. You know what? I'm going to try a different method just in case. Yep, okay, somehow, yeah, this will snag it. All right, we got it back. Oh, this is what I like about the overtime interface. And like I said, we ported one of the overtime elements in here, and it is making this a tremendous amount easier. All right, so here is the actual clip. With the overtime interface, the way it's been built, you just it's 2 seconds and we can get something in. So, all right, here we go. I'm going to put this up, and I am going to quickly check and make sure that the audio, because the defaults for in-time audio is different as well, which may be why we have audio here. But this will allow us Andring to hear it. This will activate the audio for everybody, and let's roll. Our Tangerine here in chief.
Monitor this, continue to monitor his statements. We'll go back to President Trump for a quick reaction. We had a kind of a really pathetic display from the Ukrainian President Zelensky earlier today, President Trump,
Holy
where
fuck.
he, in Russian, he doesn't like to speak Russian, but in Russian, he was essentially imploring Vladimir Putin not to invade his country. Now we basically have the Ukrainian.
Yeah, I'm going to pause that for a second. I'm sorry. I'm going to need a minute with that. Holy fuck. I have always detested this human being, but a weak display by, and there are plenty of criticisms of this man as not the best president in human history. His country is being invaded. He doesn't have a country with the largest budget in human history for defense. That takes some fucking balls to sit there with the U.S. military and the U.S. budget behind you and saying that, well, where do you think should be if holy shit? Okay, so I'm sorry that's a little triggering. I don't know what you think, but that needs to, yeah. Okay. Hold on, one technical thing there. All right, let's play this. But that was one of the more disgusting things I've heard in a while.
Ambassador to the United Nations, looking like a defeated man. Your final reaction?
Well, I think the whole thing, again, would have never happened. It shouldn't happen. And it's a very sad thing. But you know what's also very dangerous is you told me about the amphibious attack by Americans. You shouldn't be saying that because you and everybody else shouldn't know about it. They should do that secretly, not be doing that through the great Laura Ingraham. They should be doing that secretly. Nobody should know that, Laura. And, you know,
that was the Russian. Those are the Russian amphibious landing.
I thought you said that. I thought you said that we were sending people in.
No, I did not. No. That would be news. That would be news.
All, and you know what? Hey, Laura, that's all we need. That'll be next. Okay. Now we ought to protect our own borders. You know, we ought to get to the southern border and start protecting the southern border. But it's a very terrible situation. It's a situation that.
Oh, there are too many things wrong with that one to get into. I'll let that drop unless you want to add anything, as Andring, and then I think we're going to do another rundown, and then we will try to figure out. I'll catch up a bit with the news, and well, we'll see. So thoughts?
Yeah, the only thing I have to say about that was the moment he was corrected, and it's like, no, we're not talking about U.S. troops. We're talking about the Russians landing amphibious. And like, oh, I clearly don't know what the hell I'm talking about and just made a fool of myself. So let's go back to the thing that always seemed to work well for me. We need to protect our southern border. Build the wall. It's like immediate pivot to the southern border. It's like, okay, you clearly have no clue what's going on here.
Okay, and that reference earlier to, okay, so I misunderstood I was sitting there going, how can you say the Russian economy has took a 20% hit? I think it was the Modex Russian Index, which has dropped, which is off at least 13.81%. Thank you, Titan. All right, so yeah, that's the Russian index, which appears to be off significantly on the attack. Oh no! On the attack.
Oh yeah, this is going to send ripples throughout.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, this will send ripples through the world's economies.
I just realized I said it on the attack, and let's see, that's starting at okay, that's 24-hour time. I don't know the time zone on that, so I don't know when those numbers went down. But it looks to me, if I'm reading this correctly, that's on the attack, not on the sanctions. Well, no, you can't. No, because I'm sorry, I'm confusing sanctions against the separatists versus sanctions on. So since both the attack and the sanctions would be at the same time or thereabouts, that's on either one. It doesn't matter. So the indexes. Thank you for that. And that knock one up on Brainy Beaver's number there. So that's at least reasonably. I see where he got those numbers from. So that makes a lot of sense. So thank you for that. Yeah, he seems to think that we sent people in, and Laura Ingraham was telegraphing that to the Russians, which they may or may not be Fox News viewers. All right. So, all right. Anything else before we do another rundown that you want to cover or that we've missed? It's an atrocious situation on all levels. And actually, there was a comment that was a very fair comment from somebody here that I'd like to address in the live chat. And sometimes we get real trolling comments like this. This was not a troll. This was a fair, just comment. I do want to address it. But was there something you wanted to say first?
Just to note that I don't really have access to the live chat. So if I'm missing what people are saying in there, I'm sorry.
Ooh. Everyone can let. Okay. So, in case anybody wants to let anyone know their real opinion of his Andring, he doesn't have access to the live
I'm reading
chat.
it now. I had to come back around and force the wife off of Facebook before she gets banned again, and put it back on the feed so I could read the live chat.
All right. So I want to address Mike H because it seems though he may be a avid Trump supporter and he may be a big fan of Fox News, and that's completely cool. But I did want to address because he made a very fair point, and that he was the one I wanted to address, and I think he's now troubled by some of the comments I've made, and that's actually very fair. But I'm going to explain how and why in just a minute. So he said that my comments on Trump were taking away from, I assume, the credibility of the show, and he's not wrong. Actually, he's not wrong. We try to be impartial and we try to be unbiased. We do have biases, and we admit that this is a left-leaning program. It's not a far-left program, and we do have conservatives on this program. We've also had atheists, Christians, Catholic Christians. We've had any number of people who've worked on and represented this show in one way or another. It is left-leaning, and we try to also include a number of conservatives. The number of hosts that have sat opposite me that have views different from mine has been, for the most part, every single one of them. Should I be sitting here? I have a great deal of contempt for Trump, and I think my reasons for that are quite justifiable. That's fine. Should I be airing that? I can get away with airing that because we do have a liberal audience. It maybe would expand our audience a bit more, and maybe in a positive way if I didn't air that. But sometimes I air that out of a general frustration of over many issues of Trump, some of which may or may not be fair. I also say that because I'm getting a little tired and a little punchy, and you're going to find I'm in part to keep up my own energy, going to be expressing some more of my own personal views. It's 2:15 a.m. and these shows are exhausting even when they're only 2 or 3 hours long.
We are in no way biased against the Marmalade Mussolini.
And is entering, by the way, is a true conservative, very similar to, by the way, a number of other true conservatives who I think were patriots and irrefutably so, including Colin Powell, including I am tired. A Vietnam War vet was tortured and was a congressman, ran for John McCain. And what Trump did and said to John McCain was utterly inexcusable. And that's fine, too, because I loved Obama, and I thought he made some mistakes that border on inexcusable. So, okay, we all make mistakes, and but the reality is I had this conversation earlier, and I thought this was an interesting conversation. I had it with Titan, which is, what do you do when the U.S. is at 9/11, and if you don't like George W. Bush, do you criticize him during 9/11? I think those criticisms have to be muted because ultimately, and as Andrew and I talked about, the Navy and the Marines go at it, and they give each other the worst fucking time you can imagine until there's a war, and it's like, okay, you want to see who's going to come to the defense of the Navy. It's going to be the Marines first and foremost. So, yeah, we're all kind of on the same team. But right now, the United States isn't under attack. And I think the argument that Trump did a lot of shit that really fucked things up, and I understand why there are people who don't have that view, and I'm willing to have an honest discourse on it. And I think I'm being honest right now, and I think I'm being reasonably fair right now on these views. I'm not always so measured, and maybe the show suffers for that. But all that notwithstanding, if someone wants to have a serious discussion on the merits of Trump and what he succeeded or did not succeed in doing, I think he succeeded far more. You can either do something or get the credit for it. I think he got a lot of credit for things. Some things he did that he did well, and he gets no credit for, and that's unfortunate, especially from liberals like me. But he also got credit for fixing a lot of things that either weren't broken or he ended up breaking inadvertently, and I think it's easy to miss that. The reality is, I think if we don't call some of that shit out, and I know that can upset people who are fans of his, yeah. So, and I appreciate it. We also got, this is my show, and it is, but I want to have a good show, and I want to have a show that's balanced as much as possible. So it's a fair point. My going after Trump doesn't really necessarily help with the credibility, except for the audience I already have, which is not the people I always want to play to, and I mean that. And anybody who's been around for the show for a while knows I'll say things that my audience is not going to be a fan of. So, but that notwithstanding, the evidence that Trump did a tremendous amount of damage, and this is from somebody who's speaking without anger and just being very honest about the evidence that supports that statement that he did a tremendous amount of damage, I think is pretty incontrovertible if you're willing to speak about it evenly and clearly. And just by your response suggests to me that you're taking it quite personally. I worked on the Obama campaign. I was a district coordinator for the 2nd Congressional District in Connecticut. And I've never responded that way when somebody's said some pretty horrific things about Obama, not the least of which is getting a door slammed in my face because I'm never going to vote for no N-word. I don't think whatever you like about Trump. But I think I'm probably less biased than you may be, notwithstanding the fact that I think you've made some excellent contributions in the live chat. And Trump's going to get some hits on this show. And the reason is because he actually does deserve them, and probably should defend those at some point. Now is not the time. But you're right. It probably does not do credit to the show to do that on occasion. It's going to be how I find energy, and every now and then there's going to be some playing to my base on this show, because this is going to be a long fucking night. And Trump... Oh, you really want to get into what he did? Find me. I do debates anywhere, anytime, as long as it's not a dumpster fire channel. And most of you know what that is. Any final words before we do the? I think I was about to do a rundown. So, did you want to? Oh no, excuse. Oh, Mike, no, we're not talking about Trump. We're talking about how this show should operate. You made a fair question. Maybe I'm undermining the show a bit. I am. I agreed with you. I'm not talking about Trump anymore. I'm talking about our coverage in general of important issues, Mike. Stay on topic. Anything you wanted to say? Not Mike, you, the co-host. No.
Me. That would be me.
Yes, it would. Welcome to the show.
I'm sorry.
It's getting late.
I'm listening to you, listening to the wife, sorting books.
You're listening to the smooth
an invasion of a sovereign nation is going on.
It's a long night. And listen, I work very hard to make this as good a show as I can. And yeah, it is my show, but I don't always do things the way I want, because the way I want isn't going to do a quality program. And I could get more subs real quick if I start attacking other content creators and doing stuff like that. That's not what we do. So that's a valid criticism. That's what I was addressing. That's a valid criticism. But there are reasons that, when it comes to certain things, you know what, we're going to be biased, and I'm gonna, but I think I can defend it. So, we'll have that discussion. But
well, it's not like you're just, it's not like you're just, out of the blue just bashing Trump. I mean, he opined on the situation in Ukraine, and didn't know what he was talking about. And then when we point out all the horrible things that he's done, it's like there's a justification for the opinions of Trump, on the show. So it's like you're going to have to go back and watch, quite a few other ones, and a few previous shows where we covered some of the actions of Trump while he was president. And so, I mean, even I can look at some of these things and go, this is. I mean, if you're a true conservative, if you believe in the Constitution, if you believe in limited, federal governments, things that true conservatives should care about, then Trump should have been an absolute horrible person to you. I mean, the things that he did, I mean, it's like, that's frightening. You should never allow somebody to have that kind of power. You shouldn't let them do these things.
That was one, I remember when we did that show on the kidnappings, and we're like, okay, the last government to do this was Pinochet. And period, end of discussion. He was kidnapping protesters in military. He was using police and military uniforms, courts without. This happened. We did the show. We showed it. We have the evidence. We know this, but he's done so many things. And that notwithstanding, again, that's not the topic of this show, but I'm not going to sit here and repeat myself about the devastation in Ukraine every 10 minutes. We do need to fill some time and take a break from it. So it's not my fault, or it's I don't know what they're concerned with. It's not their fault, but don't listen. Everything on this fault is Neil Six. Everything on this show that goes wrong is Neil 604 Atheist's fault. We've updated our records to reflect that. So I'm not blaming you for anything. It's Neil. And I'm just going through some heartbreaking things. We do know now the journalist that died was not killed in an explosion. It looks like she was assassinated. Well, that's not entirely a shock. So where are we? I'm about to do a rundown. I'm going to just double check. We've got footage of families being separated and people trying to figure out how they're going to survive this. I do remember when we heard about the people clearing the Donbas region, a lot of people in Donbas were saying, well, we're not going to evacuate because we know it's fake. I was like, I don't think it's fake. And unfortunately, their own president did not help in that. Their own president said he doesn't have the manpower to do this. He's not going to do it. And he's since defended that, saying, I was trying to keep people calm. I understand that incentive, but or that motive, but yeah. So let's it's not that it's generated into anything. We do sometimes have to fill time. That right now, this isn't just going to be rundowns every 30 seconds, although we are going to do a rundown. So let's do a rundown, and then we'll figure out how we're going to approach the rest of the evening.
Well,
oh, yes, I'm sorry.
and also, and also the only reason Trump even came up is because he came on and said some dumb things on TV about the situation, where he wasn't, he didn't know what was going on. And when he realized he didn't know what was going on, maybe he misheard what was going on. I don't know. He was misinformed in some way where he thought that it was the U.S. amphibious assault. And it's as soon as he found out that wasn't, he moved to something that was completely unrelated to Ukraine as well. And he moved on to the southern border, which has been his, he's beat that drum so often. That's his go-to thing. It's the only reason we were even talking about Trump to begin with.
Well, and it's not an unfair point, though. I mean, Trump has nothing to do with the invasion. We're talking about something stupid he said once. So, all right. So, yeah, enough. We have spent enough time on it, and I do need breaks from all this because, believe it or not, I may be a liberal and I may be an idiot and all these other things, but it does affect me to be reading and repeating this all the time. So, but we're going to get back into it, so let's do it right now. For those of you who are asking and wondering, and for those of you who are just joining us and we're getting some turnover, we have only 24 in the audience right now. That's fine. We've been a lot higher than that. We've been lower than that. And it's not the same 24 that started in the show. Where are we and what's going on? We are... what we saw was, as most of you know, anybody who's a regular audience member knows, we're looking at the invasion of the Ukraine. I keep saying the Ukraine. That's false. It's Ukraine, but at any rate, we were looking at the invasion of Ukraine. We have about 180,000 troops lined up, Russian troops lined up around it. We've discussed the history of Ukraine before and why this is relevant. We're not going to do that too much right now. Suffice it to say that Putin went on air and basically said that he believed Ukraine was really still part of Russia and had separated only because of U.S. interference. It is true that the U.S. interfered at least some. How much, I'm not an expert in, but we have a habit, unfortunately, of doing this. We overthrew the legitimate government of Iran. That's how the Ayatollah got in. That's how Iran descended into what it is today, was because we overthrew the legit government. That's also what happened in Cuba. Castro was installed by us. So, we've done this before, and it's been a bad idea. I don't know how much we had influence in Ukraine. My understanding was not a whole heck of a lot, but I could be wrong, and it wouldn't surprise me. Nonetheless, his argument is that Ukraine would not have been overthrown if it wasn't for us, at least the Ukrainian pro-Russian president. So he's going to go back and take all of it. So he has then argued when an area of the Donbas has two breakaway regions that have said that they are independent. When they declared independence and decided to, they've said that what they would do is, all right, thank you. When they declared independence, Putin said, well, wow, they're their own country and Ukraine is fighting them. Well, yes, Ukraine is fighting them. Ukraine wants to keep them in Ukraine. And whenever there's a struggle for independence, that's what happened. The North tried to keep the South in the United States and won. I won't make my usual joke there. And the U.S. tried to leave the British Empire, and we succeeded. So sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but this kind of thing actually happens all the time. Small parts of Texas, somebody will build a compound in Texas, they'll say they've seceded, there you go. So what you have is a kind of a bit of a civil war going on in Ukraine. Two areas claim to have seceded. Russia seized on that and said, we're going in for humanitarian aid. These two new countries need our help. And they, by the way, have been funding and basically causing the revolution. So we knew they were going to go in. We were hoping and thinking it might be limited to the Donbas. We started knowing as of maybe 3 or 4 days ago when U.S. intelligence came back and said no, they have plans to go at least to Kiev, which is a sizable portion of the country. We were expecting an invasion of some kind. We knew that probably come in at least some from the south. My hope, and I was obviously, all right, thank you. I was hoping that I was hoping that Putin had put himself in a bit of a box by saying that they would do humanitarian aid. And the reason is, if you're going to do humanitarian aid, you cannot come in from Crimea now, because it looked like he was going to come in from Crimea. If he's going to take most of the country or any part of the country, he has to use Crimea to do it easily. So I figured, okay, this is good. This means he's just going to take Donbas. And then we found a few hours before we started streaming 3 columns, 2 heading towards Donbas, 1 coming from Crimea. Once we knew they had crossed into Ukraine, we started broadcasting. We know now that they have struck a large number of sites, cities, and structures. They claim to have eliminated all anti-aircraft capabilities of Ukraine. At this point, I find that reasonably credible. They have not, to the best of my knowledge, brought in any significant amount of air power. That may be because there was a credible anti-air force. I don't know. Sorry, anti-air units. Or maybe they have been doing it from high range. We know they've been throwing in missiles. We know that Kiev has been hit repeatedly. We know that a number of areas have been struck. They have taken, it looks like have successfully taken, if not, they will presently take Odessa, which is a port that allows them to basically stage taking the final 2/3 or third of Ukraine, which strongly indicates that that's going to be their goal. There's no point in taking it unless they're going to go take basically all of Ukraine. So at this point, what at most we had hoped would be just taking the Donbas or a third of Ukraine up to the river looks like is a full-scale invasion. The government has fled. The government is now in Poland and ostensibly safe there. The Russian military appears to have very aggressive orders against, I won't say civilians per se, but anybody who does not demonstrate allegiance to the Russian authorities. I don't know how that's to be interpreted, whether that means whether you speak Russian as a first or second language. What you're about to see here is paratroopers, so you're about to see that in the main window. We do know that they've been forcing members of Ukraine to fight against the Ukrainian government. The grounds for that, they're saying, is no, we're here to liberate you, and so that's a war crime. It's a war crime to be forced to fight against your own government. And what they're saying is, well, no, you're being forced to fight, and you're being conscripted to fight an occupying force. At any rate, it's a war crime. We have significant indications that there's going to be more war crimes. It looks like we're going to see genocide. We have seen documents that have come out giving instructions for how to cleanse the area of LGBTQ, anyone who they think is not going to be conducive to their way of thinking. We have now credible evidence that a journalist in the area was shot and killed. And actually, I think that may not have been the original journalist, so that may be an error. I'll check on that in a minute. So if it's not, then it's actually one journalist, one American journalist killed in a bomb blast, one journalist in the area assassinated, and one American son of a diplomat who was in the area, I think attending university, if I understand correctly, has been killed in a bomb blast. We are told by the Ukrainian government hundreds of lives have been lost. There are, if you take a look at this map, I will bring this map up so you guys can see it, and we'll take a look at this in a minute, just so you've got an idea of what we're looking at and where I think this is going to go going forward. What we have here is That is a general map of Ukraine. That's not actually the entire area. I'll see how much I can get. I mean, at some point it becomes kind of illegible. The area you see in the red, that's the south. That's Crimea. It is a major port, and from there they can stage just about anywhere. That's where the first column went in. The only troops that are in that we're aware of have come from there. It headed kind of northwest. First contact was when they broke through and hit the checkpoint at the border there. They have continued through. There have been explosions, significant fighting. Some of the footage that you're going to see here is explosions from that area. In fact, let me take this down for a second because that's what you're seeing right now in the main window. This is just outside that checkpoint when they broke through. And began their attack on Ukraine. At the same time, missiles landed in all the areas that you see in red, or some kind of attack occurred in all those areas. Most of the government's ability to communicate with its military appears to have been destroyed. Cyber attacks have taken out all the public versions of their websites and probably significantly degraded the military capacity of the military communications. Power appears to be on in most areas, but all the power stations have been evacuated. They're all now just on automated systems. We have reports that the Kiev airport has fallen, and let's see. Yeah, that's a good point. All right. So we have reports that that's fallen. If they haven't taken Odessa yet, they will. Once they have Odessa, it seems to me that they have everything they need to basically take the rest of the country. What we believe is going to happen next is we've also learned that Belarus, the country just to the west of Russia and just to the north of them, making up the last of the part of the northern border that they had that was free, has said that they will enter this, and they will enter on the side of Russia. There are reports of border fighting where Ukrainian Border Patrol is reporting to have engaged both Belarus, Belarus fighters and Russian fighters. We believe they're going to come in from the north. We believe it will take between 2 and 4 hours once they come in for them to hit Kiev. Now, what you're seeing right now isn't the actual attack, I'm afraid to say. What you're seeing now is softening up of the defenses so that they can bring in the central attack force. They have now, at this point, they claim to have taken out all of anti-aircraft. I find it unlikely that they've taken it all out, but I find it credible that at this point they've taken out anything significant. It's a credible statement. It's not probably an entirely accurate statement for those of you who are interested in the minutia between the two claims. At any rate, it's credible that they've taken it all out. They've taken out everything that's at least significant. My guess is, with any luck, they've hidden some anti-aircraft that hasn't been hit, and they'll be able to shoot down some anti-aircraft once this thing starts. But any anti-aircraft that fires is going to be destroyed pretty quickly. At any rate, Russia is claiming to have taken down their entire anti-aircraft system infrastructure, which means they now have full air support for a full invasion. They're going to start both from the north and from the west. They're going to take Donbas very quickly, because Donbas is almost nothing but rebels that are pro-Russia. They take Donbas almost instantly. They then try to get Crimea and let's see, they try to take Crimea. Oh, dear Lord. They try to get Crimea. So we're going to go over to Crimea. They have to basically take this land between Crimea and Donbas, between the two red zones there. If they can take that, then anything that goes to Crimea, and they've already been staging there. They have a field hospital there. They have all sorts of, they have a huge amount of supplies. They've been unloading supplies there for quite some time, and then they can just feed those supplies to the main army that will at this point go to that river. They'll be able to take everything to that river. Kiev is at the top of that river. They'll come in from the north, take Kiev. We're looking at, we believe, between 2 to 4 hours, once the full invasion starts, 2 to 4 hours before they take Kiev. That's the capital city. At that point, whatever constitutes Ukraine in any meaningful sense is probably gone. There's still going to be an insurgency. There's still going to be guerrilla fighting. They've been training for this, but nonetheless, the capital city will be taken. They will take the Donbas. They will take everything here. The major port, the only remaining major port, Odessa, is gone. The major airport is gone. Already at this point, they'll take everything here. That includes most of the food. That includes all the natural resources. That will completely cut off everything west of this line. That means they have and that river right there is how they get food from anywhere in Ukraine to anywhere else. It's how they get textiles. It's how they make their money too. They ship things to and from Ukraine to make money down that river. They're going to lose that river. They're going to lose any capacity to function independently as a state. We have offered aid. A number of countries have offered aid, and I'm sure that we can get some aid in there. But how much we can get in before they end up taking the rest is hard to say. But at this point, it looks like this is a full-scale invasion. This is not just taking Donbas. This is a full-scale invasion. Once it begins in earnest, this is just the I don't know, as Andrew may have the technical term, but the sort of the pre-assault. They're taking out the infrastructure that's needed for defense. And it looks like much of that infrastructure is degraded or gone by this point. Power to key facilities looks like they're gone. Cyber attacks have taken out. We knew this was coming when all the cameras failed that were watching the border at Ukraine. At Crimea, which is also why we knew Crimea was probably going to be the staging point. As soon as they said the cameras were out on Crimea, I was like, ooh, we may be facing a full-scale invasion. So, and it looks now like that's what we're facing. So we'll update that, and we'll update the latest skirmishes. But at this point, it looks like it's the worst case scenario for Ukraine. If Ukraine falls, which it will, if this is really what's happening, which is what it looks like, Ukraine's going to fall, and it's going to fall. Pat said probably no more than 5 days. That sounds about right to me. And the biggest portions of it will fall actually within 2 days. And then they're going to secure everything along that waterway. The remainder has no way of fighting back past that point. So I think we're looking at a complete loss of Ukraine after that. Then the question is, what does he do? I think taking Moldova is a very real possibility, and Moldova is a country just southwest of that, and they have no capacity to resist, and they will almost immediately surrender. Putin doesn't need to do anything. He needs to bring a feather to the. I don't mean this. I'm not trying to be derogatory. I just realized that was extremely derogatory. But they cannot withstand any assault of any kind. There are no troops there. There's no ability to. There's some fighting along the border there, but they can't repel anything like this. So they'll surrender if Putin demands it. So he can get Moldova for nothing. And then the question is, does he stop there? The answer to me seems to be probably not, simply because he's doing exactly the Hitler playbook. He carved out a piece of one country, then went after another piece. It was started with Crimea, then Donbas. Now he's going after the whole country. And the question is, why would he stop there, especially if we let him do it? So I think we got a problem. Anything you want to add to that, Ms. Andring? You were impressed last time I did a rundown, so there's the rundown. I'll give you a second to chat. NATO is planning more sanctions. I don't know what that'll help with. He's already sanction-proofed most of his economy. We'll get into that in a second, but I'll catch up with the live chat, and you can let me know your views.
They've got a whole bunch of stuff going on, and the fact that some of it's like we have to speculate about a bunch of things. It's like, well, what is he going to do? What is he going to do? And we're trying to make as informed or well-informed speculative guesses as we can. But
yeah,
at some point,
please.
It's really late in the evening, and you're like, oh, did I get all of that right?
Well, and look, we're not going to always get everything right. I think our guesses have. We've been doing this show for a while. We have refined how we do a lot of things, and we're better at it. But we do things pretty much the same way we have since day one. And the reality is, we're usually very good at this, and we're usually pretty accurate. The example I like to go to is, when a plane got shot down from out of the sky over the Iranian airport, we had on a college teacher, college professor, historian from University of Washington. We were talking about the history of that, and we also had on a Navy anti-aircraft specialist. And they pointed out something I thought was really interesting, and this is one of the reasons why I like being able to have these kinds of conversations with people and discuss this, which is I was sitting there going, okay, it looks like it might have been a friendly fire incident, but they're saying, there was just an explosion. And the anti-aircraft specialist took one look at it and said, no, it was friendly fire. I said, how do you know that? I said, I saw an explosion, but we don't see two things. First, that explosion wasn't the kind of explosion from an onboard explosion. That got hit by something. But he's like, how did we see the explosion? And I'm like, because somebody recorded it. And he's like, why was somebody recording? And I was like, that's a really good question. And I was like, it's a civilian recording. This isn't the military. This is somebody who turned on their camera and pointed it at the plane. Why? I was just like, that's a good question. He goes, the only reason I can think to do that is because you're seeing something flying up towards the plane. It's like, so what we didn't miss, what we missed, what wasn't recorded was what that person saw that got them to start the recording. And I was just like, this is why I love doing this show. And so we took all the available information. We predicted that the likelihood was it was friendly fire, and 48 hours later, they admitted it was friendly fire. So, yeah, I think we're good at this, but we do also admit that when it's speculation, I think it's important to have some speculation, but it's extremely important if you're going to speculate to do what you just did as Andring, which is to remind people that it's speculation. But I think we can justify most of the speculation based on what we have so far. Who knows what's going to happen next? But all right. And then there was a question here that I did want to answer, but I may have. Yeah, I don't know what sanctions are going to do at this point. Let me take the map down. So you should, by now, anyone who's in our audience have a pretty good idea of what we're looking at. It is a worst case scenario for Ukraine, if Russia chooses to complete what it looks like they've started. I don't see Ukraine coming out of this. I think Ukraine is going to be gone within maybe five, somewhere in the vicinity of 5 days. What he's going to do next is anybody's guess, but it's phenomenally concerning. And that's what we are. What we're seeing is fighting from any one of the different areas at this point. There's fighting everywhere. There's rockets landing in any key military installation. I don't see them targeting civilians except in a few cases where they've targeted, where there's been explosions in area that there are civilians, but if you really stretch it, you can argue there's a military reason for that attack. But they've already basically said they're going to target civilians who they think are not friendly to there's going to be ethnic cleansing. They have said there's going to be ethnic cleansing. They didn't use so many words, but that's what they've been talking about. That was anti-aircraft fire hitting something in the air. It looks like they may have successfully shot a missile, I think is what we're being. Yeah, that looks like a missile breaking up to me, as Andring would know, though, so if he disagrees. One of the rare, that's okay, yeah, that's a missile. I think that's a missile that got obliterated. But for the most part, the defenses have not put up any significant defense against this. So the concerning elements that we've been talking about, sort of for the overarching understanding of this, is what we are seeing is a dictator in charge of a world power who has now finished what he started when he annexed Crimea. He took Crimea, which we said would not be tolerated, and was tolerated. He then started funding Donbas rebels, funding Donbas civil war. We said we would not tolerate interference of the sovereign country. It was tolerated. It got big enough now that they were able to say we secede. He acknowledged that secession and is now coming in, quote, to protect them. And at this point, I see no way, and we've had this discussion, if anyone sees a way that NATO can or will directly intervene, or any other country will directly intervene. I'm unaware of it, which means if he wants to take Ukraine, he will take Ukraine, and it looks to me like that's what he wants to do. That is the map we have. Oh, that reminds me. We have the German intelligence map. I forgot about that. Yeah. And we showed that yesterday, and I forgot that we've got that because there was a leak. German intelligence leaked a map that they said was a rough battle map of what was being planned. It's in German, but it's clearly legible to anybody who it was. So let me see if I can get that. That should be accessible where I'm from. So I'll bring that up, and I'll bring up some of the other proposed battle plans of what people were saying just by looking at the troop buildups is what he was looking at. And it looks very much like what we're seeing now. These were published a short while ago, about 24 to 48 hours before the attack. We also know that Putin has declared war essentially on Crimea. He made a statement saying as much. We have seen from the metadata on that appears to have been recorded 2 days ago. So this is something that he's been intending on doing, obviously, for a little while and been completely prepared for. So that's where we stand. So, oh yeah, Mike, but you gotta cut me a break. I can't just do it. This isn't headline news. I do miss headline news, but I just can't keep doing that rundown over and over. I gotta fill time sometimes. I'll try to find a liberal president to attack in a little bit. Hey, listen, when people say that Obama single-handedly created ISIS and ISIL, I gotta tell you, I think there's a good argument for that. And as a guy who was a big fan of his, yeah, he fucked that one up real bad, and you could see that coming a mile away. But I won't get derailed on that one. Just say that quite as just let's take the liberal agenda as one might think. But we got to fill time sometimes because I'm not gonna I can't do a rundown every 30 seconds. All right, so that's where we stand. That is, but I appreciate. Thank you for that. I think we have some more news that I got to go through. Let's give him a break. I understand I appreciate that he's here and that he's willing to, and like I said, I think he had a valid point. Not necessarily going to change course, but he's not necessarily wrong either. So let's not make that. We're not going to get back into that discussion. That discussion's dead for now because that is not productive right now. But he wasn't entirely wrong. So going forward, I want to check. I've got like 3 different sources up. Yeah, okay, so we've got multiple casualties coming in. Odessa is on fire. Oh, Jesus. That doesn't look to me like somebody who's trying to take the port. I don't know if they lost control of that. They amphibious troops have landed in Odessa. It looks like they're trying to take it. The reason they sent troops in, they haven't sent troops in many places, but they sent troops into Odessa. The reason to do that is because they want to capture the port. The only reason to capture the port, since it is west of the river, is if they intend on going west of the river, because once they got the river, everything east of it, they've got. The rivers can supply them perfectly. Why capture a port west of it unless they're going to go west of the river? It looks it's credible. It's in fact more than credible. It's, I think, this point the only conclusion I think someone can draw is this is a full-scale invasion and they are going to take the whole country. I was going to say try to take the whole country, but I'm going to be honest with you. If they try to take the whole country, they're going to take the whole country, especially with what we're seeing now. I'm going to put a picture of Odessa up. And what has happened is a fire appears to have broken out there. It looks like there's actually pretty extensive damage. If they want to save Odessa, if they're actually going to use it as a staging area, it doesn't look to me. I mean, Xander, you can tell me. Maybe you have more experience with this than I do. That's Odessa right now. That is a port. It's very hard to tell how much though that is. I mean, with a fire, sometimes it looks like it's catastrophic and it's almost nothing, and sometimes it looks like, oh, it's really small. Yeah, but there's you're just seeing the outside, and the inside is all burned to hell. So who the hell knows? But I will say that doesn't look like a port you're trying to save or keep. Okay, yeah, there was an explosion there. And then a fire broke out, but they have troops there. So why do they have troops there if they're not trying to keep it? because they can just hit it from the air or hit it with missiles. That's what they've been doing everywhere else. They landed troops there, and amphibious assault did land there, from what we're being told. But that's Odessa. That's a critical port for either side. At least it's only critical for the Russians if they plan on moving past the river. Oh, dear Lord. All right, I'm going to see what other footage we have. And I'm going to see... much appreciated, Mike, and I mean that sincerely. Thank you. We're doing our best, and we do try to. So that was awfully kind of you. I appreciate that. All right. So... All right, Commander-in-Chief, Ukrainian Armed Forces, 5 a.m. It's not our time. All right, the Commander-in-Chief of Ukrainian Armed Forces is saying that the Russian Federation has launched an intense shelling on our units on the east, delivered missile bomb strikes on airfields in Borispil, Zern, Kulbankino, here. I have to try to do this because otherwise, okay, I'm going to move this to another screen here because I can't keep turning my neck to read. I hate reading language in the wrong alphabet. Kramatorsk, Chorobankievka, as well as military infrastructure of the armed forces of Ukraine. The Supreme Commander-in-Chief has given orders to inflict maximum casualties against the aggressors. So this is a full-fledged war. Obviously, I think it goes without saying, which is probably why I haven't said it, but it is a state of war between Ukraine and Russia and Putin all but declared war against them. So that's where we stand. I don't think there's much else I can say about that. So I'll bring the map back up so you guys can look at it. I want to refresh it. It's not refreshing live. That's another thing that we can do on the overtime interface is easily refresh websites live to keep going with the in-time interfaces. And I'll say something. I am still pleased our systems are running the way they are. So we're doing good. I'll try not to complain too much. My apologies. We've got at least as in terms of our systems, and I'll take a minute to add a great thank you to and they know who they are, Brigwin, Dorito, Titan, and everybody who's been contributing tonight to making sure that we're getting as much information as accurately as possible. One of the things that we do on this show that you won't usually find on mainstream news is we do pull aggressively from social media. We do everything we can to check it, and we know what sources on social media we can use reliably and which ones we can't. And so far, to the best of my knowledge, in years of doing this, we've never once pulled anything of any consequence. Well, I'm sure we pulled something that wasn't legit. I know we almost went with something that wasn't legit once, and we caught it at the last minute. I'll tell that story just to put a pause in this. But I don't think we've ever aired anything that was wrong, and if we did, there was nothing of consequence that was wrong. So it was all trivial, but I don't even think we made that. We will someday. We're not perfect, but it takes a shit ton of work from a lot of people, excuse my language, and without them, you would not be seeing the quality show. I'm the one you see the most. Isandering is the one you hear the second most. Well, I actually see him at least as much. It's just he's not moving. You just got that photo of him there. And we work our asses off, but we would get absolutely nowhere without the work of everybody else. So I'll take this opportunity to thank everybody else who's been contributing, and I'll thank the patrons and people who've donated super chats and become members. It genuinely helps, and it helps just because it's nice when In Time is running in the black instead of the red. But that notwithstanding, too, it's just always nice when people find a way to show us support. If you're here right now, one other way you can show us support, like and subscribe. That helps in our numbers. That helps in the algorithm. It helps us function more effectively. So I hope that you guys will be willing to do that for us. It's even just a small way to show support, so I appreciate that. And then else I wanted to say is, Andering, we're going to Russia has there's a lot going on. Yeah, the U.S. is staying out of it. I'll do another rundown actually probably in a minute. I don't like to do them too close together because everybody's already heard the rundown. I'm not adding anything new, but I think we'll do another rundown, and then we're going to assess where we are. I don't see us credibly going off air for the next couple of hours, because I think we are looking at a serious invasion force coming. And by my math, we can expect it actually within any time from an hour to 3 hours from now. And I'd like to cover that. So I think we're going to be on for a little while. We may also. I mean, we don't have any other correspondents who are available right now. We're reaching out to professors, and I've been unable to contact either. So we may also see if we can get somebody else on yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. So I don't know. Is Andrew any other thoughts on anything A to Z on this?
I think we got a pretty good, so far as what we can, pretty good handle on it. I mean, until they start making more moves, there's not a lot we can really do.
Yeah. And they're going to, unfortunately. I mean, they're gonna. You don't do this kind of attack unless. All right, President Zelensky has declared martial law in Ukraine. That was actually a while back, but was on the high priority list. Oh fuck. Yeah, their Air Force base has received massive strikes. I may put some footage of that in. Like, let me see if I can get footage of that. Dear. That's gonna be a little tough. Oh, you know what I can do? All right, so their Air Force base, I don't know the status of it, but it looks like it's, I mean, obviously it's been targeted. Again, and I think I mentioned this earlier, it's one of those things, it's worth mentioning. The government has fled. They've evacuated. They're in Poland. So basically, the most critical things that you would need, but I mean, they're essentially now in exile, and I don't see them credibly recovering from that at this point. Glad you're here, Xandring, by the way. I know you've got a lot going on, so appreciate you taking the time to be here with us and cover this, which hopefully is not. Yeah, I know World War III is trending, and I'd like to keep people from trending that, but it's big, so I really appreciate you being here with us. It's your contribution is always far more than you give yourself credit for, which is a pain in the ass because I like giving you a hard time. It's really hard to do when you're being humble about shit, so I'd really kind of like you to stop it, but
I'll try and be as arrogant as I possibly can. Arrogant and condescending.
Well,
you horrible, whiny snowflake liberals.
Bingo! Thank you. Perfect. Well, to tell you the truth, hold on a sec. Yeah. Okay, well, at least the Russians can't drive their tanks much better than, yeah. Military equipment entering Ukraine. Yeah, so that's, that looks like that is, okay. That's from Belarus. Okay, that's the Belarus checkpoint. So what we've got is, now another column. This would probably be the fourth column, and it appears to be coming from Belarus. It's heading south. I'm gonna confirm that it's daylight over there, so that's new. Yeah, it looks like we now have a what appears to be. I'm only at about 60% confidence on this right now, but it appears we have a column coming from Belarus. I don't know what any of this means. Well, okay, I know what a T-72B tank is. They're somewhat older tanks, if I recall, but they're still. I mean, that's around World War II is entering. Do you know? Somebody in the live chat will know if you don't. But
you're talking about World
tanks.
War II.
T-72B. World War II was T-60 something to T-72, I think, towards the end. So I think that's sort of end stage World War II tanks. Anyways, I mean, they're good tanks. They're not. I mean, we still use the Abrams, but
Yeah, but the Abrams wasn't anywhere close to what we used in World War II, though.
No.
The Abrams didn't come about until the late 70s,
Well,
early
we were using
80s
Shermans.
for the Abrams. Yeah.
So okay.
And the tanks that I've seen in the videos on here are same kind of era, late 70s, early 80s Soviet tanks.
All right.
They were the answer to the Abrams.
All right. So last I recall, a T-80 is sort of a modern era, sort of the more modern tanks. They may have gone above T-80. I don't know. So somebody in there knows what a T-72 is. But we now have a number of T-72s, 8 MTLB tractors. I don't know what that is. So I mean, this is a light column. This isn't the full invasion force, but they've got a mission, and they have come in from the north. So that we've confirmed at this point, it appears to be 2 columns. One coming out of Crimea, heading northwest. Another one coming from the south, coming from Belarus. Which also this is Russian equipment. Coming from Belarus, which means that this was, and I mean, it goes without saying probably anyway, that Belarus was planning on assisting from the very beginning. So, there's staging there from Belarus. I have to believe U.S. intelligence knew of this, but the first we heard of it was when Belarus said, surprise, we're on the Russian side. So, let me... take that. All right. Let's see if our luck holds. Yeah. Jesus, I can still bring that into the interface right away. Okay. All right. So I'll put that into the mix too. That's what 173. Okay, that'll take me a second anyway if I want to bring it in that way. Well, this is the column from Belarus. I'll put this up right now. I don't know what we got for audio on it. Maybe no audio. I love this one little, whatever that tractor thing is. It's like this guy's clearly having a hard time navigating it. Now, I don't know. There's just something about that. Yeah, you can just tell everybody behind him is like, okay, come on. Okay, so that's heading south from Belarus. And that is Ukraine already. So, yep, that's okay. So there's now 4 columns. 2 are in Ukraine already, and this isn't the invasion force. This is like the what would you call this anyway? I don't. Maybe somebody will. Okay, Russia started using T-72. Okay, that sounds right. Okay, thank you.
They're called expeditionary forces.
Oh, thank you. All right. Expeditionary forces. Well, you're learning philosophy, you're learning Ukraine. I'm going to have to learn military. And you still want me to, I was about to say, stroke your rifle, but I think I did just say that. I was honestly saying, like, maybe I shouldn't tell that joke, but I am getting punchy. For those of you who don't know, Isandring does have an AR-15, and I was AFK for a bit, and his camera was down, and I came back and rolled up the camera, and he is sitting there with it, and he's in his truck, and he is stroking it with his eyes closed, and just this grin like, and I was just like, what are you doing? And I was like, well, this is what you liberals always think we're doing with our guns, right? And I was like, actually, that's fair. It's really, yes, that is exactly what I think is going on when the camera's off. So I was like, okay, yeah, he got me. All right. So, okay, T-72. It'll take me a while to remember that I actually did study Russian equipment for a little while. It just came with part of also learning the language. So, speaking of, actually, I wonder if our Russian guy is still there, because I would like to talk to him more, but we got distracted. There's a lot going on. I do think that right now we have, so here's what's going to happen for the next few hours. We're gonna keep streaming. We are going to chill a little bit. I know, and we've had this discussion before. I forget whether the last major event was where we had this, but we got a little punchy in between serious events, and we tell jokes, and none of this is funny. None of this is funny. None of this is good, and I think this is going to have some pretty significant consequences going forward. But right now, we've been streaming for I don't know how many hours, and actually I wanted to check the production versus the live clock, so I'll probably do that in a minute. But I'm happy to say it looks like we've lost Okay, we've been live for about 5 hours, and it looks like we've lost less than a minute, which is pretty staggering. So I'm happy if that's the case. I'll check the clocks in a second. But what we're really doing now is waiting. The rundown isn't going to change any. So I'm going to give the rundown a couple more times for new people who are showing up. But we are expecting in the next hour to several hours, the rundown is going to change dramatically. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to see a force of 130,000. I mean, I don't know. Is there any way, as Andring, you could even hazard a guess at how many troops are probably in Ukraine right now?
Oh, I have no idea right off the top of my head.
An expeditionary force is going to be really light, I would assume. And I mean, we're not looking at, if they have a force of 180,000, we're certainly not looking at 100,000. I mean, maybe less than 10,000 even. I mean, I'd assume, they got paratroopers, they've got, I'd have to believe it's even less than 10,000 actually. But this is a very, very, very small percentage of what we're about to see. Do you think that that's a fair statement?
Yeah, they're just sending in enough to secure the areas that they need to secure at this point. And expeditionary forces don't necessarily have like set amounts of numbers. It's an expeditionary force is just something that's going in first, and sometimes that's a massive wave. Sometimes it's just a few. So I'm assuming that they've thought through about how many troops they would need to secure the areas that they need secured. And they're probably giving a bit of a cushion and then dropping those people in. And then the rest of them are gearing up to follow in and move to wherever they're going to hold up their positions. Because, they don't have enough troops to secure the entire country and fight an entire insurgency war across all of the country. So they're definitely going to be focused on securing the most important parts.
All right. 666, which I don't think is an accidental number from Doorknob Head. I have nothing witty, silly, or adroit. I don't know. Sorry, brain is failing to say. Maybe not, but somehow that strikes me as a little meta. But okay, thank you very much for your support. We thank you, Doorknob Head. We really appreciate that. So thank you for the support you have now and for the support from going back quite some time. So we appreciate that. So what we're going to do now is take a breather for a sec. So actually, okay, I've been drinking like caffeinated beverages, which also means I'm going to have a hard time sleeping. But we've been in standby for 3 days. We knew this was coming. So they're the paratroopers. That's just, for me, that's a sight. I mean, just, you're in an industrialized nation and you see that. Peter Hitchens, oh dear Lord. Okay. I'd be curious as to what his perspective is, but I don't know that it matters per se. All right. So let me, I'm gonna refresh. We've got news in on a couple of different sources. I'm gonna refresh the map here. Like I said, right now, I could give the rundown every 30 seconds, for the next couple of hours. Not much is going to change on that. We're expecting a dramatic change when the actual invasion force hits. And that's going to be a force of about 180,000. So we haven't even seen that yet. They are claiming to have taken out all of the air defenses, and certainly they've taken out enough that it's a reasonable claim. I'm sure there's one or two things left that can fight back, but I doubt it's going to be anything significant. Okay, there's definitely ground skirmishes. The president of Ukraine is saying he wants to build a coalition to fight this. I don't know where he's going to get that from. Kiev is formally requesting Turkey straits for Russian to close. They're asking the closing of ports to Russian warships, and we see multiple. Yeah, we see more equipment coming in. So this is exactly what you'd expect. It's going to stay that way until the primary forces go in. So I'm going to check our Discord, see where we are. So if you want to, the Discord link is not correct. Come in, join the Discord. We're going to be chatting about this, obviously, in the lounge. We have a forum just for chatting about this. And we have a forum that's breaking news and whatever it is that we've pulled off of either social media or mainstream media, and we try to be judicious in our use of social media. Obviously, social media is social media, but we okay, I'm gonna have to be careful with that. All right. The other thing is just because of the way the screens work here, it's like if I'm about to see something that is not suited for work, which is going to happen in a war zone. I don't mean non-suited for work in the way that you normally think of it, but I like to see what it is before it accidentally goes up on air. But because of the way the map is structured, we can actually accidentally put something right up on the map, and I don't want to do that. So this is going to take a sec. Okay, that's good. That's been okay. We'll see what that comes up with in a second. But it looks like we're getting some casualty information in. All right, this is all right. It looks like the city of Kharkov has been completely isolated. There's no way in or out. So Russian forces has ostensibly taken it. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, the city's been cut off. Every entrance and exit appears to, at this point, be. Thank you. Yep. So they have that. That's, I think, where they. Is that where the checkpoint was? I think that's where the initial. So that means at least one city is now occupied. And I don't have now. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to need a minute. So we're going over some casualty stuff. I don't think there's any particular. Okay, if you want to, I think those are actually already on the Discord. There's no point in airing them. And it's not. It's always a judgment call on these kinds of things. I think it's a good idea to put a human face on it, and we have aired pretty provocative things before. But we all know what war looks like, and right now. There's nobody here who needs a reminder of this. Thank you. We'll hold on to it, and there's on the Discord. And I think it's worth people seeing it. But right now, I don't think there's anybody watching this who needs a reminder. So yeah. So okay, those are attacks from the airstrikes. Those are civilians. Yeah. So that's what I'm seeing is what appears to be a car that was struck. At least what appears to be 2 survivors, but several killed as well, and they're trying to deal with it. All right, so thank you. And okay, now the next thing I'm going to do is check on. Okay, so it's Kharkov. From what I can tell at this point that we're seeing. All right, we're going to get an image of the. So this is the city of Kharkov, and this appears to be a city bus that is attempting to. This is what it appears to be. I don't know for certain. That is trying to get back into the city limits and is being turned away. The Russians have sealed all the roads in and out. So it's occupied. I think I can get that in. Yeah. Here it is. I don't know if we have audio on this.
Окружная, циркуны Героев Труда, российские танки.
That's short, but okay. So that's what we're looking at. That the city is now occupied. No in or out. Ostensibly now, this is again as just the expeditionary forces. That city is. I think on the main road from Crimea, if I remember correctly. I wasn't good at geography in the United States. I'm a little worse at it in Eastern Europe. Foreign policy experts are all calling for appeasement. I have no doubt. And I'm going to probably in the future get a little high and mighty about this because obviously history. But if this were easy, would be doing the right or easy thing. And but this is actually why I said it, and I know that the consensus is it wouldn't have stopped them. It would have given a pause, but it wouldn't have stopped them. Is to have U.S. military stay there, not even defensive, armed or not, I don't know, but like have the what is it? Not the intelligence, but the advisors stay, because if they come under fire, it's an act of war against the United States. So, which is why we didn't hit the missile. So you have them take up a position somewhere where it's clear it's Americans, and But all right. So let me take a look and see what else we've got. But yeah, blaming the West for not funding the fledgling. Well, there's a lot of blame to go around for this. I think the point was made earlier, and it was one that I hadn't even considered, and I think is worth noting, which is, if they had been allowed to keep their nukes, this wouldn't have happened. Almost certainly wouldn't have happened. And the reality is they trusted us, and I'm a little tired of countries trusting us and us letting them down. That's going to happen no matter what. We're not perfect. Nobody's perfect, but we have a habit of doing this more than I like. We say we're going to get involved in Afghanistan, and we're going to make the country a safe and better place, but as soon as we're done, we bail without building a hospital, without building a school, without taking care of it. And I'm talking the 80s. And that just turns into you take all these young men who know nothing but war, don't teach them anything else, don't show them how to do anything else, and give them loads of weapons. What do you think they're going to do? And that's hub of terrorism coming out of that. And then we did it again, twice more, really, actually, depending on how you choose to look at it. Essentially did it in Iraq. They're going to love us. They're going to see us as liberators, go in, go out. And, Iraq at least is functioning. And, aside from Cuba, Iran, overthrowing governments there. And it's like, we don't have a whole heck of a lot of allies past those who just are allies with us because of our military power and aren't necessarily fans of ours. But the reality is we make commitments to other countries, small countries, and then we bail on them. The only one that we really haven't done that to is Israel, and there's reasons. But, we made commitments to Ukraine. We are not keeping them. If this means that a lot of Ukrainians get pissed and decide that they want to draw American blood for this, that wouldn't entirely shock me, and it certainly wouldn't be the first time that's happened. So, well, not many people seem to remember that. Well, I think all but one of the hijackers was from Saudi Arabia. There's a reason. They weren't from Iraq. The 9/11 hijackers weren't from Iraq. All right, let's see where we are on the news, and let's see what's happened. Like I said, it's now 3:20 Eastern Standard. That's the time on the show. I still haven't checked the production clock, so I will check that in a second. That'll at least tell us where we are on the health of the stream. And okay, that's good. That's good. The Bank of Russia has temporarily banned short selling. Not surprised. State of war. Okay, state of war has been declared. Martial law has been declared. Oh my God, the UN Charter was never amended after the U.S. Is that real? No. Well, of course it wasn't. Okay, yeah. All right. Although actually, we may have to lock down the news sharing just because it's useful information, but it's not. All right. Well, we got it under control. But if there's a mod around, I don't know the status of Titan. He normally tells me before he leaves, so my suspicion is he's around. Right now, we're okay on the news chat, but we have to make sure it stays reasonably on topic, at least for the news sharing, because that's explicitly for consideration for air, and not all of that is going to be productive. Although right now we're filler, so we're okay on it, but we'll have to make some decisions going forward. It looks like the air base is down. Russia is saying all the air defenses are down. The Odessa is on fire. Odessa is also has paratroopers and amphibious units there now. We don't know what fighting's going on, but ostensibly they want to capture Odessa. If they can, they probably will. Or sorry, if they want to, if they can, they probably will. That actually ties into a whole nother joke that I'm not going to get into. So that's it. Donbas is exactly where I would expect it to be. It looks like they have not entered Donbas per se, other than just the basic stuff that we already knew about, the supply and everything that they've been doing sort of under the table. but no forces have entered, no official offensive forces have entered the Donbas. They have entered from Crimea, one column heading northwest from Crimea. One column now, we're very confident. It's not like 100%, but at this point, over 80% confidence that there's a column coming in from Belarus. It's a column of Russian soldiers. There's reason to believe there's Belarus soldiers involved. Certainly Belarus elements from Belarus security forces of some kind have engaged Crimean forces. So that means the entire northern border. What appears to be 60% Russian, 40% Belarus. All of that is now hostile. So all of the northern border, all of the eastern border, the southern border, most of which is water, but the rest is Crimea. That leaves a precious little border left that isn't openly hostile to Ukraine. So Ukraine is almost entirely so. Okay, Bregwin, thank you. So what we're going to do, just FYI, for the new people who are here, you've been contributing, and I appreciate it, and the contributions are good. We have a specific channel just for news that's really considered on air, that the news that's put there is for consideration for going on air. There's usually standards to that, and so far everybody's within about 80% to 90% of those standards. So that's spectacular, and I appreciate that. But we want to just make sure that what stays in there is tight, because I have a tremendous amount of information to go through very quickly, and I do miss stuff as it is. So what we're going to have is Bregwin will, if Bregwin's okay, Bregwin, just keep an eye on. If that looks like that's starting to get out of control, let them know. And if it looks like it's getting out of control past that, let me know, and I'll lock it down. That's just not something I want to have to take the time to do during a live show, but it's worth doing if it starts to get a little out of hand. All right, perfect. So we got people right now. I want to make sure the Discord stays clean. We've done this a lot, which is, and we've got some procedures for this. We try to process a tremendous amount of information as accurately as possible, as rapidly as possible. And by the way, we've scooped major network news repeatedly. Sort of the history of in time. We have gone on air with national and even global stories before U.S. broadcasters. I think we've done that on global stories 4 times. The missile strikes from Iran to Iraq was one of them. No, we were the second one. Fox News did beat us on that one, but we were the second. If you went on a national, we're not really competing with them on that sense, I suppose. But Fox News beat us to it. But by the time we knew before any American news source had aired, and we were live. By the time we were live, Fox was the only one, and we beat CNN, I think, by like an hour. But we have procedures to do this as rapidly but as accurately as possible. So there's a lot of people here who haven't really been pushing that too much, but I just want to make sure we stay on it, because when stuff starts to pop off, if that channel gets clogged, it's gonna impede my ability to sort news. So if you're new, do me a favor and just follow the directions of the people who are there. And perfect, thank you, Bregwin. Absent Titan, I think we're gonna. Bregwin's going to be whatever she says on that is how we're going to proceed. So, all right, excuse me, just to make sure that stays clean. And it's not that it's fallen terribly, but there's just signs it will. So I want to make sure that we just it's still tight enough to be good, but I want to make sure it doesn't fall. All right, boom, good. All right, so we're good. Oh, dear Lord. Every now and then I show pictures of what it is I'm seeing, but full computer. So Mac here with like a huge monitor. So computer monitor, laptop. And it's just when all of this is running, it's like, ooh. But it's one of the big downsides is you're getting shots of my chin as I'm looking up at this. So I think we're going to do one more rundown. I don't know, Xandering, how you feeling? What's going on with you? Still working? Still planning your move? Isandering is evacuating Casa de Isandering. We told him that there was an invasion. And he's like, "That's it. I'm out of here." And I was like, "You realize it's not the U.S." And he's well, yeah, but I've been watching Trump on. Sorry, had to call. It's called a callback. I can't miss a callback.
Okay, newsroom. I'll put your I'm trying to put pajamas on.
You're
So
trying
you
to put
caught
what?
me with my one leg out of my pants, hopping around the living room with my PJs in one hand, my butt hanging out, and the wife's whistling at me.
You're aware that since your camera is off, if you hadn't have said that, nobody would have known, and we wouldn't have to see that imagery in our heads.
I just wanted to share.
The next time you feel like sharing something, I would like to have an additional level of filter before it comes out. I think it is not as filtered as I'd like to see it, especially for a live show. Now your camera was off, so that's a start.
Well, this is me after 20 hours up.
Yeah. Well, and to tell you the truth, because I can actually sometimes, if we can have your camera off to the show, but I can still see you. And we had that earlier with Commander McMillan. So Commander McMillan, got up and walked out, and I could tell where he was, even though his camera wasn't on, because I can still see it. And I'm just like, I think what I'm going to have to do is pipe your camera directly into. We're going to play Brinksmanship. Your camera will be piped into the show, so that at least if you think of having me see your ass without, it being, I was like, okay, we'll air it, so that at least that'll give you pause. That'll be my. We're all going to be the human shields. We're going to be the hostages for that.
Well, I'm wearing underwear, so it's not like you're going to see.
Yeah. Okay, I'm still traumatized. No doorknob. Yes, doorknob head. You're being very productive and helpful. Thank you for that. Next time we have a national or global crisis, we'll put you in charge of something. All right. Let's see. Map is up. We're looking at. For those of you who are just joining us, we're looking at, I'm going to go get some water. What we're looking at is a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This is not and there was U.S. intelligence that said it was going to be at least to Kiev. This is the whole thing. So we're looking at a full-scale invasion of the Ukraine. If it is what it appears to, there's no way, I can't think of any way it's not a full-scale invasion. We've got a map of the area they're hitting across the entire country, and they're hitting what you'd hit for a full-scale invasion, and they're taking, as Commander McMillan had announced, it's if the big tell is going to be what happens at Odessa. If they try to take it, that means it's a full-scale invasion, and that's what we're seeing. So I think it's a full-scale invasion. His argument for that was really, really reasonably simple. You'd want to hit command structures everywhere in Ukraine, even if you're just invading a small portion of it. So we'd still see a map roughly like what we're seeing now. But if they're trying to capture a staging area to the west of the river, the only reason to do that is because you're planning on moving west of the river, and you're going to need that area once you pass the river. So, and that appears to be what they're doing. So I think at this point, we're looking at a full-scale invasion. The invasion hasn't started. It started. It's the expeditionary force, but the main forces have not yet entered. We do see what appears to be two columns, one coming from Crimea. These are all light units. These are fast, light expeditionary forces coming from Crimea and coming from Belarus in the north. So it's basically on either side. And yeah, well, yeah. That also goes to more information than I needed. Are you? Yeah. If you want to help, just find ways to torture. Anything that tortures my co-hosts in general is for me a plus. But Xandering in particular, because reasons. Oh, that reminds me. All right. No, it wasn't the torture that reminds me. It's like. Yeah. Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. So yeah, just as okay. So and not everyone here cares, but as a matter of process, so we're clear. Yeah. So we basically report at several different stages. The first thing we do is we say, okay, this is what we've heard, this is what we're hearing, this is what's being reported, but we haven't confirmed it. And then we'll say something's confirmed. Usually when it comes out of mainstream media, but honestly, we've contradicted mainstream media too. I think we have a pretty good batting average on that one. So, just because something comes up doesn't mean it's going to be reported. Just because it's reported doesn't mean we're saying it's accurate. It just means we usually will say it's being, and we make that explicit. So, that's questionable, and to the best of my knowledge, that hasn't come up. And everything we put on, we have confidence. If we have confidence over 50%, we'll air it, but we'll say that we'll report the confidence level as it's confirmed. So, all right. So I'm going to do another rundown. I'm actually probably going to take about another 5-minute, 10-minute break. I need to move. I have to move. my legs are killing me. I'm going to move. I'm going to get some water. I'll probably put the sound on this so you guys can hear it. Not that it's pleasant, but we'll put that on. Yeah. Yes, it is. So we'll do that. Let me check I haven't checked the production clock, and I do want to do that. So what happens is, just a little YouTube in case, I'm sure nobody's particularly interested, but when you stream live on YouTube, you lose time, which is interesting. Whenever there is, this is the first war on European soil. I'm not sure if there may be. And that's what I should read. I'll when I come back, I'll read the statement from, was it intelligence? I forget, one of the subcommittees or one of the committees in the House, but they basically said, we haven't seen this since World War II. And we're looking at, so the assessment of, I forget whether it was Pat or Commander McMillan, but the assessment was what we are looking at is the start of another Cold War. They walked us through it. I'll walk through what their argument was. It seems to me to be reasonably compelling. I think there's a very good argument to be made that what we are seeing here is the start of another Cold War. How we get to that from here is a bunch of very simple steps, and I think that's what we're seeing. Okay, thank you, Brigwin. And Brigwin, if Titan's out, please feel free to DM me if there's something you need to. We'll put you in on that. All right. So, but other than that, I think I'm gonna check the production clock. That's just gonna be 1 second. We lose time as we stream if I check the production clock against the real clock, I gotta get both up. So that's gonna take a second. So the clock on the right. So we got two clocks on the show. The one that I like the most is the circular clock in the middle on the right. That steampunk style clock. That's a real clock. You can see the second hand move on that, and that is at the production time. So that is exactly the time. Actually, that may not. No, that's not production time. But it's close. That's going to be within seconds of production time, but that's not production time. So that's going to be within probably a couple of seconds of what the actual production clock is showing. How close is that? Oh damn! No, that's within seconds of the production time. Anyways, I love that, and that's a real dial there. Shows the time, date, and all that other stuff. And we used to just use that because it fit with the theme of the show, especially originally. But we also added the clock up at the top, and that clock is the production clock. That's what you're seeing isn't the production clock. What you're seeing is the live clock. And the reason we have the two clocks is so that when we're doing a complicated live stream, I can find out how far back you guys are behind the real time. Because anything that slows down our stream, anything that interferes with our stream in any way, we've controlled as much as we can on our end, but it's the internet. If it slows down in any way, we lose time. And what that means is that you guys are seeing this several seconds and in some cases several minutes behind real time. So somebody says something snarky in the live chat and I will have a really witty reply. My witty reply I'll think is instantaneous, but to you guys is like 4 minutes later. And you're like, wow, Nick, that was really dumb. And I was tired of that. So because they're all witty, it's just timing that's the problem, or Neil. But it used to be a very big problem, and for people who stream live regularly, that's an issue if it's time sensitive, and for us it's time sensitive. So what I do, that clock up there exists. Obviously, it's on the stream and on the show, and I have a copy right here. And what I do is I have to bring up the whole show onto my second monitor, so I'll bring that up, and that show tells me exactly where we are. But I compare that to the stream for you guys, and I can tell exactly how much time you've lost. In general, for an hour stream, most shows lose 30 seconds to an hour on a stream. Titan, good to see you. Welcome back. I'm about to bail just for a few minutes. Most shows lose about a minute, up to a minute per hour. So if you've been streaming for 4 hours, the stream will be 4 minutes behind live chat we've gotten that down, and we do need to check the production clock. So I'm just going to, now while I'm talking, I'm tired enough. I'm not doing it sort of automated, so I need to concentrate. We are less than 30 seconds behind. So when you hear less than 30 seconds behind, I said that 30 seconds ago in the future, but 30 seconds on a, we're 28 seconds behind. So for a 5-hour stream, that's, I'm proud of that. All right, not that anybody here cares. So, but what that means is, so when I see something in live chat, I can respond right away. You won't hear it for 26 seconds or 28 seconds. That's just, and there's no way to fix that at this point, and we lose time the longer the stream goes. And obviously, for breaking news, that's an issue. But we're good. So the production clock is good. We're not that far behind, and I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get some water. I'm going to stretch my legs. Don't want to throw a clot, and I certainly am in a little pain. So we'll get that taken care of. We're also going to have Xandring's wife. I think if I don't know, like, okay, it's the Carol Kane thing, right? Doesn't she chase him around with like a wooden spoon or something? If you could do that, thwack him a few times. If it looks like he doesn't like it, please keep doing it. If it looks like he's enjoying it, please stop immediately. So that will get that taken care of. I think we're going to take a break. I'll let the thing go. Excuse me. And I do need some water. And then we're going to figure out where we're going to go from here. Like I said, right now, we're really just, there's nothing that's going to change in the rundown that's significant, I think. The vast majority of the defensive forces appear to have been catastrophic. Perfect, thank you. I like her. She's just on board with the program. The vast majority of the defensive forces, I mean, the defensive infrastructure is badly degraded. And I think we're just waiting now for the primary forces. Once that starts, we'll figure out how long we're going to keep doing this and what we're, realistically speaking, in time we try to bring things you're not going to get anywhere else. And we'll keep doing that, I think, as long as we can. At some point, mainstream news is going to take over, and you're going to be able to really see from then the big picture. And the what we do isn't going to be as relevant. But I think we're still probably a number of hours away from that. So, but we'll start talking about what that's going to look like and how long we're going to keep doing this. We're still going to be on for a while. So, Xandring, anything else you wanted to say about wooden spoons and getting chased around, about the war?
Stop interfering with my love life.
I'm what?
Said stop interfering with my love life. Stop kink shaming me.
Listen, well, I didn't realize that was the concern. I didn't realize I was kink shaming. I was trying to interfere with your hate life. I was trying to boost it dramatically, but apparently no. So, what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to do the following thing myself. I'm going to get a little water. I'm going to get a little food. I'm going to stretch, walk around. I heard my dog barking outside. He's supposed to be inside, so we'll see what that is before, in time, breaking news, my neighbors are trying to shoot me. And then I'll come back. I'll probably stay with the camera off, and I'll be here, but I'm going to take the opportunity to, without having to produce and without having to try to bail my co-host out of his domestic issues. I'll hit the live chat if any mods have any questions or if there's anything else, because I think we do have a lull now, but that's going to end at some point. We're expecting it reasonably soon. So by reasonably soon, as in like any time from now or the next couple of hours. So we'll do that. I'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more, do another rundown, and keep the process going. Anything you want to say, Xandring, other than stop interfering with my love life?
I'm trying to decide, is a first edition Tolkien Hobbit first run worth keeping, or should I donate it to the library?
That's a good question. It's probably worthless, but send it to me. I'll let you know. You know my address. Send it to me. I'll take a look at it. My suspicion is it's worthless, but bubble wrap it, shrink wrap it, just on the off chance. Put it in a box. It's got lots of bubble wrap and everything. And why don't you send it insured to my house, and I will give it a professional professional once over. Yes,
I'll get right up.
Perfect.
So,
That's impressive. That's really fucking. I know you're a big fan of books, but holy shit. All right. Let me go. The clock's good. Everything's good. Is this a full Lola? Doorknob head. Dear Lord. All right. So we're gonna go on break just for a little bit. Everybody's gonna stretch their legs. We're gonna come back, assess where we are, and figure out how we're gonna go forward. I think we've got probably at least another couple hours before, between now and a couple hours before there's something really big. But I'll also probably just give a quick sweep of the Discord and see what's going on there. And we'll see how we're gonna move forward. So for those of you just joining us, yeah, it's a full invasion of Ukraine. Yeah, that's actually unfortunately really rather serious, and it's certainly also very serious for Ukraine. But it's serious really for, I think, just about everybody on the planet. This is, and we'll also if anyone's in the live chat and I forget. Send me a that, or hey, listen, this was what is generations theory we had on the very controversial Dr. John Shook to tell us, well, because of generations theory, that's telling you that this is going to happen and X, Y, and Z. So don't let there's a few people, if I say that around, we'll get some pushback. But at any rate, I do want to cover why this looks like this is going to be the start of another Cold War, and what the range of consequences is that we are looking at going forward for the U.S. and for the rest of the world. So we'll do that. I'm actually thinking probably closer to 10 minutes. Go for a walk. All that other stuff is entering. I'll catch up with you in about 10.
Okay.
All right. Enjoy the spoon. All right, I'm gonna get the audio. Hold on, there should be audio for that one. Am I on the right? Yeah, I am. It's just that clip has no audio. All right, I'm gonna make sure the audio's on so you guys can. So I know you guys are gonna enjoy sounds of war while I'm gone, but. All right, that's not the right one. That's not the right list, but we'll leave it. I'll catch up in a bit.
Смотрят ему вслед сочувствующим взглядом. А вот пустой город, пустой, никого нигде. Крытый рынок, автостанция, где всегда полно людей. Никого. Все смотрят ему вслед сочувствующим взглядом. А вот пустой город, пустой, никого и нигде. Крытый рынок, автостанция, где всегда полно людей. Никого.
Okay, apparently we don't have Frederick, but let me just read to you what we have here. And I'll read it again as we're looking at these images. What you're looking at on your screen. This is
All right, we're not quite ready to come back yet. I'm still trying to get a few things done here, but yeah, I did see in the live chat, NATO expanding, invading Russia. I think. Okay. I think I misread too because I'm a little tired, so I'm going to start misreading things in the live chat too. First of all, NATO was never to stop communism; it was to stop World War III. The idea was that if there was a united alliance, it would make a third world war very unlikely. Russia probably should have been in that alliance since they were on the right side of it at the end there. And I think we actually had that discussion either yesterday or the day before about Russia, should Russia have been allowed into NATO and what things would have been different. I think you get, I don't know what the reasoning was. I'm not an expert in that area. But I will say that, and I've actually found, Doorknobhead, I saw the 5,800. Yeah, I'm sending you a pizza, just FYI. It'll be there. Well, it's Domino's, so it'll be there in about 22 minutes. So at any rate, NATO expanding is an interesting thing. I'm curious as to the theory behind it. I think there's a decent argument to be made that no, it shouldn't be expanding. I think it has become a bit more about sort of at least anti-Russia. That's not necessarily anti-communism, but it's easy to conflate for any number of reasons. And I think the problem is, even with the best of intentions, which I think NATO sort of believes they have, that kind of expansion can encourage aggression back for obvious reasons, and countries feel threatened. So, yeah, I think there are decent arguments to be made there. I'm not sure. I think it's nuanced. So I think that's a legit point. But we're fast heading out of my area of expertise. I'm hoping that somebody Pat or somebody like that would be able to opine. Yeah. All right. Anyways, I'm not quite back yet. I sound like I'm back. I'm disembodied. I'm getting a few extra things done here. Nope. So one of the audios was left on. All right. Yeah. So, all right. Does look like the Discord is going well. And like I said, I'm going to catch up with that. At this point, so the question is, all right, thank you. I'll check the either if you can drop a link to the Reuters feed. I'm not sure that traffic jam. Well, I mean, it's worth looking at least to see what we got. They need to absolutely head out. Eddie, good to see you. Welcome to our nightmare, Eddie. And I'm going to do a rundown in a minute. But we are looking at a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This is not a minor thing. This is not just the Donbas. It looks like it's not even just the western third of Ukraine. It looks like it's a full-scale invasion. What we've been looking at, and I'm going to crunch the numbers with people. But I think what we've heard is that we're looking at the fall of Ukraine completely within 5 days. If it continues this way, it looks like this is the intent. So that's what we're looking at. The government's already gone. Gone as in they've retreated to Poland. Is that right? Yeah, I think it's Poland. So yeah, we'll do a rundown. But welcome to the nightmare. So I'm catching up on a few other news things, and we are waiting for the full invasion force at this point. It's actually, when I say the invasion, it's just the expeditionary forces that have hit, and it's already been. It's what you'd expect. All right. Okay, that's yeah. All right. Yeah, this is difficult, and this is difficult on any number of levels. So Xandering is probably listening, but maybe wrapping up some things. So I'm not gonna try to draw him in yet. Everyone needs to get a breather. I didn't get as much of a walk as I wanted to. One of my kids was up, and she had been waiting for me because she wanted to ask me a few questions and talk to me. And I was just like, "How'd you know I was taking a pause?" She goes, "Oh, I've been watching the stream." I was like, "Wait, what? This is not age-appropriate material." And they were looking for the stream seal, which was awfully, which if you've been listening for more than 3 hours, you know what the stream seal is. But at any rate, again, I lucked out on the kid front. So, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm glad we didn't put up the other pictures earlier, but no, we're not gonna. They're gonna go to bed because I think they find most of the stuff boring. But regardless, we're gonna do a regular show, and I may have to re-enable the blocks on there. No watching Daddy's show. All right, let me wrap this up. Sorry, I'm punchy and tired. Boom, we'll refresh the map there. I'd like to move the map into the, I don't know what would be more helpful now is to move the map into the main window. Actually, I can just move it into the main window when I want anyway, so I'll leave the map where it is for now. Oh. The live map is down. May just be excess bandwidth. It's not an error on our side. The live map is down. It's not. It's trying to respond. It's down. All right. Well, that's interesting. We had a live map that was basically covering everything that's going on. We could see everything, and it's down. It's not getting any information back from the host, is what it looks like. It looks like they're using Cloudflare, who isn't, and Cloudflare. I mean, it's a dynamic side. There's no way Cloudflare can just. And they can do content delivery on individual components like the icons, but the map itself is you can't. So we're not showing a feed. The main window is clips from the initial expeditionary forces. Right now what you're seeing is a whole bunch of rocket fire that went in. They struck Kiev almost immediately. Kiev is, of course, as I'm sure you know, but I'll say it anyway, it's the capital. There are two columns of forces. Okay, live map is back. I'll show you. We're going to do the rundown. So that's a footage from the last few hours. If I was smart, I'd remember to actually write down when we start streaming so I can have a time. So let's see, that was 6 hours ago. So about 10 p.m. is when the invasion started, 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll do a rundown in a minute. And it's a lot is going on, and none of it's good. But it looks like there may be something happening. And I just want to check and make sure I'm clear before I go forward on something else. I think we're good. All right. Perfect. Yeah, that's worth noting too, is the replacement of. So that city is, and I've forgotten the name of the city. I got to start writing this stuff down. I'm just doing a little too much. But so there's at least now one city that has been sectioned, is just completely surrounded, and they put up the Russian flag. So embassy outside of Kiev. Okay. Oh dear Lord, 200 Indian students stranded outside the embassy in Kiev. Yeah, we got footage. Most of this is actually not Kiev. We've been having a hard time getting footage in Kiev, except we saw a lot of footage of Kiev looking just fine, which it's not. All right, let me buckle down and get this. And Xandering, if you're around, I think we're about ready to get started again. So just let me know when you're back. And I'm making my last checks on everything. We don't have anything new, so it's just going to be a standard rundown for a minute. Oh, that was the one thing I wanted to check. What's the name of the town or city? It's okay. Kharkov. So Kharkov is occupied, and it's it's flying the Russian flag. There's no way in or out. Okay. All right, that's where we are. So some of you are just waking up. Some of you in Europe are just waking up. I would actually like to... the other thing I'm going to do is just quickly, because I want to see what the mainstream news is saying about this. So I'm going to mute for a second. I imagine you guys have been hearing my keyboard and mouse. I've changed the setup here, and now all of a sudden it's all the audio. So you're probably hearing it. If it's really bad, somebody let me know. I'm doing my best to mitigate it, but a lot's going on. I'll be back in about 1 minute. I just want to check and see what mainstream news is reporting on this. So I'll be back in a sec, folks, and then we'll do a rundown. So give me about 60 seconds. All right. Forget the standing by music up. Up would be nice too. So what I'm going to do is do a rundown of what happened. I'll try to sort of cover the history that got us here in about a minute. And then I'm going to cover what the last sort of 24 hours have been in about a minute. And then we're going to cover the last 6 hours. And then we're going to discuss what we're looking at sort of going forward. I think there's unfortunately just some difficult news ahead on what we're looking at. So let me bring my camera back up and all right. So those of you just joining us, there is what appears now to be a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This was worst-case scenario. Most people thought it wasn't going to happen. Some people thought there wasn't going to be an invasion at all. But if there was, the hope was it was going to be limited to the Donbas region. The Donbas region now, I'll bring up the major map here. So let's bring this up. And the Donbas region is that red area on the lower right. And I'll center over that just a little bit. So we were thinking it would be in the Donbas region, if anywhere. U.S. intelligence, as of about 2 or 3 days ago, said no, he's actually going to plan on taking at least Kiev. That would be the eastern third of the entire country. You can see there's a blue line, kind of that blue area. That river right there. Where's the mouse? That river goes all the way up to Kiev. So if you take a look at this map here, that's basically a little more, I think, than the western third of the country. And then the thinking was he may actually go for 2/3 of the country. At this point, it looks like he's going for the entire country. And we'll discuss how and why, but that's sort of what we're seeing. I think he is going to stop at the river for a little bit once he's got that river. That river is how they supply everything. That's the economic vitality of Ukraine. That's how they ship imports and exports in and out of Ukraine. What you're about to see, actually, I want to see if I can lower this before the video goes. This is paratroopers coming in, which is the video you're going to see here. Let me bring Birch up. There you go. Those are paratroopers. They look like birds. They're not. Those are paratroopers. So what happened? Let's see, about 6.5 hours ago, and we were in standby because we knew that there was probably going to be an invasion and it was imminent. And all the cameras on the border of Ukraine and Crimea failed. They all failed. They all went down basically simultaneously, which means that they were deliberately severed. So that suggested that an attack was imminent, but it was coming from Crimea, which would be a problem. Putin had said that he was going to send a, quote, humanitarian aid to the Donbas region. Now, why would humanitarian aid be necessary? Well, the two rebel groups in Donbas have been trying to secede, essentially, from Ukraine and go back to Russia. They have been supplied by the Russians for quite some time. The Russians have been giving them money, support, intelligence, and they've been fighting Ukraine. Russia's hope was that they would successfully secede and cut themselves off. They failed to do so, but they nonetheless gave a significant portion of control to Russia. So Russia has had quasi-control of that region. That is why that region is red here. They haven't officially taken it, but the rebels in that area make it such that it is essentially in Russia control. When they cross the border, which is on the bottom right of that, they will be able to get all the way through the Donbas without any difficulty. And the Ukrainian army, which is currently, I mean, they're defensive, but the Ukrainian army is trying to stop a rebellion in that area. They will suddenly become the insurgency in that area, as that area will flip officially to Russian control. The Russians haven't done that yet. That was sort of at a base minimum. Once we realized they were going to invade, that was going to happen. But instead of just doing that, which was under the auspices of humanitarian aid, now that they're an independent country and they declared independence, U.S. refused to acknowledge it and in fact said that it was a violation, it would be illegal, and issued sanctions against those groups and said nobody could do business with them. Now, when Putin said he was going to go in humanitarian aid because, of course, the Ukrainian army is still trying to get that area back. And they said, no, that's an independent country, so you're now a hostile aggressor. And they're going to come in and provide, quote, humanitarian aid. But the good news, I was cautiously optimistic on that. I was like, nobody wants them to take the Donbas, but you can't stop them. They're going to take Donbas. However, all the cameras failed a little more than an hour and a half ago around Crimea, the border between Crimea and right there, Ukraine. And that was a very bad sign because that means something's about to happen there. And a column was spotted by a civilian who put it up on social media. And we, as you know, we follow these things. This was it's not the first time we've confirmed things through Google Maps, which is really quite staggering. So we had a video that purported to be and looked accurately to be of a 4.3 mile long convoy headed towards Ukraine. And all right, hold on one second. All right. So Xandring is gonna call it a night. Thank you very much. I assume you're still listening. Thank you, Xandring, so much for your support. Go get some sleep, and to your wife, keep that spoon nearby. And at some point, get a steel one. I hear they're better. Thank you all. Xandring, have a great evening. We really appreciate it. Everyone here really appreciates your help, and thank you very much. Sleep well. We'll catch up tomorrow. All right. So where are we? So the problem is if they come in through Crimea, that means that they're going to pass the Donbas because they can do Donbas right from Russia. Donbas is on the Russian border. They can just go in and take it easy. The only reason to come in through Crimea is if they're going to take more than just Donbas. So there was a column purported to be going through. We got footage of that column. It was about 4.3 miles long of expeditionary force. But funnily enough, we're like, okay, how do you confirm something like this? It was confirmed by Google Traffic, which reported that there was a 2.3 mile long slowdown in that area. It was, I think, 2 or 3 a.m. for their time, and everything around that road was completely clear as they'd expect. But Google Traffic was reporting that cars going through the area were slowing down. So congratulations, we confirmed an invasion force by the traffic patterns. At any rate, so we here on the show basically went into standby and said, okay, the invasion is happening. We called Macmillan and a few others to come assist us, and we waited. At that point, that column, there was found 2 other columns heading towards the Donbas region. As of yet, we don't believe that they have entered. But we heard explosions and had reports of explosions in the first city that operates as a checkpoint just on the Ukraine side. So it appeared that the column had attacked. We started airing, and were able to confirm that the column had in fact attacked. Probably within 10 minutes of that attack, as many as 20 other sites in Ukraine were attacked, including Kiev, the capital. Rockets were falling in all of these regions. The Air Force base, their principal Air Force base, was attacked, and as of this moment, it is on fire and appears to be crippled. We don't know the status, and they're not advertising that. But Russia is reporting having obliterated all anti-aircraft capabilities in Ukraine. I doubt it's completely all, but credibly, it's basically all. Then let's see. We saw multiple attacks, bombs falling in Ukraine. All of the cyber infrastructure was attacked and went down. They lost all government websites, military websites, intercommunication. The government evacuated and is now safe in Poland. All the leaders appear to be safe in Poland. Kiev is still under intermittent attack. It's all rocket fire. So they've had some success in shooting down some of the rockets. You'll see one of those, but really, in fact, actually, I think that's what's playing now right behind this. We'll leave it up. They managed to shoot down, I think, 1 rocket. You can see the rocket fire. It's a withering barrage of rocket fire that was coming in. There's been one report, several hundred casualties. The casualties include one American student who is also the son of a diplomat, and one journalist. Another journalist appears to have been assassinated. We have and then this is actually the paratroopers from the invasion. So since that's coming up again, I will put that up. This is the paratroopers coming in. At this point, I think it's the first city. It's one of the first cities as you come in. Has been completely cut off by the Russians. They've cut off every way in and out. They've replaced the flag with the Russian flag, and that city is now. There's no way in or out. The Russians have it. They have occupied the city. Let me bring the map back. I think that's which city is that? Well, I'm not going to try to find that right now. So the other thing we had on Commander. Yep, the map's up, so thank you. Commander Lance McMillan was on. Those of you who've seen our shows know we've had him on several times. He is an extraordinarily experienced commander with the U.S. Navy. He did the staging for the invasion of Iraq out of CENTCOM, worked with the Fifth Fleet for that. So he knows what he's doing when it comes to military planning, and he said, the way you want to know if this is a full invasion, because there's only one way to really know for certain. He said it's what they do with Odessa. Now, Odessa is this spot right here. It is the only port left in Ukraine that's of any value. Now, here's what makes this interesting. Odessa is to the west of the river, and if they're going to go to the river. At this point, they're going to pass the Donbas. They're going to combine Crimea and the Donbas, and then they'll be able to supply everything from Crimea. Crimea appears to be their central staging area. They have used the ports in Crimea to supply this invasion, and the invasion started from Crimea, from Crimea going up, and they're probably going to hit the river. They're going to go take everything from the river. At some point reasonably soon, we're anticipating the full force to actually enter. This has just been an expeditionary force. If I had to guess, I'd probably say less than 5% of their total forces are in there right now. Less than 5% would be my guess. And I'm not a military guy. That's my guess. So they're going to enter. They're going to take this area, which is going to be a piece of cake because they basically own it already. Then they're going to go ahead and make a beeline for the river. When they take the river, they're going to own roughly one third of Ukraine. They're also going to come in from the north. The larger part of their forces are actually in the north. At that point, Belarus, the country immediately to the west of Russia and immediately to the north of Ukraine, entered the war. War was declared by Putin. Crimea is now at war with Ukraine. Belarus entered the war on the side of Russia. Belarus forces combined with Russian forces made a fourth column, which is now in Ukraine, coming in from the from the north. That puts them just beyond Kiev, unless if they do it right there, and that may be where they're coming in. So that's going to be that may be an expeditionary force towards Kiev. They have now occupied at least one city. But the key here was, again, the Odessa. Here's why Odessa is important. Capturing Odessa is pointless if you're not going to go past the river, because you can use the river and you can use Crimea to supply your entire forces. You're not going to need to supply them if you go past the river. If you go past the river by only, what would that be, I think, about 20 miles, you still have the easiest way to supply your forces is from the river. Why would they capture a base on the other side? So he said, look, if they capture that base, if they send in amphibious or paratroopers, then they're going for the whole country. If they don't, and literally right when he said this, paratroopers landed, and then shortly after that, amphibious units hit it. Why? Okay. They have to do something with it. Either they destroy it so that it degrades the defensive capabilities of Ukraine, or they take it, which means they're going to use it themselves. They appear to have taken it. It is on fire, but they actually sent in troops apparently to take it because they can just bomb it from the skies. If they take it, then that means once they pass the river, they can start being supplied from that spot. And as soon as they get there, they've got forward supply lines already in place. There's no reason to take that except they're going to go for the entire Ukraine. In fact, you can tell that's really almost along right there, the Moldova side of the map. So at this point, we have high confidence that they are going to take all of Ukraine. And I mean very high. I think at this point it's over 90% that we are looking at a complete invasion of Ukraine. So where do we stand? Ukraine's defensive capabilities have been dramatically degraded. We don't know by how much, but according to Russia, by a significant amount, and I do have to believe them because they have the ability to do it, and that's what we've been seeing. We do know that their only real Air Force base has received some significant damage. We know that many of the phone lines and internet connections are barely operating, if operating at all. They do seem to have power, but they've evacuated all the power stations. All the power stations are currently operating on automatic. The Russians have taken at least one city. They have occupied the city, and they control every way in and out. And let's see. Ooh, I do want to get that up if I can. No, I can't. I won't get that up in time. And they, let's see. Any anti-aircraft artillery, any batteries have had very little to shoot at. They have been able to shoot down a rocket or two. We have an image of that, but there have been no planes that anyone's been able to detect. The Air Force isn't going to come in until all the anti-aircraft. Oh, there's the missile barrage. I'm going to pause that. I don't know if Eddie is still there, but that's the missile barrage. That is a, let's see, we'll put that up there. So this is a barrage of weapon fire, missiles being launched directly at Ukraine. Let's watch this. That's just missile after missile after missile from several. I mean, they're just all heading straight into Ukraine. And this is only one of the areas that's been attacking. All right. And so that's what this evening has been. At this point, I think we are confident in saying it is a complete invasion, and the goal is to take all of Ukraine. We spoke with Commander McMillan about what this means going forward. This is the shoot down, I think. So there they are. They're successfully here shooting down one missile. And you can see the missile breaking up, and that's the there you go. All right, so what's this going to look like? This is an expeditionary force. What they're doing is softening up and basically obliterating the defenses. What they want to take out right now is anti-aircraft. The reason is aircraft is a force multiplier. If you add aircraft, you're not adding to your force, you're multiplying your force, because the air superiority dramatically improves the efficacy of the units on the ground. So, but right now, aircraft is actually not that hard to shoot down from anti-aircraft if you have a good anti-aircraft in place. So they're taking out all the anti-aircraft first with rockets. They have dropped in paratroopers, amphibious units, and they're either destroying or taking every military position they can. What they're reporting is that anti-aircraft capabilities at this point is completely gone. They're reporting that the air base has been completely destroyed. Don't know how accurate it is, but it's close. There's clearly significant damage. It appears they have Odessa. So at this point, they have about everything they need for a full invasion. What would a full invasion look like? We're looking at about 180,000 troops all simultaneously going in. We do have some tanks in the area. The north column is definitely in, probably headed straight to Kiev. The south column is probably heading to the river. So, and actually, is that the, okay, so that's the, I think that's the town. I think that's where they took it. Is that it? I just want to, Kharkova. Yeah, okay, so it's Kharkova. So they've taken the city on the river there. So that means they're 50 miles in. So it looks like they've taken the largest city 50 miles in from Ukraine. Sorry, from Kiev. It's right along the water. So that's the first step in combining those two areas. At this point, what we are expecting is any time within the next 2 hours, the full invasion to begin. It's probably going to start with Air Force coming in, bombing any of the last artillery and or tank positions, and then the full forces coming in on the ground. It's going to come in from, at a minimum at this point, Crimea and into the Donbas area. They'll take the Donbas in no time flat. They can take the Donbas in hours. They're probably going to just run right past that and go straight to the river. We anticipate them being to the river within a day. Once they take that area, they've got a third of Ukraine, and it looks like without too much difficulty. They're also going to make a beeline for Kiev. At this point, we believe they can take Kiev within 2 to 4 hours of the main invasion starting. They can take the capital within 2 to 4 hours of the main invasion starting. And we believe that's going to be their goal. So when does the invasion start? We anticipated once we started streaming that it would be sometime after the 6 hour mark, probably a couple of hours, within a couple of hours of the 6 hour mark. We have passed the 6 hour mark. So we are anticipating a major attack, an offensive coming in. This is just an expeditionary force, and it's already wreaked complete and utter havoc. So we're going to see the bulk of the forces, the majority of them are going to be coming in from the north and going to make a beeline for Kiev. The ones coming in from the east are going to run over the Donbas, probably try to leave something to secure the Donbas because that's reasonably easy to do and worth it. And the rest are going to continue to the river. They'll take the river. Kiev will be gone, will be lost within about 6 hours, I think, between the and then they're going to take everything, the river. They're probably going to wait there for maybe a day or two. I don't know. They're going to secure probably within 10 miles out of the river so the snipers don't get them. They're going to start supplying through that river, and then they're going to roll over the rest, probably using Odessa to help staging. Once the ground forces actually reach Odessa, it's over. But by that point, they've covered so much. What happens after that? The next question is, do they invade Moldova, which is the next country over? We believe at this point, Moldova cannot offer any resistance whatsoever. Their military capabilities is less than a tenth of Ukraine. So if they're able to take Ukraine in 5 days, which is I think what we're talking about, all they have to do is tell Moldova that they're going to go in, and the belief at this point is Moldova will immediately surrender. So they're in a position now to take two countries if they want them. They will take Ukraine. The question is, are they going to take Moldova? Moldova is, I think it's an associate member of NATO. NATO Article 5 does not apply to it. Are we going to try to expedite that? I don't know. I think we should, but we're so far avoiding anything that would be increasing the conflict from what I can tell. So that means if he wants Moldova, he'll be able to take that too. Next on the chopping block would be Romania, which is a NATO country. So the question is what happens there. The general consensus appears to be he's not crazy enough to actually attack a NATO country. General consensus was he wasn't crazy enough to do this. I admit it's a difference. There is a difference between doing this and doing that, but it's a quantitative difference, not a qualitative one by this point. It seems like it's a qualitative difference because it's NATO, but at this point, he's willing to risk it, it appears like. So that's where we stand. At this point, our best guesstimate, it is a guesstimate. I think it's reasonably well informed. We're going off of Commander Lance McMillan, and he's going off of a lifetime of experience planning and staging and implementing and studying these kinds of things, and he's gone over that. We have his invasion of Iraq and how these things are done. So I think he's as good a guess as we can get as any, and he says 5 days to roughly to conquer the entire country. So I think that's what we're looking at. I think Kiev will be gone within 12 hours. I think Kiev will be gone probably sooner than that. It'll certainly be gone within a day. And it looks like all of Ukraine will be gone in 5 days if things proceed the way they are looking now. And I think the expectation is they will. So we're looking at, I think I said earlier, about 200 casualties so far. None of it's confirmed. This is just what we're hearing from the government and military forces, the command structure of which have all left the country. Inside the country, we have to believe communications are difficult and spotty at best. We have been told that beside martial law having been declared The military has been basically given their last instructions, which is to resist inflicting maximum casualties on the enemies. That's where they are. It is a state of war. Russia has declared war on Ukraine. Ukraine obviously is in a state of war. And I don't know if this is the last time. Somebody had said earlier that this is the last time, or the last time war was in this region was in fact World War II. I don't know. But where does this lead to? Well, if this works, and I have every expectation that it will, if we don't do anything other than sanctions, which I suspect we won't, he is going to, at a minimum, take Ukraine. After that, he may also take Moldova, and then he has to think about his next move and what he's going to do. We are going to position a lot of NATO troops in Romania, and I think at this point we are going to be reinforcing everything along there. So you're going to have Russian troops on one side, U.S. troops on another side, and we will be aiming guns at each other. That's a scenario we've been trying to avoid for a very long time, and we will be in that. U.S. and Russian forces aimed at each other. They won't be shooting, at least right away, but they'll be aimed at each other, and that's what we're trying to avoid. The thinking that Commander McMillan, and I think it was actually Pat who put this forward, is that this is going to lead to another Cold War. It's going to be a standoff, and we're going to be fighting essentially a Cold War against them because nobody wants it to go hot, and the lines will be drawn at Romania unless they try to take Romania. So that's what we're looking at. Obviously, that's really extraordinarily bad. Right now, the markets have been hit in exactly predictable ways. The price of oil has gone up dramatically. We reported if it exceeds $100 per barrel, it is going to do a significant number on our inflation here in the U.S. It has exceeded that. So immediately, there's going to be economic consequences in the U.S. You will feel this at the oil pump tomorrow. Literally, how much tomorrow, it'll be noticeable, but not what you're going to be feeling in a week to 2 weeks from now. So this is going to affect everybody starting right now, and it is going to get worse. And we are looking at what I believe, what's been reported by our guests, and I concur with them, I believe them, the start of a Cold War. And not only, I mean, Cold Wars are bad enough. We've been in one of those, but also a standby one. Apologies, I need to, and also the basically the standoff of Russian and American troops literally aiming guns at each other, which has not happened since the Cuban Missile Crisis that I'm aware of, unless I'm missing something. All right, and I do need to quickly, I just need to confirm one thing on our stream here. Hold on, I'm just going to recycle my shield. I think we're good, but yep, we're good. All right, perfect. So the we lost the feedback from YouTube. YouTube is not reporting us connected, but we're connected because I can see see what I'm doing. Hi, Nick. All right. So that's where we stand. It's the worst case scenario of what we had envisioned could happen with this. We knew they could go for the full Ukraine. The consensus was he was not that crazy. That's what we're seeing on the map. That's what we're seeing. So it's obviously impossible to know. It is technically possible. He's going to turn around. He's not going to do that. I think we all know that. Absolutely, he's going to take the first third of Ukraine. So absolutely, he's going to go to the river. But the plan that we're seeing now is the plan that he would execute if he was going for the full Ukraine. So he's going for the full Ukraine. And the fact is, he would not need Belarus. Belarus would be of no use to him. That's the other one, which I hadn't even really mentioned. But Belarus is no use to him unless he's going to pass the river. The reason is because Belarus, if you take a look at the map right here, starts at the river. So the only reason to bring Belarus in, let's move that up. Okay, if you see the river there, it's running through the middle, and you can see that red dot right up there at the top. Ukraine is the one that's the blue and red dots. So there's the blue and the red dots. I'll move in a little closer here. I always hate having to do this without people really being able to see. Okay, that's Kiev right there. And they have brought in an expeditionary force. But if you see, this is Belarus right here. And if you see that thin red line, it would be nice if it were a little thicker. But if you see that thin red line, you can see it takes a sharp turn right at the river and then heads north. That's Belarus, and Russia is right here. So Russia can easily take Donbas, which is down there, and they can take everything up to the river right from where they are. They're just right here. There's the border. Boom. That's what? I think somebody had said earlier 20 miles. I'm looking at that now. That's more than 20, but that's not more than 50. So they can take that. They can just go right there, boom, take the river. But if they're going to take anything past the river, Belarus is all of a sudden really important because Belarus has all the border on the northern side from the river to Romania. That's it. All of that on the northern side is Belarus. And they have now come into the war on the side of Ukraine. So he's going to go there. There's no point in bringing them in unless he's going to go there. And if I was Belarus, I wouldn't participate unless they're going to need me because I don't want to make enemies. I don't have to. And they're participating. He's going to go there. So he's going to take all of Ukraine. I don't think there can be any doubt about that. So while we thought this was just going to be an invasion to carve off a piece of Ukraine, maybe the Donbas, maybe the eastern third, no. What we are seeing is a complete invasion for the entire country. My guess is the chances are really quite good that we are living in the last week of Ukraine being its own country. I don't think there's any. They've now taken one city. One city has been completely occupied, and they're going to move through that very, very quickly. They're not stopping there. They're just setting up troops, and nobody can get in or out. They've replaced the flag, and they're moving. We've had some casualties, and that's it. That's the rundown. So. Don't get rid of your nukes. Yeah, I think it's going to make nuclear deproliferation a lot harder because if they hadn't given up their nukes, this probably would not have happened. And they trusted us to defend them, and we have chosen not to. And by the way, I'm not trying to sit there and say we're terrible for that or what. I mean, I don't think it's good. I'm not pleased, but I understand the math and I understand why that choice was made. I think there were probably better alternatives going forward. We discussed a few of them, but at any case, at this point, there's nothing that can be done. Someone had no worries. I think the guy was triggered clearly, Eddie, but you know what, which is actually somewhat concerning because it's like, listen, I've like I said, I've had presidents that I've actually even risked my life. I fought a bear for Obama, but that's a long story. There's that I Got a Crush on Obama song. My wife and I were touring Vermont, New Hampshire, Connecticut, a few other states, stumping for Obama, and we fought a bear for Obama. And we just did like, we were asked to knock on a address once, and we're in the middle of New Hampshire, and we're like, where is this address? And it's nothing but farmland, and it's not even farm, it's not even used farmland. It's just all this open land. We're like, where is it? Where is it? And we can't find the address. Well, there's a shack that looks like an outhouse. It's the size of an outhouse down there. We're like, wait, is that the Unabomber shack? What the heck is that? And it turns out that's the actual address. And they wanted us to go up there and knock on the guy's door. And I was just like, I'm not fighting the Unabomber for Obama. No. But yeah, we encountered a bear. And so that went into our song, I fought a bear for Obama. And I've had people say meaner things about Obama than I said about Trump. So the fact that somebody got triggered that way tells me I don't think he's capable of rational thought on the issue. Not right or wrong. When you react that way, you're not thinking rationally. Doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means you're not thinking. And I don't think we can have a discussion. And I don't react that way when people go after somebody I work my ass off for. So, yeah. But let's not worry about that too much. Yeah, I think that's probably it. I think Titan's got it. Titan spots these things a mile away. I'm like 30 miles in going like, he wants a reasonable conversation. All right. So, yeah, I think we all lean left, most of this audience. And even Xandering socially leans left. So, all right. Anyways, that's where we stand, folks. And it's difficult. It's difficult for any number of reasons. It's difficult because 95% of the people now in a war zone aren't actually really interested on either side. They probably would rather stay with Ukraine, all things being equal, for any number of reasons. But a lot of them probably wouldn't even fight for it. And I think it's because what they really want is to be able to live their lives. Life in Ukraine is not particularly easy, and they certainly don't want it made harder. There's a lot of suffering. It's not, and it's not, I'm going to say third world country, excuse the term, non-industrialized, whatever you can use, that terms aren't equal, so I'm stuck. But it's also not an easy place to live. And, it's got modern cities, but it's also got a lot of rural areas. And it's just, these people just want to get by, and they've got families, and they've been living under the threat of invasion for a very, very long time. So we're watching suffering on a scale that hopefully 99% of this audience will never experience. And I'd love it if 99% of the planet didn't experience it. We're still living in a more peaceful time than basically any other time in history. But this is across the board a terrible thing for everybody. It's not great for Russians either. Now, we spoke to a Russian who was here, and I was very grateful for that. And it gave us some insight. And what I liked was, it made sense because it put into context a few things I've been hearing. For the Russians, they really think this is a humanitarian aid. And when Putin said we're going on a humanitarian mission, he wasn't saying that for us. And that was the thing I had forgotten. And I'd been told by a few people, and I was just like, left my head. I forgot about it. But really, he said that for the Russians to hear. And what he's going to say now is, well, we were doing our humanitarian aid, and then all of a sudden, the Ukrainians just went crazy and attacked us. And so we had to defend ourselves. And oops, we accidentally occupied the country. And they'll probably believe it. But this is a very well-planned invasion. In fact, when his declaration of war, the metadata on that shows that it was pre-recorded at least 2 days prior. So that's what he's going to tell his people, because he controls not all, but a lot of the sources of news that they get. Most of them are going to believe it. So good to see you, Eddie. Have a good night. So. That's what they're hearing, and most of them are proud, as at least what this person was saying, and that certainly fits with what I've been hearing. So it was nice to actually hear the perspective. Heard a few others talking about NATO deliberately going after Russia. Is that what NATO's doing? I don't think that's what they're doing, but on the flip side, I'm not in charge of NATO, and is it possible that the general consensus there is at some point Russia's going to have to be squeezed out? That could be. I don't think so, but I can't say it's not. But I will say that what I'm seeing doesn't suggest the NATO that's really an aggressor to Russia as it's portrayed. So at any rate, it was interesting to get those perspectives, and now we're waiting. We're waiting because we are expecting a full ground force invasion just about any time. Now, what I had said earlier, and I did mean this, was that we're probably going to stay up all the way through the ground invasion. At this point, I'm actually starting to reconsider that. I'd like to stay at least for another half hour and wait on the ground invasion. We're pretty sure it's going to happen within. I think the original calculus was about 6 to 8 hours of the invasion. We're coming up on hour 7. And I don't know for certain that it's going to happen in that time frame. And, me going for another 6 hours would be difficult. It's doable. You're going to get to see me a little sleep deprived there. But if this thing really pops off more seriously, that's what we're going to do. But if we don't know and we don't have any more indication, I may call it a night. The mods need to sleep. I need to sleep. What we'll be covering tomorrow will be a little difficult to assess. My suspicion, I haven't checked on this. We have scooped major media networks before, and I'm curious if on the numbers we actually started broadcasting the invasion live before network news in the U.S. That's easy enough to determine. Wouldn't shock me if we we've done that. We do that with some regularity. So, but once they're covering it, as long as they're covering it in a way that we think is accurate and not necessarily deeming significant challenge, which again, the White House thing, we challenged that. He was lying. I understand the reason, but he was lying. So what we'll do is we're going to assess where we are and what our value is to contribute to this outside of what you can get anywhere else, and how and when we'll call it a night. That's going to depend on what's going to happen over the next 20 minutes to half an hour. And if it doesn't look like there's any way to know outside of just an estimate, which again, it's Commander McMillan, who I think knows what he's talking about, but I don't think we're going to stay on air indefinitely waiting for the invasion when all of us could use sleep, and we'll do better tomorrow for it. And then we'll figure out what the production schedule will be going forward from that. So that's where we stand. There's been a lot of support from people emotionally, people sitting there telling us how good a job we're doing. And I will tell you, I know for a fact the mods appreciate it, and I appreciate it, because this isn't easy on anybody. It ain't easy on the mods who've been working their asses off. Ain't easy on anybody, and we're doing it because we believe in this. So when you support it, and the numbers have been consistent the entire night for a now almost a 7-hour stream. So that tells me that people appreciate what we're doing. So that's good. Like and subscribe. It helps. Hit the thumbs up button. It helps. It really does. That's why we always ask. And it's a great way to show support. You can also become a patron, or don't come onto the Discord and learn what we're about, talk with us, and or just get some information and chillax. We're not about the hard pitch here, but it certainly does help. And we've had some people helping out recently, which has really, I appreciate. So anyways, I am going to get into just who and what we are as a brand just a little bit before I do either another rundown and start. We do breaking news. I think it was Doorknob Head, and I said this last time. I said the news is broken and Nick fixes it, which I appreciate the sentiment. And we try to add context to the news that's left out, and we do some punditry, but we let you know what is punditry or not. By that measure, I'm not all that different from Glenn Beck, except Glenn Beck doesn't differentiate between facts and his opinions, and he's also certifiably insane. I'm maybe close to that, but you'll at least know when I'm guessing and when I'm not. And we're very good at getting information to people, and information you're not going to find anywhere else. And there's information you'll find out there. And so that's who and what we are. We also do interviews. We have a whole bunch of interviews. We cover media, politics, and culture. So you'll see us opining on all sorts of things along those issues. We're interested in philosophy, psychology, and what's going on in the world, politics, science. And I think they're all kind of related in time. We talk about who and what we are in time, in any given slice of the world. So anyways, thank you all for joining us. Most of you, I think, at this point have a pretty good idea of who we are. And the other thing you can do to support us is if you see a show that you like that we did, pass it along to your friends. Be doing them a favor, you'll be doing us a favor. And if you don't like it, pass it along to your friends, but say it's one of our competitors' channels and tell them that they're terrible. All right. So listen, folks, and this is the other thing. My jokes are bad always. My jokes are always bad. It's just one of the things that you're just gonna have to learn to put up with if you're gonna watch regularly. But they get worse as I get tired. So we're all gonna be saying, to avert war crimes on this channel. I should get some sleep at some point soon. So we'll see what goes on. Yeah. No, yeah, don't worry about it. There will be a way. I wish that was a joke. So that's it. I'm going to quickly check sort of the news section on the Discord, and we have various sections. We have sections on any kind of discussion, but we're also sort of keeping track of. I was triggered earlier, and I'm going to. Laura Ingraham has never been one of my favorite human beings by any stretch of the imagination, but sitting there calling the president of a country reaching out for help because his country's about to be completely obliterated. Someone who, to the best of my knowledge, spent his entire life in that country, has family in that country, cares about the people in that country. I'm going to be completely honest with you. She's not entirely wrong. I don't know a lot about him, but what I've read has said that he's been tepid, reasonably mediocre in X, Y, and Z. He loves that country, and he's also not done a bad job from what I can tell, too, and he's under more stress than little Miss Ingram there has ever been under. So she went out there in the clip that we showed earlier and basically said he was groveling. Well, She got the lottery ticket, didn't she? She's in the richest country in the world at the best time in the world to be in it. And this man is up there. And she also obviously didn't understand what he was saying and who he was talking to. He wasn't talking to Putin. He was talking to the people of Russia. And I was trying to say, your president is lying to you, which he is. And you don't want somebody like this representing you and working for you. And she's right. Putin, there's a former KGB assassin. He's shot people. He's killed lots of people. But he's killed them with his bare hands, too. And I bring this up because it takes a special kind of human being to be willing to put your hands around someone's neck and strangle the life out of them. That's Putin. There's no question that that's Putin. So, you're the president of a very small country looking down the barrel of that. That's one of the more disgusting things I've ever seen, at least in recent history, what Laura Ingraham had to say about that. I never had all that much respect for Fox News. But, there's a new line. I'm not going to play it again. I may some other point, because it's at least worth discussing, but right now I'm too triggered on that. It's not worth the airtime, but that's one of the most disgusting things I've seen a human being say. And Trump's follow-up to that was laughable, and that's why we played it, but dear fucking Lord. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Wilhart. We're going to do a rundown in a few minutes, and then we'll figure out. I'll call Putin to tell him to wait on the ground invasion. Yeah, I've been telling that joke once or twice too, because we ended up having we had some issues. We had one technical issue. The overtime interface failed, and we need that interface to really run overtime properly. So we're using the in-time interface. You can tell here. And we may switch to a single interface. Having two interfaces is twice as much work. But the problem is, there's only so much you can put into an interface. And this interface is geared to do hosts and interviews, stuff like that. So we can pull with this interface, we can immediately pull guests from almost any chat medium you could imagine. Google, Facebook, Skype, whatchamacallit, they're all built in and they'll all merge into one. You can't do that on the overtime interface. The overtime interface doesn't have the infrastructure to bring people in like that. You can basically come in one, maybe two ways, and if people come in multiple ways, it screws everything up. So, but we can cover a tremendous amount of data very quickly on overtime. It's designed to pull data right off of just about any source. And, if I'm aware that there's a clip we want, I can pull it and have it in the interface in under 30 seconds. On the overtime interface, it takes about 2 minutes. Sorry, on the in-time interface, it takes a minimum of 2 minutes to get one data source into it. On overtime, I can do it in 10 seconds. So it's a different interface. I still am very proud of how it's been operating. It can still clearly do the job. It's just not what it's designed for. And I couldn't do that job if I wasn't getting the clips in the first place, which I am, thanks to a lot of volunteers. Many of them have been here since day one. And I personally see that as much as anything. And they're not here for me. They're here because they believe in doing this, and they trust that I can do it the way I purport to and the way I try to. So that in and of itself is flattering. And as somebody who's been on this project since day one, that's about the most flattering thing I think I can get, is that people have been doing that. So thank you all. We're going to do a rundown in a sec, and I think we're going to assess where to go from there, because we're up on hour 7 now. And there's going to be a full invasion. It could happen literally 10 seconds from going down, but we have to assess how we're going to use our resources to best continue to bring you as much accurate information as we can, as appropriate. And it ain't going to work if we have to do a show tomorrow noon and all of us are exhausted. So we will figure out what to do with that. We'll do a rundown. It'll be about the best rundown as I can get. I did miss one thing from the other rundown. There's already been war crimes, and we've already had... In the Donbas region, the rebels have been conscripting civilians to join the rebels. And the reason this is a war crime is because it's a war crime to conscript someone to fight their own government and to fight their own people. and that's what's happening. We also know that there was a list distributed of targets, and the targets were going to be anyone who was not sympathetic to Russia. There was no indication of what that was. One of the things Pat Lowinger had pointed out, and I think he's right, which is somebody's going to interpret that as, and it will very quickly become, is your native language Russian or Ukrainian? If it's Ukrainian, before you finish answering that, you're going to be dead. And it's going to be ethnic cleansing. There's a reason people use ethnic cleansing. This is the type of situation where we see it, and we basically see it priming and starting already. We've seen war crimes already, and we now know that the government has explicitly said LGBTQ and any number of other groups, including, we believe the easiest interpretation of what they said is Jews, and certainly anybody with sympathetic Western causes to be executed. So that's ethnic cleansing, that's war crimes, that's genocide, all rolled into a package that we believe has now actually been authorized and ordered to the military as they enter and proceed. So I think things are going to get bad over there. We do know that there's now 200 Indian students, I believe it was. I don't remember if it was students, but 200 natives of India who are trying to get out. Their plane was canceled. They're now trapped. They're at the embassy in Kiev. Hopefully that's going to afford them some protection. I imagine the embassy is not going to be attacked. It'll be invaded. It'll be overrun. They're not going to destroy it for 2 or 3 reasons. One, there's actually no benefit to destroying it. It is illegal. The embassy actually technically does not belong to either the invaders or the host country. It belongs to the country that the embassy represents. Nonetheless, they will overrun it, and they'll take it. The last reason they don't want to destroy it is because there's valuable intelligence there. You don't want to blow up an embassy when they may have the secret codes to whatever. So they'll protect the embassy, probably. Possibility of a rogue strike hitting it, but they'll probably try to protect it. So hopefully they're safe at the embassy. They'll get snagged, and who knows what Putin will do with them, probably release them. So thank you. I really appreciate that, Wildheart. We work hard. And the interface, the design is nice. I enjoy it. I like it. And my hope is it comes across as professional, and we certainly try to be. But also recognize that, people don't come for the... That's the frame. It's not the paintings. So it's the... I like having a nice frame, but it's the people here that have been making it. So we've been very lucky. So I'm going to... All right. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to ostensibly wrap this up. I'm going to say we're going to call it a show in about 10 minutes. Barring any breaking news, we'll be done in 10 minutes. I think I think that's where we're standing on this. So let's do that. We'll wrap it up, and then I'll talk about where we're going to proceed. So the final rundown for the night. I'm not going to cover anymore, I think, how we got to where we were about 10 or 12 hours ago, but we were basically at the point where Ukraine was completely surrounded, 180,000 troops, and a very big question of whether or not Putin was going to go in. All the intelligence sources we had was that he was going to do it, but everybody was sitting there going, he can't be just that fucking crazy. The question was then, if he did go in, how much would he try to take? The hope was only the Donbas. The fear was as much as a third of Ukraine all the way up to the river. He has gone in. He went in about 6 hours ago. We went live. We've been covering it. It is clear he's been planning this decisively for quite some time. The country of Belarus nearby has also entered. War has been declared. Belarus has also joined in the declaration of war on the side of the Russians. That constitutes the entire northern border, eastern border, and basically 90% of the southern border of Ukraine. They are surrounded on 3 sides now with 2 countries opposing them. The Belarus is interesting because when you combine the fact that Belarus has entered, and when you combine the fact that they have now taken Odessa, which is the only base on the western side of the river, that means really only one conclusion: they're going to take the whole country. So at this point, we are looking at a full-scale invasion. What you're seeing is the expeditionary forces. You are seeing just the beginning. They have purportedly, and we believe this is credible, destroyed most of, if not all of, the anti-aircraft capability of Ukraine, destroyed most of the communications and infrastructure for the military. The government, the upper echelons of the government have evacuated, and we believe now at this point are safe in Poland. At least one city has been occupied. There is no in or out outside of Russian forces, who have now put up the Russian flag. This is the first city, I've forgotten the name, I'm not going to look it up right now, from first major city on the river from Crimea. One column from Crimea is in and advancing north rapidly. They have made it at least 40 miles, I believe, and occupied the first city there. Another force has come in south. We don't know where, from the north, heading south. From Belarus in the north, heading south. I believe there's a reasonable confidence that they are headed basically straight towards Kiev. Kiev has been struck repeatedly by rockets, as have many cities. Kiev is the capital. We believe once the full invasion starts, Kiev will fall between 4 to 6 hours from that invasion. We are anticipating that invasion will happen at any time now. This is just the expeditionary force. It's there to destroy anti-aircraft, so air support can come in and attacks can come in. I mean, they can, anything that they can hit from the air, ostensibly they can hit with missiles, but it's not going to be as nimble or as agile to ground response, responding to the ground as the Air Force. So they want to clear the way for the Air Force. That appears now to be mostly, if not completely, completed. So one city has fallen. Kiev is absolutely next on the chopping block. It will probably fall within 4 to 6 hours of the full invasion. We are anticipating a full invasion within 2 hours, maybe longer. That's a guesstimate. We have when they invade, they'll probably hit from all three areas. So, like I said, 2 columns are already in the country. 2 more we know we're heading to the Donbas region, plus 180,000 troops, the majority of them in the north, will all invade simultaneously. It will take them, again, 6 hours to occupy the north all the way down to Kiev. We believe probably 4 hours to take Donbas. They'll take Donbas. It will be very easy to take and secure. There'll be insurgent forces, and they're prepared for insurgent battle, but that's all that's going to work at this point. They'll then continue, and we believe it'll take about a day and a half, maybe 2 tops, to get to the river. They will then own 1/3 of Ukraine, and the most important third, and strategically the most important third, within a day of the bulk of the force invading, which we again are anticipating within about 2 hours at this point. So what we are looking at, in our view, those are paratroopers, by the way. What we're looking at in our view is we've seen now an expeditionary force. The government has fled. Catastrophic damage to the military. Most of the military appears to have received their final instructions, which is to inflict maximum casualties on the enemy. Most of them are preparing for an insurgency war. The anti-aircraft and Air Force of Ukraine appears to be severely degraded, if not completely incapacitated, and they have lost the only real port city they have left. So we're looking at already some pretty significant casualties, and the bulk of the invasion force has not come in. It will be starting soon, and we believe now with a very high level of confidence the goal is to take the entire country, and we believe they'll be able to do that within between 5 to 6 days, probably tops. That's including a rest period once they get to the river, which they'll get to in about a day. That's what we're looking at. Once that happens, we're looking at, we believe, at a minimum, another Cold War. They may or may not take Moldova. They can take Moldova easily if they want to. In fact, Moldova will probably surrender without a shot being fired if they threaten to take Moldova. That will be up to Putin, and he'll be able to make that decision once they get to the border. He may make it even before then. But the next question is, are they going to take Romania? Romania is a NATO country. Moldova is actually an associate country, if I recall, of NATO. So what are they going to do when they hit Romania? The thinking is they would not dare attack a NATO country. I don't know. What I do know is NATO is reinforcing it. We're going to reinforce it completely. So we will have, for the first time that I'm aware of, really since the Cuban Missile Crisis, Americans and Russians with their guns aimed at each other, very willing to fire. At that point, we have at a minimum probably the start of another Cold War, where there's a standoff, probably in Romania, between Russia and the U.S. Moldova may or may not be gone. Ukraine will be gone. And it's up to Putin to decide where he wants to go from there. the world has changed today. Gas prices are up over 100 a barrel. We had said earlier that is, in fact, the trigger. Not the trigger, but that's the point at which we're going to have to say inflation is going to start to get a lot worse. The PPI is already well higher than the consumer price index, and the consumer price, it's a lagging indicator for the consumer price index. So that was going to Biden wasn't telling the truth. That's going to go up. It's going to go up significantly, and now we know it's going to go up a lot more because of what this is doing to oil. So you're going to feel it tomorrow when you are at the gas pump. You will feel it literally at tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow. And we are now facing another Cold War, and the U.S. and Russia will now almost certainly have guns pointed at each other within about 5 or 6 days once they finish taking Ukraine, which I think at this point, that's the goal. And I don't think there's any way to argue based on what we're seeing it's anything other than that. May not be, can't predict the future. I'm not in the guy's head, but that's what we're looking at. We've showed the map a few times. I'm not going to go over it again. You can go back and see it. Things haven't changed dramatically since then. Please join us on the Discord. You can learn what we're doing for shows, what we're doing for planning, and how we're going to be keeping up with this from that. Like and subscribe is another great way to keep up with us. Thank you all for your support. Everybody's exhausted, and thank you for the Titan very much. Thank you, Bregwin. Thank you to all the mods. Thank you to Dorito. Thank you to everybody who's been contributing. Thank you to Pat Lowinger and Commander Lance McMillan for assisting us. Thank you for, thank you, Wes Andering. Thank you, Wes Andering's wife, for chasing him around the house with a wooden spoon. And I don't believe in God. Don't pray. But please remember that these are people with families just like ours. And I really do, call it prayer, call it whatever you like. I'm hoping they're okay, and this is going to happen. There's nothing we can do to stop it. Let's hope it's the least amount of life lost possible, and let's try to figure out what's going to happen next. We will be back tomorrow. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Nicholas Lamar Soutter. Good night.